The Audio Boy Project. A decentralized anti-authoritarian-based initiative focused on creating a library of audiobooks for truth seekers and free speech advocates. All content on this channel is free to download, share, and repost. Your support is much appreciated. Truth, audiobooks, for the people.
"46. The Pajama Game." Almost every day, a graying, shabbily dressed man emerged from a red brick walk-up tenement in Greenwich Village and gingerly crossed the street. Usually 1 or 2 men were at his side, helping him cover a distance of 200 feet on Sullivan Street. The stooped man's usual destination was a dingy storefront club where he whiled away hours playing cards. Most days he was dressed inconspicuously in baggy pants, work shoes, a windbreaker, a woolen cap. But there were times in gentle weather when he entered the street seemingly disoriented, wearing pajamas, a bathrobe, and slippers. In street clothes or in pajamas, he sometimes was accompanied and aided by his brother, a Roman Catholic priest and community leader in New York City. To passers-by in nearby residents, the assistance offered the unshaved, middle-aged man on his brief saunters in the neighborhood appeared to be compassionate care by close kin and friends. His mother and brother characterized their tottering relative, who muttered to himself, drooled, and urinated openly on the sidewalks, as a mental and physical wreck. The pajama-clad excursions were routine occurrences in the 1970s and 1980s by an ex-light heavyweight prizefighter, who a slew of doctors and psychiatrists attested was afflicted with a damaged heart and suffered from dementia rooted in organic brain damage by the time he reached his 50s. His relatives characterized him as a pitiful, punch-drunk ex-fighter with a subpar IQ of about 70. There was an unseen dimension to the strange man from Sullivan Street. Late at night, he could be found residing in a $1 million uptown townhouse, attired in a silk robe or a sport jacket, totally coherent and in control of his destiny. For 3 decades, he faked mental illness. The improbable deception was designed to help him escape prosecution and imprisonment for his true calling. He was Vincent Chin Gigante, one of the nation's most enduring and tyrannical mafia magnates. Other mafiosi posed as legitimate businessmen. Frank Costello tried to pass as a gentleman, John Gotti and Al Capone as public benefactors. Chin Gigante was the only mobster who pretended to be a madman. Rarely visible in public, except for his brief strolls in Greenwich Village, the reclusive Gigante was the Cosa Nostra's version of the eccentric or half-mad Howard Hughes, the paranoid who, in his later years, ran a $1 billion business conglomerate while cloistered in a Las Vegas hotel suite. Counting on his outlandish behavior to camouflage his real role as a mob boss, Gigante controlled the Genovese family at the end of the 20th century. He ruled over a diversified criminal corporation that became the nation's supreme mafia borgata, its tentacles extending deeply into the Philadelphia, Buffalo, New England, and Midwest mob families. With illicit profits topping $100 million a year, the Genovese gang, under Gigante's administration, was begrudgingly hailed in law enforcement circles as the Ivy League and Rolls-Royce of the American Mafia. Guileful, treacherous, and secretive, Gigante, at the slightest hint of betrayal, condoned the whacking of soldiers, associates, all perceived enemies. Just for uttering his name or nickname, wise guys and wannabes were subject to summary execution. In his long tenure as boss, Gigante made only one exception to his rule of murdering anyone remotely suspected of having crossed over to the government. The exception was not a made man, but an associate, a worker for the family, whom Gigante treated almost like a son. It was the only time he broke his iron rule about punishing potential traitors, and he would pay a heavy price for sparing this single individual. Eventually, it cost him his underworld empire. Greenwich Village, and the section near New York University and Washington Square Park in Lower Manhattan, was Vincent Gigante's stamping ground as boy and man. His father, Salvatore, a jewelry engraver, and his mother, Yolanda, a seamstress, emigrated from Naples in 1921. They settled in the area around Sullivan, Thompson, and Bleecker Streets, which into the 1990s remained a colorful, slightly bohemian extension of adjacent Little Italy. The third of 5 sons, Vincent was born on March 29, 1928. Vincent was a common name in the neighborhood, and to distinguish him from his namesakes, early on Gigante's friends called him Chin. The nickname was derived from his mother's habit of addressing him as Cincenzo, the Italian equivalent of Little Vincent or Vinny. His chums shortened that into Chin, his lifelong nickname. A lackadaisical student, Gigante completed the 8th grade, but dropped out of a vocational school, Textile High, when he turned 16, the legal age for leaving school. The same year, still a juvenile, he acquired a yellow sheet, an arrest record. Between the ages of 16 and 22, Gigante was pulled in by the police at least 4 times on an array of charges: fencing stolen goods, possession of an unlicensed gun, auto theft, arson, gambling, and bookmaking. Most of the accusations were dismissed or resolved with small fines. The only complaint that stuck to him was a collar for being a runner or collector of sports bets on the Brooklyn College campus for a large gambling operation that took wagers on college basketball and football games. Trying to look tough, the DA demanded jail time, not meaningless fines, for even the small fry in the case, and Gigante was hit with 60 days. When arrested in his late teens and early 20s, Gigante listed his occupation as unemployed tailor. A strapping youth with a solid punch, he was better known as a professional boxer. He fought as a light heavyweight in clubs or small arenas around town, winning 21 of 25 bouts, and his accomplishments were recorded in Nat Fleischer's ring record book, the Boxing World's Encyclopedia. At that time in the late 1940s, club boxers fought 4- and 6-round contests, usually getting a percentage of the tickets they themselves sold, instead of receiving a fixed amount or purse. It was an era when most mafia gangs were immersed in professional boxing, intent on fixing bouts and controlling money-making fighters. Although his boxing career petered out, Chin Gigante had the distinction of being managed by a big-time gangster, Thomas "Tommy" Ryan Eberly, a Greenwich Village neighbor. A member of the original Lucky Luciano family, Eberly was linked to prize-fighting rackets when the family was headed by Frank Costello. Detectives assigned to organized crime intelligence units in the early 1950s pictured Gigante as a wannabe, working his way up mainly as a guerrilla for the family's loan sharking and gambling enterprises on Manhattan's West Side. 3 of his brothers, the older Pasquale and Mario, and the younger sibling, Ralph, also were budding mobsters. The youngest brother, Louis, was traveling along a different career highway. He was destined for the priesthood. Of the 4 Gigante brothers mixed up with the mob, Vincent was making the most headway, attracting the attention of Vito Genovese, the capo who had fled to Italy and supported Mussolini before World War II. Since his return to New York, Genovese was nominally subservient to Frank Costello, but in fact, he was running a virtually independent faction in the family, and the 4 Gigante brothers were loyal to him. Genovese is believed to have endeared himself to the Gigantes by helping them pay for their mother's surgery. By the time Vincent was in his late 20s, he was a Genovese protege, serving as a chauffeur and a bodyguard. There is little doubt that Chin earned his spurs with Vito Genovese on the evening of May 2, 1957. That was the night a gunman saying, "This is for you, Frank," creased Frank Costello's skull with a single shot. A close call that prompted Costello to retire as boss and turn over the reins of the old Luciano Borgata to Don Vito. The Borgata thereafter was known as the Genovese family. The doorman in Costello's apartment building identified Vincent as the assailant. But when detectives came looking for him at his Greenwich Village apartment, the 29-year-old Chin was gone. While there was no immediate trace of Vincent, his brothers Mario and Ralph got embroiled with detectives staked out for him on Sullivan Street. In one tussle, Mario was arrested for assaulting an officer after detectives found a hatchet and a baseball bat in his car. The charges were later reduced to disorderly conduct, and both brothers got off with fines. 3 months after Costello was shot, Vincent walked into a Midtown police station house and asked, "Do you want me in the Costello case?" Chewing gum, the jaunty gigante flashed smiles at the cameras as he was booked for attempted murder. For this contest, the former pugilist had in his corner Maurice Edelbaum, one of the most accomplished and expensive defense lawyers in the city. All Edelbaum would say about Gigante's abrupt disappearance after the Costello shooting was that he had been out of town, some 500 miles away. Equally baffling was how Gigante raised $100,000 to be bailed out of the Tombs prison, and how he could afford to retain Edelbaum. At the time, the 29-year-old Gigante was married, had 4 children, and listed his occupation as a modestly salaried janitor for a federally financed housing construction project in Greenwich Village. It was actually a no-show job that he obtained through the Mafia's influence in the construction industry. More than likely, Don Vito picked up the tab for Chin's costly legal fees. At the attempted murder trial in the spring of 1958, only Costello's doorman fingered Gigante, even though he had trimmed 30 to 40 pounds off his 200-pound-plus frame since the attack, and sported a crew cut instead of long wavy hair. Edelbaum countered by contending that the prosecution's sole identifying witness was blind in one eye and had impaired sight in the other. Costello, true to the code of omerta, declined to identify Gigante as the gunman. The all-male jury needed barely 6 hours to bring in a verdict. Not guilty. Some 40 relatives, including Gigante's wife Olympia, and their 4 young children and friends, burst into applause. Chin sighed with relief, sinking into his chair at the defense table. "I knew it had to be this way because I was innocent," he protested to reporters. "The cops picked on me." The only legal repercussion from the indictment was the police discovery that he had ignored dozens of parking tickets, costing him $500 in scofflaw fines. Within 3 months, Gigante was in handcuffs again, this time alongside his godfather Don Vito. They and 35 other defendants were arrested in July 1958 as participants in an international narcotics conspiracy. Genovese was described in the federal indictment as the ringleader, and Chin as his principal aide in a syndicate importing huge quantities of heroin and other narcotics from Europe, Cuba, Puerto Rico, and Mexico. It was part of the American and Sicilian Mafia's joint operation in the 1950s to develop drug markets in inner-city neighborhoods, mainly in traditional mob spheres of influence, including New York, Chicago, Philadelphia, and Cleveland. At their court arraignment, Genovese seemed placid behind his horn-rimmed glasses, while Gigante looked downcast. The Godfather's outward appearance signified success. He wore a conservative, well-tailored gray suit, a white-on-white shirt, dove-gray tie, and a white handkerchief peeking from his breast pocket. Looking bulky and rumpled with a plaid sport shirt flapping outside his trousers, Gigante perked up when a prosecutor got around to particulars about his importance to his Mafia boss. He is a protege of Genovese, a rising star in the underworld, and the #1 boy of this man Genovese, Paul Williams, the U.S. Attorney in Manhattan, asserted. Their participation in the conspiracy seems to be invariably together and simultaneous. A year later, in 1959, both the boss and his disciple were convicted of violating narcotics laws. Don Vito, whose conviction was later questioned by law enforcement experts as based on dubious evidence, got 15 years. Genovese was packed off to the federal penitentiary in Atlanta, and Chin never saw his godfather again. He was separated from his boss and sentenced to 7 years at the federal prison in Lewisburg, Pennsylvania. The presiding judge was planning a longer prison term for Gigante, but said he was swayed by an avalanche of letters from residents of Greenwich Village and Little Italy, attesting to Chin's good character and work on behalf of juveniles. The judge's action came despite questions by prosecutors about the validity of the letters, and Chin's previously unknown concern for underprivileged youths. At Lewisburg, Gigante was a model inmate, staying out of trouble, working as a maintenance man in the prison's boiler room. His good conduct earned him a parole, and in less than 5 years he was back in Greenwich Village. Soon after his release, Chin Gigante became the capo of a crew based in Greenwich Village and Little Italy. His prospects were on the rise. He moved his wife and children from a congested apartment into a fine house in the upscale suburban New Jersey town of Old Tappan, about 25 miles from Lower Manhattan. It was here that the issue of Gigante's mental competency first arose. In 1969, he was indicted in New Jersey on a charge of bribing Old Tappan's police force. To warn him of surveillance and possible investigations by other law enforcement agencies. The entire force, the chief and 4 officers, was fired. Gigante never stood trial. Previously, there was no record of his being under psychiatric care, but he began seeking treatment after learning of the bribery investigation. His lawyers produced reports from psychiatrists that he was psychotic, mute, schizophrenic, and a candidate for electroshock treatment. His mind also was found to be infantile and primitive, with his condition deteriorating, according to the diagnosis. It was an effective defense strategy. Ruling that Vincent Gigante was mentally unfit to stand trial and assist in his defense, a judge dismissed the bribery accusations. In effect, the judge determined that the Old Tappan officers were guilty of accepting payoffs from a paranoid resident who fantasized that he was being persecuted by the law. When Vito Genovese departed for prison in 1959, he retained his title as boss, eventually leaving day-to-day control in the hands of Philip Lombardo, a New Jersey capo. Extremely myopic and forced to wear glasses with lenses almost as thick as a windshield, Lombardo bore the unflattering nickname of Benny Squint. Don Vito never completed his prison sentence, dying of a heart attack in 1969. During the next decade, federal and local investigators, hampered by a lack of reliable informers, were never certain as to the exact makeup of the Genovese hierarchy. Mob families naturally never issue press releases about their internal chains of command, and investigators credited the Genoveses with being the most secretive branch of the American Mafia. There was clearly a power struggle in the early 1970s, and Tommy Ryan Eberly, Gigante's old boxing manager, was the prime loser. He was gunned down in Brooklyn in 1972. Father Louis Gigante also knew Eberly and officiated at his funeral mass. The boss's baton was officially seized by Lombardo, who was a role model for Gigante's later behavior. Vincent Fish Cafaro, a high-placed Genovese soldier, provided a portrait of Lombardo as an extremely self-protective man who wanted to stay in the background and keep the heat off of himself. Lombardo delegated a great deal of authority to a succession of underbosses, according to Cafaro, even allowing others to front for him and attend commission meetings as the Genovese family's representante. Chin Gigante came out a winner from the internal strife in the 1970s. He profited from the rub-out of Eberly by taking over his huge gambling operations in Lower Manhattan and the West Side. Gigante's territory extended from the Battery at the southern tip of the borough to 14th Street. Mafia-controlled numbers in sports betting bookies needed his permission to operate in his territory. The annual take for Gigante reportedly was in the multi-millions. Fish Cafaro said that the most successful bookies were required to give Chin 50% of their profits. Going Philip Lombardo one better on self-protection, Gigante began making short but frequent stopovers at psychiatric hospitals, especially when news seeped out that grand juries were investigating Genovese operations. His underworld confederates casually referred to these hospital examinations as tune-ups. Chin's use of psychiatrists to ward off possible arrests and another prison stretch did not denigrate his reputation within the Cosa Nostra or diminish his power. By the mid-1970s, he was a capo whose word carried weight throughout the Genovese family. A young truck driver from Little Italy got a first-hand lesson of Gigante's influence in those years. His New Jersey job was under the aegis of Teamsters Local 560, which was ruled by Anthony Tony Pro Provenzano, whose violent inclinations were well known. The Local was arguably the most mob-corrupted unit in Teamster Union history, and feared for its savage tactics. Provenzano, a Genovese capo, was suspected of helping to arrange Jimmy Hoffa's murder. The naive young truck driver, unaware of the Local's reputation and its unwritten law about talking back to officials, got into an argument with a business agent about a grievance against his employer. The next day, as the driver was parking his truck, he saw 3 goons approaching him, with the obvious intent of working him over. Faster afoot than the muscle men, he ran across the George Washington Bridge and got home safely. "I'm in big trouble, and I'm going to get hurt," the driver told his father. Years later, in an affidavit to a government investigator, he described how his father escorted him to a Little Italy candy store and instructed him to explain his predicament to a man sitting in a back room. "I told him what had happened, and he said to me, 'Kid, you're going to get a beating.'" The man laughed when the driver pleaded ignorance of the Local being mobbed up. He thought that was very funny. He said, "All right, I'll take care of it." The upshot was that the man in the back room made a phone call. He then advised the driver to return to the Union Hall and, in front of all the business agents, kiss the official he had insulted on the cheek. I had to swear that I would never challenge authority in Local 560. After following instructions and redeeming himself with the union bosses, the grateful driver found out that the man who had intervened in his behalf was the neighborhood's mafia headman, Chin Gigante. Throughout the 1970s, Gigante was a shining light in his borgata, and increasingly responsible for coordinating mob rackets with other families. To ensure that the Genovese-controlled Carpenters Union would not hinder a Gambino construction project, Sammy the Bull Gravano paid a visit to Gigante in 1976. It was Sammy's first meeting with Chin, and a Gambino member introduced him as a capo. Chin corrected him and said he was no longer a capo, Gravano remembered. He was the consigliere. At the sit-down in a Greenwich Village mob club, Chin, in pajamas and robe, and with a 3 or 4 days stubble on his face, pledged to take care of Gravano's union problem. He sounded perfectly clear and coherent to Gravano. As a Gambino family expert on construction, Sammy the Bull accompanied his boss, Paul Castellano, and Tommy Bellotti in the late 1970s to a mini-commission meeting with Gigante and other mob bigwigs in the basement of a Staten Island home. This time, Gigante was shaven and dressed normally in pants, shirt, and a pea coat. "His pajamas must be in the laundry," Bellotti joked to Sammy. As in his previous discussion with Gravano, Gigante was articulate, never mumbling, stuttering, or at a loss for words. Chin took the lead, basically. He felt that a commission meeting should be strictly for Cosa Nostra reasons, not business, not money, Gravano remembered. Commission gatherings, Gigante chastised the group, should be about life-and-death issues. preventing mob wars and setting policies. Gravano noted that Chen said he was tired of attending meetings about union disputes and the distribution of spoils among the families. These matters, Gigante insisted, should be straightened out at lower levels by capos. The frequent high-level conferences were too risky for Gigante. "I put a lot of time into this crazy act, and I don't want to get caught in any of these meetings or picked up or bugged," Gravano quoted him. Chen's strategy was more successful than he realized. He was unaware that his insanity charade had pulled the wool over the eyes of numerous FBI, state, and city investigators. They considered Vincent Chen Gigante a comical mafia sideshow. Some were uncertain about his mental state. Others thought he was legitimately loony. None recognized how much power the strange man from Sullivan Street actually wielded in the Genovese family. 47. Psychological Warfare. Gliding slowly, the car came to a halt in front of a cluster of men talking on the sidewalk outside a storefront. Two FBI agents, badges prominently pinned on their jackets, sat in the front of the car. Suddenly, the conversations halted. The eyes of the men milling on the sidewalk were drawn toward the passenger in the rear. His face was concealed by a paper bag cut with eye holes, and he was pointing to individuals on the sidewalk. As he whispered, both agents scribbled notes. In a flash, the knot of men anxiously dispersed in different directions, shouting to each other, "They got a rat!" The all-too-conspicuous appearance of the FBI and the man in the crude mask on Sullivan Street in Greenwich Village heralded a psychological phase in the government's investigation of the Genovese family. It was 1982, and the Bureau's revamped Genovese squad was trying novel tactics to kickstart a fruitful campaign against the redoubtable gang. Recently appointed the squad's supervisor, Donald Scott Richards found the unit in poor shape. "We have skimpy intelligence, morale is shot, and we're not going anywhere on a decent investigation," Richards glumly admitted to himself. One of 5 units established in 1980 to concentrate on each of New York's Cosa Nostra Borgatas. In its first 2 years, the squad had failed to dig up indictable evidence against a significant Genovese soldier, or to uproot a major family racket. The Bureau was working on the assumption that Phil Benny Squint Lombardo had retired in poor health to Florida, leaving the family in the care of a new boss, Anthony Salerno. As the perceived godfather, Fat Tony was the squad's foremost objective, and his East Harlem headquarters in the Palmer Boys Social Club was under intensive surveillance. But as yet, no big case was brewing against him. Expanding the range of targets, Richards decided to focus on the downtown Genoveses, particularly on a storefront hangout called the Triangle Civic Improvement Association. The club on Sullivan Street, between West 3rd and Bleecker Streets, was across the street from the apartment building where Vincent Gigante's mother lived, and where he often stayed. The Triangle was a dimly lit hovel, stocked with worn chairs and tables, and with an espresso machine mounted on a small bar. Gigante spent most afternoons there. A white gummy substance smeared on the club's plate glass window blocked the view of the interior from the sidewalk. Inside, signs on the wall read, "Tough guys don't squeal," "Don't talk," "This place is bugged," and "The enemy is listening." Although the FBI was uncertain whether Gigante was mentally disturbed, officials were confident that in the Genovese pecking order he retained at least the rank of capo and headed a crew. There was another reason for homing in on the Triangle. It was a meeting place once a week for another recognized downtown Genovese capo, Matthew Agnello. There was no question about his mental state. He was better known as Matty the Horse, the gangster present in his brother's restaurant, Umberto's Clam House, when Crazy Joey Gallo was shot to death there in 1972. Agent Richards reckoned that with the 2 capos using the Triangle as a refuge, it was a prime site for surveillance. From an observation post in an apartment across the street from the club, FBI men saw Gigante talking with soldiers as they ambled with him along Sullivan Street. Richard's request for long-range parabolic microphones to eavesdrop on Gigante's walk-talk sidewalk conversations was vetoed by the Justice Department. Government lawyers cautioned that evidence gathered that way probably would be declared inadmissible. Parabolic equipment intruded on the conversations of passers-by and was not restricted to targeted suspects and a specific site. Next, Richards placed miniature listening devices in the rear-view mirrors of Bureau cars parked on Sullivan Street. If Gigante stopped to talk near one of the rigged autos, agents in the observation posts could activate a microphone through remote control. Technicians tinkered with the devices for a month, but abandoned them after failing to clearly pick up any of Chin's conversations. Bugging the triangle was rejected as an unpromising venture. The small room, often packed, was so noisy that voices would be indistinguishable and worthless as evidence. The FBI's sparse information indicated that Gigante, when he did speak inside the club, whispered in the listener's ear. There are too many guys talking in there at the same time for a bug to be of any value, Richards decided. He wanted to find quieter locations where Gigante and Agnello felt more secure, and where mics and telephone taps would be more productive. What the FBI did not know was that, as a precaution, Gigante had the club swept once a month to detect electronic snooping. By employing psychological warfare, Richards hoped Gigante and Agnello would become wary of using the Triangle Club and lead agents to their private sanctuaries. "We want to drive them out of there," he urged his squad. On Richards' orders, agents camped openly in the restaurant directly across the street from the club, and could be seen photographing everyone entering and leaving. Periodically, agents patrolled Sullivan Street, jotting down the license plate numbers of every car parked near the club. A singular hoax was displaying the agent wearing a paper bag mask, posing as an informer. "There's no doubt that they think we have a rat snitch fingering them," Richards rejoiced. The obtrusive surveillance apparently failed to worry Gigante, who continued venturing into the club most afternoons. Agents believed he usually discussed important mob matters at night, when it was more difficult to follow him in the South Village area near Sullivan Street and in nearby Soho. On occasion, he entered Il Bocconcino on Houston Street and Ruggiero's on Grand Street, neighborhood restaurants. The walk-talks and meets at the restaurants were largely restricted to a tiny knot of trusted long-time lieutenants. Dominic "Quiet Dom" Cirillo, a soft-spoken gangster from the Bronx. Benero "Benny Eggs" Mangano, who obtained his nickname because his mother ran an egg store. And Dominic "Baldy Dom" Cantarino, whose hair thinned at an early age, and who frequently chauffeured Gigante. Mangano and Cantarino were old friends of Gigante. 7 years older than Gigante, Mangano had spent his entire life near Chin in the village, and, when not at the Triangle, operated out of his own nearby club on Thompson Street. Short and paunchy, Mangano was a neighborhood character, particularly liked because he permitted old-timers, mostly non-mafiosi, to play cards and socialize in his club. The place was bedecked with American flags and photos of Frank Sinatra, Perry Como, and other Italian-American entertainers and celebrities. Although he had never served time for a felony, Mangano had a thick police record for gambling arrests, was listed in FBI files as active in bookmaking, loan sharking, and labor extortions, and had been permanently banned as an undesirable from entering Atlantic City casinos because of gambling and shakedown allegations. Besides his mob deals, Mangano was successful in the wholesale clothing business. He founded M&J Enterprises, a company that bought surplus designer jeans, shirts, and other garments at a discount, and resold them in the country and overseas. For his bodyguard, Mangano selected John Sausage Barbata, a former gambling wire room operator and a loan shark enforcer on the New Jersey waterfront. The link between gangsters nicknamed for food, Benny Eggs and Johnny Sausage, prompted agents to refer to them as Chin's Breakfast Club. Gigante eventually rewarded Mangano by promoting him to underboss. In his day and nighttime wanderings, even in heavy rain, Gigante routinely dressed and acted abnormally. He would stop in his tracks, expose himself, and urinate in the street. Once on a twilight meander, he spotted an FBI surveillance team. Abruptly, in front of St. Anthony of Padua Roman Catholic Church at Sullivan and Houston Streets, he dropped to his knees as if he were praying. Normally, Chin appeared feeble, barely able to creep along without someone at his side. A New York detective, Gaetano Bruno, attached to an FBI task force, saw a different aspect of Gigante's physical agility. With a bodyguard holding him by the arm, Gigante was slowly crossing busy Houston Street when the traffic light turned against them. Without difficulty, Gigante sprinted like a hare and beat his escort to the safety of the sidewalk. He then resumed his leaden-footed pace. Gigante's bizarre behavior was also exhibited in his mother's fourth-floor apartment. A tactic known as tickling the wires is employed by prosecutors and agents to encourage mobsters to exchange ideas and news on telephone taps and bugs. To get them worried and gabbing, subpoenas for possible evidence or grand jury testimony are simultaneously served to several members of a family or crew. One day, agents Pat Marshall and Pat Collins knocked on Yolanda Gigante's apartment with a subpoena for her son. Chin was standing in the bathtub, under a closed shower head, wearing a bathrobe. He had an open umbrella over his head, sported a wide smile on his face, and mumbled incoherently. Turning to the agents, Gigante winked mischievously at them. Collins stuck the subpoena in Chin's bathrobe pocket. "He's nuts," Collins told Yolanda Gigante, and left. Gigante's relatives, protesting that he was mentally ill and was being cruelly and unjustly harassed, hired lawyer Barry Slotnick to halt the FBI's pursuit of him. "He has been psychiatrically disabled for decades, and it is inconceivable that he would be the leader of some organized crime network," Slotnick said. "He couldn't run a candy store, much less a crime family." In New Yorkese, candy store refers to a simple soda fountain, usually run by a man and wife, which also sells ice cream, candy, magazines, and newspapers. Relatives maintained that Gigante was so incompetent that he had to be assisted everywhere he went, and that he often embarrassed them. The Gigante's family dentist, Herbert Rubin, would only treat Vincent at night after other patients had left. Rubin explained that he could not allow a disheveled, deranged patient wearing a bathrobe and pajamas into his office during regular hours. Chin's most ardent defender was the Reverend Louis Gigante, who frequently was at his brother's elbow on rambles in their old neighborhood. Known affectionately as Father G and as a ghetto priest, he was renowned for his slum clearance and housing rehabilitation projects. Unlike his older brothers, who were school dropouts and who early on became entangled in crime, Louis graduated on a scholarship from Georgetown University, where he was a basketball star. Ordained at 27, he became the pastor of St. Athanasius Roman Catholic Church in the South Bronx, an impoverished, crime-ravaged district. Almost single-handedly, in the late 1960s, Father Gigante organized the Southeast Bronx Corporation, SEBCO, or SEBCO, to provide decent homes for thousands of residents at a time when the South Bronx housing stock was devastated by arson and decay. Overall, SEBCO built more than 2,000 sorely needed new and renovated housing units, affordable apartments for low-income families and seniors. Father G was acclaimed as the driving force behind the stabilization of a huge swath of the Bronx. John Cardinal O'Connor, the Archbishop of New York, hailed him in the 1980s as the Church's master builder. In a move rarely undertaken by priests, Father Gigante used his prominence and success as an urban reformer to launch a political career. After a losing race for Congress, he was elected in 1973 and served one term as a representative from the Bronx's Hunts Point section to the City Council, New York's legislative body. Whenever given the opportunity as a clergyman and councilman, he refuted the existence of the mafia, denouncing the media and law enforcement for inventing the concept of Italian organized crime groups. Aligned with the Italian-American Civil Rights League, he was at the 1971 Columbus Circle rally when Joe Colombo, the mob boss, was shot and paralyzed. Rushing to the speaker's platform, the priest helped restore order by leading the frenzied crowd in prayer. Inevitably, the identification of his brothers Vincent, Mario, and Ralph as mafiosi, and his own personal associations with reputed mobsters, led to controversies for Father Gigante. In 1979, he was called before a grand jury investigating his efforts to ease the rigors of prison for a convicted gangster, James "Jimmy" Knapp Napoli. Jimmy Knapp was no small-time neighborhood bookie or amateur gambler. A big-time Genovese earner, he had a lengthy yellow sheet for trying to fix boxing matches, for murder conspiracy, for felonious assault, for loan sharking, and for heading a $35 million a year policy and horse race betting network in Manhattan. Prosecutors accused Father Gigante of dodging questions before a grand jury, looking into attempts by the gangster and his pals to bribe prison officials for a Christmas furlough and early release from jail for Napoli. The bribes had enabled Jimmy Knapp to have restaurant-catered meals and wine served in his cell. Father Gigante contended that questions about his conversations and relations with Napoli, an old and dear friend, infringed on his priestly duties. Defending himself against a charge of contempt of court, he cited the confidentiality of his clerical privilege and his First Amendment right to practice his religion without interference. The arguments and protest demonstrations in his behalf by other priests failed to impress the presiding judge. Found guilty of evading questions put to him before the grand jury, Father Gigante served 7 days of a 10-day jail sentence. Another mafia-related issue popped up when Father Gigante issued a personal appeal for leniency in behalf of Stephen Crea. Identified by the FBI as a Lucchese capo and a power in construction industry rackets, Crea was convicted in 1985 of conspiracy in a murder plot. The priest, in a letter to the sentencing judge, called Crea a special friend who had aided him to resist the onslaughts of crime and housing deterioration in the South Bronx. Crea's guilty verdict for murder conspiracy was overturned. Known to his mob admirers as Stevie Wonder, he later rose to the rank of Lucchese acting underboss and was imprisoned in 2004 after pleading guilty to extorting a major construction company and to enterprise corruption involving contractors and unions. Despite his intervention on behalf of known mafiosi, law enforcement authorities concur that there has never been a scintilla of evidence that Father Gigante was involved in a crime, let alone a mafia activity. But newspapers raised questions about SEBCO, his housing corporation's affiliations with contractors identified as having strong ties to mobsters. The New York Times reported in 1981 about business relationships between SEBCO and Vincent DiNapoli, a Genovese soldier and construction racket specialist. Companies in which DiNapoli was a partner or an investor had obtained, without competitive bidding, a large share of drywall, interior walls and paneling, and carpentry contracts with SEBCO, and with many other federally financed projects in the Bronx. DiNapoli's outfits raked in more than $25 million in public contracts in the late 1970s. The Village Voice asserted in 1989 that drywall, carpentry, and construction debris hauling firms allied with mobsters as officials, shareholders, or consultants had obtained work totaling more than $50 million from SEBCO projects. Again, companies linked to DiNapoli, a convicted labor racketeer, and to Crea were profiting from SEBCO contracts. Over the years, Father Gigante declined to discuss the propriety of the contracts obtained by the mob-tainted companies. Other SEBCO officials stressed that none of the work had been directly awarded by SEBCO. Instead, they were obtained through subcontracts with the general contractors in charge of the projects. The general contractors, however, must have known that Sebco raised no objections to the mafia-affiliated contractors, and that by employing these companies, they would probably avert union problems and costly work stoppages. It was a convenient package for all concerned. One Bronx mobster, Pellegrino Butcher Boy Mazzelli, a Genovese gangster, proudly exhibited his admiration for Reverend Gigante. On the front of his trucking company office and underworld headquarters in Hunts Point, Mazzelli placed a banner reading, "If you can't trust Father Gigante, who can you trust?" While Father Gigante was reluctant to discuss Sebco's subcontractors, he often lashed out against what he termed law enforcement authorities' misuse and abuse of their power. He characterized the criminal records of his three brothers as nonviolent gambling arrests, and was particularly incensed in the mid-1980s at the persecution of Vincent. In fact, the FBI was increasing its vigilance, trying to close in on Chin Gigante. As the FBI's commission investigation wound down with the indictment of Anthony Salerno, naming him as the Genovese boss, some agents wondered if Gigante loomed as a possible successor. A new Genovese squad supervisor, John S. Pritchard III, was convinced that Gigante was sane and powerful. He ordered increased surveillance and a sharper eye kept on Gigante and the Triangle Club. One of his first steps was building a concealed observation post, a shed on the roof of a nearby New York University building, equipped with zoom lens cameras to spy on everyone entering the club or appearing with Gigante on the sidewalk. Tailing Chin one night, Pritchard glimpsed his dual personality act. The agent saw him, wearing a bathrobe, shuffling slowly to a parked car with Baldy Dom Cantorino. As Gigante ducked into the vehicle, he handed the ratty robe to Cantorino, and for a second exposed the well-tailored gray sharkskin suit and the necktie that he was wearing. In 1985, agents finally turned up a meaningful discovery about Vincent Gigante's activities. The enigma in a bathrobe, as FBI wags characterized him, had two homes, two love lives, and two separate intimate families. Gigante and his wife Olympia raised 2 sons and 3 daughters in their New Jersey home in Old Tappan. His other home was in a townhouse on Manhattan's fashionable East Side, where he spent most nights with another woman. Her given name was also Olympia. In affairs of the heart, and voicing names in romantic moments, Chin was a prudent man. Olympia Mitzi Esposito had borne him 2 daughters and a son. Chin was conducting his daytime business affairs in the vicinity of Sullivan Street. He never left the New York-New Jersey area for even the briefest vacation or trip. After some difficulties, agents traced him to his posh nighttime nest. Charles Baudouin and other agents spent hair-raising moments keeping up with Gigante once he left Lower Manhattan. Late at night, Vito Palmieri, a soldier and chauffeur with the skills of a racing car driver, picked up Gigante in a Cadillac or other large-sized car for a pulsating trip. He was hard to trail, Baudouin marveled, as Palmieri, defying speed limits and red lights, swerving the wrong way into one-way streets, weaved uptown. To determine if he were being followed, Palmieri engaged in many risky maneuvers, Baudouin reported. Despite the evasive high-octane tactics, Gigante was tracked to the Hideaway, a townhouse on East 77th Street between Park and Madison Avenues. It was a handsome building on an elegant block, a 4-story white-bricked edifice with black trim, red doors framed by replicas of gas-flamed lanterns, and a tiled frieze highlighting the top floor's brickwork. The stately dwelling was a virtual gift to Olympia Esposito from Morris Levy, the owner of recording companies and nightclubs, who for decades had been mixed up in opaque financial transactions with top Genovese mobsters. According to real estate records, through a friend, Levy in 1983 transferred the townhouse, valued on the open market at close to $1 million, to Olympia for $16,000. Levy had acquired the property the year before for an estimated $525,000, but apparently was willing to absorb a huge loss on an extremely desirable building. In another real estate transfer with a Gigante relative, Levy, in 1979, donated land on his sprawling 2,000-acre Sunnyside Farms, where he raised thoroughbreds in upstate Ghent, New York, to Father Gigante. A ranch-style house was built on the property, which Father Gigante claimed in court records was used almost exclusively for needy parishioners from his Bronx church. Nearby Ghent residents said in the 1980s that Father Gigante was frequently seen at the house with guests. The principal owner of Roulette Records, an independent record company, and the proprietor of nightclubs, including Manhattan's famed Birdland. Levy was dubbed by insiders as Godfather of the music business. His thick FBI dossier, compiled over 30 years, described him as having been involved in loan sharking, extortion, and money laundering for the Philadelphia crime family and for the Genoveses. Levy could never become a made man because he was Jewish, but FBI agents said he loved playing a tough guy role and was a frequent visitor at the Triangle Club. He never hid the fact that he was connected, John Pritchard recounted. His associations with wise guys made people afraid of him and helped his business. Levy, said to be worth $75 million in the mid-1980s, was a big earner for Genovese chiefs by cutting them in as discreet shareholders in his wholesale record sales and music publishing companies. The mobsters returned the favors by helping Levy's chain of strawberry record shops and music companies in important ways, guaranteeing that he had no union problems, and by influencing popular entertainers to cut records for him at favorable contract terms. Levy's disreputable background was publicly exposed in 1988, when he was convicted on federal charges of extortion, spinning out of an attempt with mobsters to recoup $1.2 million from a record distributor. He died of liver cancer in 1990 at age 62, before he could begin a 10-year prison sentence. Convinced that Chin was using the townhouse as a retreat for mob business meetings, Pritchard made it a priority objective for surveillance and bugging. A court-authorized Title III tap on the house's telephone lines ran 60 days in the autumn of 1985. Gigante's conversations produced no evidence or clues of crimes, but the tap provided substantial documentation that his deranged behavior was an act. On the telephone, Gigante chatted mainly with his children and Olympia Mitzi Esposito about mundane household matters, bringing home groceries, medical appointments, the weather, and his comments were invariably intelligent. Calling Mitzi on October 17, 1985, Gigante inquired about her examination by a doctor for a severe cough. "Stop smoking," he scolded her. Before he rang off, there was a loud kissing sound, and he added, "I love you." On November 8, 1985, in one of the last recorded calls, he told Mitzi he was at the barber's and asked what item she wanted him to bring to the townhouse. FBI teams tailing Gigante in his trips uptown saw him jump out of the car to randomly use telephone booths. There was no way to trace or monitor these sporadic calls. When the telephone tap at the townhouse failed to unearth clues to past or ongoing crimes, Pritchard tried other ploys. The Bureau set up an observation post at night in the Ramaz Yeshiva, a Jewish parochial school on East 78th Street, whose rear windows and terrace overlooked the back windows of the East 77th Street townhouse. School officials gave the Bureau a key to the front door and asked that they be notified whenever agents intended using the building for surveillance. Agents were told how to disengage a series of electronic burglar sensors upon entering the building. Dr. Noam Shadolsky, the school administrator, was summoned to the building one midnight by a security service that reported a sensor had been tripped on the third-floor terrace. The FBI had not informed the school that agents would be there that night, and when Shadolsky, armed with a flashlight, confronted a figure in the darkness on the terrace, he shouted, "Stand where you are. You're under arrest." "Don't shoot. I'm with the FBI," was the instant reply. Disturbed that agents felt they could come and go without alerting him, Dr. Shadolsky reclaimed the front entrance key and barred the FBI from using the building. Pritchard blamed an overzealous agent for violating the agreement with the school. Determined to spy on Chin while he was off guard inside the townhouse, Pritchard tried another approach. An agent rented an apartment in a luxury building at 61 East 77th Street, next to the townhouse at number 67. Pritchard wanted the apartment because it directly abutted the third floor of Chin's uptown refuge. The two-bedroom flat was leased for $4,500 a month in late 1985, and Agent Charles Baudouin drew the main observation assignment. Nightly, Baudouin outfitted himself with green camouflage clothes, a small flashlight, a walkie-talkie, a notebook in a vinyl bag, and a lightweight waterproof canopy or tiny tent built by the FBI. From the apartment's rear terrace, the athletic, 6-foot-tall Baudouin scrambled across a distance of about 18 inches onto the Ramaz terrace without triggering a sensor. The agent said he might have used the Ramaz terrace unofficially, under the assumption that we still had permission from the school. Prone, concealed, and sheltered from snow and rain by the canopy, Baudouin was about 50 feet from the townhouse. He had an unobstructed view of the interior of the 3-story building through its large rear windows. Agents on the street alerted Baudouin on his walkie-talkie when Gigante arrived. Sprawled on concrete and surrounded by planters, Baudouin relied on his eyesight to record his observations, without the help of binoculars or a camera. At the time, a court ruling, which was later reversed, prohibited the introduction of evidence obtained with the aid of binoculars or a camera, unless agents had obtained a search warrant for viewing the interior of a building. Baudouin noted in his official 302 reports that Gigante's nocturnal visits fell into a pattern. Generally, he arrived before midnight, showered on the top floor where the bedrooms and a living room were located. Chin sometimes donned a bathrobe after showering, but wore it only briefly. Usually he changed into a blazer, a sport jacket, or a sweater for a meal in the dining room with relatives and friends, or for meetings with Genovese underlings. Chin always sat at the head of the table for conferences with other mobsters, and personally served drinks to his guests, Baudouin wrote. He saw Gigante occasionally pull aside a visitor and whisper into his ear. At all times, in Baudouin's view, he showed no sign of physical distress, moving easily around the 3 floors and using the elevator without assistance. The agent often observed Chin on the 3rd floor, wearing eyeglasses, reading a newspaper or perusing documents and ledgers that he removed from a bookcase and a file cabinet. In a 302 report, Baudouin recorded that one night Angelo Diacunto, a Genovese soldier, walked with Gigante out of the agent's sight into the kitchen. Returning alone from the kitchen, Gigante began counting a large stack of American currency on a table. To Baudouin, whose medical record showed he had extraordinarily acute vision, the amount appeared to be substantial. Gigante normally left the townhouse between 9 a.m. and 10 a.m., in the same shabby clothes or bathrobe he had worn when he arrived, and was driven back to his mother's apartment on Sullivan Street. Later in the afternoon he emerged, with bodyguards at his elbow, for the short stroll past the Children's Aid Society headquarters, a few doors away, and into the Triangle Club. His schedule was as predictable as the tides. Almost every night for 4 months, in the winter and early spring of 1986, Baudouin lay on the Ramaz school terrace, peering into the townhouse. His observations, and those of other agents and a police department detective who spelled him, gave Pritchard and the FBI the probable cause needed for the next attack on Chin Gigante: a bug in the townhouse. A court order for hidden microphones was obtained in the spring. Rather than trying to break surreptitiously into the house, which was usually occupied and was guarded by a state-of-the-art burglar alarm system, technicians decided to use the FBI apartment in the adjacent building as a means of entry. Relying on a makeshift blueprint prepared by Baudouin of the layout of the townhouse, Jim Kallstrom's Special Operations Unit drilled through a common wall separating the buildings. They used a noiseless drill that sucked out debris and did not leave a telltale trail of plaster and wood dust on the townhouse floor. The eavesdroppers intended to install a bug in the wall behind a kitchen cabinet. Technicians were certain the powerful miniature microphone would be concealed, and there would be an air path allowing voices to be recorded from the kitchen and the adjacent dining room, the two areas where Gigante often conferred with aides. But Kallström's eavesdroppers miscalculated. Their first try placed a microphone behind a refrigerator instead of a cabinet, and the motor drone overwhelmed all other sounds. Next, they drilled through a wrong section of a wall into a bathroom, penetrating too deeply. The hole burrowed through, knocked off a wall tile, and was clearly visible inside the townhouse before the frantic agents could patch it up. The floor plan we had was inaccurate, off by a few feet, Kallström sighed. Unintentionally notified that the Bureau was trying to penetrate the townhouse and that he was under watch there, Gigante stopped holding meetings in the dining room. Curtains were drawn at all times, covering the rear windows, preventing observations from the terrace. There was one more huge disappointment for the Genovese squad. One night, when Baldi Dom Cantorino left his Cadillac for several hours in a parking lot, Kallström's break-in artists entered the car, removed a rear panel, and replaced it with an identical one that contained a listening device. The objective was to duplicate the State Task Force's earlier success with the Jaguar bug on the Lucchese boss Dux Corallo. We had seen Chin and Baldi Dom in conversations in the caddy, and we were sure we'd pick up important evidence or intelligence, Pritchard said. But we had unbelievably bad luck. Almost on the very day the caddy bug began operating, the news came out that Goldstock's office, the State Task Force, had bugged the Jaguar, and Chin stopped talking in the car. Its campaign against Gigante was stalled, but the FBI was having much more success against two other Genovese garrisons, mainly through electronic spying at the Palma Boys Social Club. Fat Tony Salerno was bagged on the Commission case investigation and in two separate labor racketeering indictments. Salerno's career as a mob leader ended with a life sentence. Donald Richards' plan to drive Matty the Horse Ianello out of the Triangle eventually paid dividends. Ianello began relying on a Midtown office, where FBI bugs and concealed video cameras produced evidence for a series of indictments. Matty was found guilty in 1986 of skimming millions of dollars from topless bars and restaurants, shaking down construction companies, and extorting protection payoffs from food suppliers, including a company that provided hot dogs at Yankee Stadium. When the trials were over, Ianello was hit with more than 20 years in prison time. The government even moved in on his favorite restaurant, Umberto's Clam House in Little Italy. The popular trattoria's listed principal owner was Ianello's brother Robert. But the Justice Department found that profits from the restaurant's zesty dishes of calamari, scungili, and pasta were being fed to the Genovese family. For 7 years, a federal manager was stationed at the restaurant to watch the books and the cash register. The monitor left in 1994 after a court suit by Robert Ianello accused the government of bankrupting Umberto's through mismanagement. With court triumphs over Fat Tony and Matty the Horse, only Chin Gigante remained from the FBI's designated Big Three Genovese targets. Yet all gambits against him had failed. We burnt a lot of manpower following Chin without getting a bang for our buck, the FBI's Don Richards conceded. He was a real challenge, a mystery. 48. The Real Boss. I'll leave this up to the boss. Somehow the immense significance of those words casually spoken by Fat Tony Salerno was overlooked by FBI agents and prosecutors. For more than 5 years, U.S. Attorney General Rudolph Giuliani and FBI officials remained steadfast about one fundamental aspect of the Genovese crime family. Until the Commission trial in 1986, Tony Salerno was the Genovese godfather. They were uncertain about Chin Gigante's sanity, but in court documents and news pronouncements, they never wavered from this certainty about Salerno's status. Nevertheless, long before the 1986 Commission trial, investigators were missing clues that came directly from the mouths of wise guys, speaking freely, unaware that they were being overheard on bugs and telephone taps. As early as April 4, 1982, Bruce Mao's Gambino squad intercepted a telephone conversation between Angelo Fat Angie Ruggiero and John Gotti that strongly suggested Gigante was then equal in rank to Paul Castellano. In his Long Island home, Ruggiero explained to Gotti, then his capo, that Paul and Chin made a pact. He continued, "Any friend of ours that gets pinched for junk, they kill him. No administration meetings, no nothing. Just go kill him." They're not warning nobody, not telling nobody because they feel the guy's going to rat. It was an obvious reference to Castellano and Gigante's imposing the death penalty on any mobster caught in narcotics trafficking. Only a godfather could unilaterally exercise that ultimate penalty, and it was proof that Chin Gigante was in command of the Genovese family. From the Jaguar bug, state-organized crime task force personnel heard Tony Dux Corallo, the Lucchese boss, complaining on June 23, 1983, that Chin and Paul had made a commission decision without consulting him. "What commission?" Corallo griped. "The commission was him, Gigante, when they okayed a guy to be killed and nobody come and told Tom, Santoro, the Lucchese underboss, and me a thing about it." A brief segment of a bugged conversation at the Palma Boys Social Club between Tony Salerno and Matty the Horse Ianiello on May 22, 1984, also failed to register properly with agents and prosecutors. Salerno and Ianiello were reviewing a list of candidates to be inducted as made men in another family. Upset that the nicknames of the proposed soldiers had not been included, which would have made it easier to identify them, Salerno said, "I don't know none of them. They don't put the nicknames down there. But anyway, I'll leave this up to the boss." Salerno's remark was a blunt admission that he was not the final arbiter of decisions in the family. On February 6, 1985, only days before the commission indictments were unsealed, Fat Tony was dejectedly discussing with a soldier, Giuseppe Sabato, newspaper stories that arrests of mafia godfathers were imminent. They wondered if Chin would be among the chieftains indicted. "Forget about the papers," Sabato said. "There's arrests next week. I'm pretty sure Paul and the other guy and Tony Dux. I'm pretty sure I'll find out tonight. If they get Chin, they're wrapped up." Referring to Gigante's feigned mental illness, Sabato continued, All the finagling, manipulating to fool the government. Fuck it, it won't stick." Salerno responded, "He's got to worry if he gets pinched. All them years he spent in that fucking asylum. For nothing." The FBI might have erred connecting the dots to compose an accurate picture of the Genovese chain of command, and agents were unsure for years of Gigante's true mental state and his role in the family. But mafiosi of all ranks in the New York families understood that the government had for years identified the wrong man, Tony Salerno, as the Genovese supreme leader. They knew that Chin Gigante was the godfather of a mighty mafia family. His erratic behavior was a stunt to avoid prosecution, and Fat Tony Salerno just a straw man used by Gigante to deceive investigators. Clearly, Angelo Ruggiero and John Gotti, two veteran wise guys, were positive that Chin was the paramount leader of the Genoveses. In 1982, the FBI overheard them discussing the punishment for getting caught in drug deals, and that year even a neophyte like Alphonse D'Arco was clued in. At Little Al's induction into the Lucchese family as a made man, Dux Corallo informed him that, among the bosses, Vincent Gigante led the Genovese family. In the early 1980s, Sammy the Bull Gravano, then only a middle-ranking mobster, learned from Gambino higher-ups that Chin was a major Cosa Nostra force with lethal influence outside New York. Gravano was told that Gigante and a power play to gain a larger portion of gambling and union rackets in Atlantic City, had authorized the murder of Angelo Bruno, the boss of the Philadelphia Cosa Nostra, which had territorial interests in Atlantic City. About that same time, Philip Leonetti, who became the underboss of the Philadelphia family, discovered that Gigante had approved 6 additional Philadelphia mob slayings in the 1980s to resolve an internal feud. The New England crime family, the Patriarca Gang, active in Boston and Providence, was another Borgata that deferred to Gigante. When Al Diarco was the acting boss of the Lucchese family, Gigante's emissaries invited him to attend the installation of a new mob hierarchy in Boston. "We picked the administration," Genovese soldier Jimmy Ida boasted, at a sit-down in an Elizabeth Street bakery. "Vincent has selected the names." Gigante's awesome reach and position was also evident to Anthony Gaspipe Casso before he moved up to a leadership spot. In the autumn of 1986, during the commission trial, his Lucchese superiors informed him that Chin had issued a contract on John Gotti to avenge Paul Castellano's murder. That Gigante had been the unchallenged Genovese boss for years was revealed conclusively to government investigators in the autumn of 1986, almost 2 years after the commission indictments. The information came from a defector. Facing conviction and a long sentence on labor racketeering and extortion charges, Vincent Fish Cafaro began cooperating with the government. Agent said he flipped partly to save his son Thomas and a girlfriend from prosecution. Tom Cafaro disowned his father, refused a plea bargain, and remained an associate in the family. Fat Tony Salerno's closest confidant for decades, Cafaro dissolved the mists shrouding the family's hierarchy for almost 10 years. He provided convincing first-hand evidence that Chin Gigante had orchestrated a double deception for years. Chin had play-acted his madness and had set up Salerno to conceal his own omnipotence in the Borgata. Straightened out, made in 1974, Cafaro was working under Salerno in 1981, when Philip Benny Squint Lombardo retired as boss, apparently because of failing health. Salerno, who had been consigliere and underboss, never the boss, suffered a stroke about the same time Lombardo left the scene. At that point, Cafaro said in FBI debriefings, Chin Gigante took over as godfather. There was no internal strife. One of Gigante's first moves was to pull down, demote Salerno to the lowest rank, soldier, and to leave him virtually powerless. Recuperating from his stroke at his country home in upstate New York, Salerno became bored and wanted to resume his racketeering activities in the city. Gigante, adopting some of Lombardo's protective tactics, gave Cafaro these instructions. "Let Tony come down and you stay with him, watch him, and see that he's all right." Salerno was ordered to resume attending commission meetings as he had for Lombardo, but to withhold from other families, as long as possible, the identity of the real Genovese boss. Chin wished the heat to remain uptown rather than on his downtown base of operation, Cafaro said, and he used Salerno as a decoy. Cafaro recalled Gigante attending only one commission meeting. But before sit-downs with other Borgatas, Fat Tony conferred with Chin on any major matters affecting the family. All Fat Tony's decisions were first put on the record with Chin, Cafaro added. During the period when the FBI believed that Salerno was running the Genovese clan, according to Cafaro, 2 murders affecting important federal investigations were sanctioned by Gigante in 1982. In March, shortly before he was to go on trial with Genovese mobsters on bid-rigging and extortion charges, Theodore Maritas, president of the 25,000-member Carpenters Union, disappeared. Prosecutors believe he was killed because of mob fears that he might become a government witness against the lead defendant, Vincent DiNapoli, a Genovese controller in the construction industry. After Maritas vanished, DiNapoli negotiated a plea deal for a lighter sentence. Caffaro disclosed that a second highly publicized slaying ordered by Gigante was wrongly linked by law enforcement agencies to an inquiry involving Raymond Donovan, first Secretary of Labor in President Ronald Reagan's cabinet. In 1982, a special federal prosecutor was looking into allegations that Donovan, while a construction company executive, had met with organized crime figures and knew about payoffs to mobsters. A prime suspect in the federal investigation was Pellegrino Butcher Boy Maselli, the Bronx-based Genovese gangster who had a multi-million-dollar trucking contract with Donovan's former construction firm. In August 1982, Butcher Boy's son, Nat Maselli, was shot to death by Genovese mobsters. The younger Maselli was secretly assisting the special prosecutor, Leon Silverman, and the slaying touched on speculation that the Mafia was impeding the Donovan-Maselli investigation. Silverman later determined that there was insufficient credible evidence for a federal indictment of Donovan for associating with mobsters or knowing of illegal payoffs. But the whacking of Nat Maselli and the uproar over his undercover work in the federal investigation triggered a probe by the Bronx DA's office that charged Donovan, Butcher Boy Maselli, and 6 others with defrauding $7.4 million from a subway construction contract. After a 9-month trial, all 8 defendants were acquitted on the state indictment. The Bronx investigations ended with the conviction of 2 Genovese soldiers for Nat Maselli's murder. Caffaro said Gigante approved the hit because the younger Maselli knew about Genovese rackets and had become an informer. Although the Bronx DA's office alleged that the federal government covered up contacts between Donovan and organized crime, Caffaro insisted that Nat Maselli's murder was unrelated to Donovan and Special Prosecutor Silverman's inquiry. Contradicting the DA, Caffaro said the Genoveses were unaware of the young man's involvement with the special prosecutor, and Chin wanted him killed simply because he was believed to be a rat. Caffaro also tipped the FBI on how Chin had paid $175,000 to trim 2 years from the 8-year federal sentence of his brother Mario for loan sharking and extortion. According to Caffaro, in 1984, Roy Cohn, the slick lawyer who represented numerous mobsters, told him that a 3-year sentence reduction would cost $250,000 and 2 years $175,000. Chin opted for 2 years, and Caffaro said he delivered the prescribed amount in cash to Cohn after the lawyer obtained the shorter term. How did Cohn manipulate the reduction? Fish assumed the money was used for a reach or a payoff, but he did not know to whom. On another occasion, Caffaro claimed that he laundered a $200,000 illegal bookmaking debt through Cohn's office. The debtor, a businessman, wrote a $200,000 check to Cohn's firm as a supposed legal fee, and Cohn passed along most of the money in cash to Caffaro and to Tony Salerno, after deducting a service fee. None of Caffaro's allegations against Cohn resulted in a criminal complaint against the attorney, who died in 1986, soon after Caffaro switched sides. From the start of his regime, Gigante worried that his underlings' loose talk could be perilous and used against him. No bug, no telephone tap, and no wired informer would ever ensnare Chin by obtaining an incriminating remark from his own lips. To protect himself from being implicated through circumstantial evidence in a RICO or other criminal indictment, Gigante circulated a warning to the Genovese and the other Borgatas that he would severely punish anyone who spoke his family name or his nickname in a direct or a telephone conversation. Top Lieutenants Benny Eggs Mangano, Baldy Dom Cantarino, and Quiet Dom Cirillo relayed the decree to all families. Never mention Gigante's name in a conversation. Genovese's soldiers could refer to him by pointing to or touching their chins, or by shaping a C with thumb and forefinger and saying, "That guy, my aunt," or "Aunt Julia." During a meeting over joint construction rackets, the Gambino's Sammy the Bull Gravano was admonished by his Genovese counterpart, Vincent DiNapoli, for using Gigante's name. Teasing De Napoli, Gravano deliberately asked about Chin's views on an interfamily issue. "Sammy," De Napoli said gravely, "you get caught on tape, or you get this guy in trouble, you're going to get hurt." Anthony Tortorello, a Lucchese soldier, was overheard by a Genovese gangster in 1986, asking why Chin was upset by drug deals when he himself was profiting from trafficking by his men. A furious Gigante sent Consigliere Luis Bobby Mana to the Lucchese hierarchs, demanding that Tortorello be killed. Gaspipe Casso, then the Lucchese underboss, agreed that Tortorello had sinned, but considered him too valuable to be whacked. Appeasing Gigante, the Lucchese leaders pledged that Tortorello would be severely beaten for insulting Chin. A phony mauling was staged to satisfy Gigante that the violator of his edict had been punished. A Colombo mobster, Joseph Joe Black Gorgone, was picked up on an FBI bug, saying that Gigante was merely acting and was not crazy. A report reached Gigante that the Bureau had taped Gorgone's remark. "I'll kill him if that statement ever makes it into a courtroom," Gigante threatened in a message to the Colombo consigliere, Carmine Sessa. One medical condition Gigante was not faking was his coronary ailment. In 1988, he underwent an aortic valve replacement, and a pacemaker was inserted to regulate his heartbeat. Convalescing that autumn, he agreed to John Gotti's bid for a truncated commission meeting. Gotti's people arranged the first face-to-face conclave between the two bosses, in the apartment of Gambino capo Frankie D'Appolito's brother. The Gambinos figured that it would be a safe site for Gotti, in case the meeting was a setup by Gigante to ambush him. They were unaware that it was even safer for Chin. His relatives had an apartment in the Greenwich Village complex. After Gotti arrived with the Lucchese representatives, Vic Amuzzo and Gaspipe Casso, Gigante showed up, accompanied by his underboss, Benny Eggs Mangano. Wearing pajamas and a robe, he explained that he was recovering from his recent surgery in an apartment used by his mother and other relatives. To attend the meeting, all he had to do was step into the elevator. The main topic was approval of seats on the commission for the Colombo and Bonanno Borgatas. Gigante had no objection to the reappearance of the strife-torn Colombos, but he rejected Gotti's proposal to allow the Bonannos to return from exile. Recognizing the Bonannos' Joe Massino as acting boss with full voting rights would allow Gotti to dominate the mob's Supreme Council, with a sure 3 votes out of 5. Massino was Gotti's ally and would be beholden to him in the event of any disagreements between the Genovese and Gambino families. More than likely, the Colombo delegate, Vic Orena, would also line up with the Gambinos. Chin could count on support from the Lucchese combination of boss Vic Amuzzo and underboss Gaspipe Casso, who disliked Gotti and had joined in Gigante's plot to kill him. Chin was taking no chances on relinquishing control of the commission by giving Gotti 2 satellite votes. Another item was replenishing the family's ranks. Chin complained that the Luccheses had recently made 11 men without vetting them with him. Moreover, he objected to one of the candidates, mocking him as a Good Samaritan because he had helped the police arrest a mugger. "He's no longer a problem," Gaspipe chimed in. "We killed him." Both the Gambino and Genovese families, the nation's 2 largest mafia borgatas, were down from their maximum strength of roughly 400 soldiers each. Seizing on the reduced ranks situation, Gotti urged Gigante to reinforce his family with 40 additional men. Sammy the Bull Gravano knew that Gotti was scheming to undercut Gigante and to court loyalty from the new Genovese cadre by informing them that he was responsible for their admission into Cosa Nostra. Chin saw through Gotti's machinations and, according to Sammy, curtly rejected the idea. "Why would I have to make men for you to respect them? If they were with me, you would respect them, no? I appreciate your concern, but I'll make those moves when I'm ready." Gravano was impressed by a remark Chin made about surviving as a Cosa Nostra Don. Mentioning that he'd had enough wealth from his own schemes, Gigante said he was not pressing his crews for huge cuts from their rackets. Sammy the Bull thought that was a smart strategy for ensuring loyalty in a family that had plenty to go around, more than $100 million a year. Before the meeting broke up, Gigante discussed his heart surgery and opened his pajama top to show a huge scar on his chest. As they left the apartment, Gotti remarked to Gravano how clever and security-conscious Gigante had been to arrange for their first meeting in a building in which he was living. "He's smart as a fox, this guy," Gotti said grudgingly. It was the only sit-down ever held between Gigante and Gotti. One thorny topic left off the agenda was the conviction of several New Jersey Genovese members, accused in a federal indictment of conspiring to kill Gotti and his brother Gene. Although no criminal accusations were lodged against Gigante, the New Jersey charges generated a buzz inside the mob that Chin had issued a contract on Gotti. Before their commission session, Gigante had tried to smooth over the issue. Through a conciliatory message to Gotti, Chin assured him that the New Jersey gangsters, including his consigliere Bobby Mana, were renegades who had conspired without his knowledge. Gigante's explanation was a patent lie, and Gotti was not deceived. But Gotti was wary about taking on Gigante and his army. Listening to Gotti's bugged conversations, Bruce Mao, the head of the Gambino squad, sensed Gotti's concern about crossing swords with Chin. "We heard John trash everybody. He called the Colombos Cambodians. Vic Amuso and Gaspipe were ridiculed as the circus. He even mocked his good friend Massino. But he never trashed Chin. Never once. He always spoke of him with deep respect." Gotti failed to grasp the extent of Gigante's hatred. He never realized that Chin schemed with two disloyal Gambino capos, Jimmy Brown Faya and Danny Marino, to whack him, and thereby himself become the kingmaker in the Gambino family. To avenge the assassination of his ally Paul Castellano, Gigante told confidants, "Somebody has to pay." Although he failed to eliminate Gotti, Chin exacted a heavy toll from his devoted entourage, killing 3 of them. He authorized contracts on Frank DeChico, Gotti's first underboss, Eddie Lino, a Gambino capo, who was on the hit team that clipped Castellano outside Sparks Steakhouse, and Bartolomeo Bobby Borelli, a Gotti chauffeur and bodyguard. The Lucchese's Gaspipe Casso, in an interview, claimed that he helped arrange the 3 hits. When Chin learned that the FBI had his townhouse under surveillance, and the commission case revealed the effectiveness of the government's electronic eavesdropping, his obsession with insulating himself was further heightened. Simultaneously, he tried to beef up his medical record of incompetency. Under the care of his personal psychiatrist for treatment of dementia rooted in organic brain damage, Gigante's stays in a mental health clinic at a Westchester County hospital became more frequent. Over 2 decades, he checked into his favorite clinic 28 times for tune-ups. Of course, he knew it would embarrass the FBI to drag him inhumanely out of a psychiatric ward to stand trial. Within the Genovese family, Gigante cultivated his penchant for constant vigilance and covertness. He instituted longer testing periods or apprenticeships before inducting members, and he instructed capos and soldiers to conceal as long as possible the identities of prospective soldiers from other families. The secrecy, he thought, would prevent investigators learning from informers about new and possibly vulnerable Genovese inductees. Concealing rookie soldiers from the other Borgatas would also camouflage the actual Genovese strength in the event of a violent showdown. In another directive, capos were urged to keep a low profile to avoid being seen in public with him, and to forward all messages through 2 trusted lieutenants, Quiet Dom Cirillo and Benny Eggs Mangano. The main communications link to and from capos and soldiers in the field to the Genovese godfather was Quiet Dom, dubbed in the family Il Messaggero, the messenger. Cirillo was a big moneymaker for Gigante. handling Chin's loan sharking bank. Quiet Dom went back a long way with Gigante, a time when they both had been club boxers in the late 1940s. Cirillo's prize-fighting career ended in quick failure. A welterweight, he lost 3 bouts by knockouts and managed 1 draw before retiring ingloriously at age 20 from the ring. Investigators looking to connect Cirillo to Gigante found him to be a skilled dodger. Leaving his home on the Bronx, he drove onto a highway and at high speed abruptly pulled over to the side of the road while his tails zoomed past his car. In Manhattan, Quiet Dom had innumerable escape routes. He would go into an office building or a restaurant that had more than one exit and often lose us by darting out of one of them, John Pritchard, the FBI supervisor, said. Before Chin's ascension, the New Jersey crews strutted around almost brazenly, greeting each other outside hangouts with traditional mafia embraces and kisses. Robert Puccino, the New Jersey's Organized Crime Division official, soon noticed the mounting caution of the Genoveses under Chin's rigid command. Soldiers stopped greeting each other effusively in public, became more watchful, and took exceptional measures to deter surveillance. Sometimes the gang's best efforts failed, as when the FBI uncovered meetings of a New Jersey crew in a Hoboken restaurant's toilet and bugged it. One soldier, Tino the Blade Fiammata, an important Genovese racketeer on the New Jersey waterfront, conceived a disappearing act that worked for a while. Puccino's investigators eventually deduced Fiammata's trick. He was traveling to meetings curled up on a car floor or in the trunk to avoid being tracked. A recognized connoisseur of mafia talent, Philadelphia underboss Phil Leonetti gave Gigante's administration the highest compliment. Known as Crazy Phil for his murderous rampages, Leonetti, the nephew and protege of the imprisoned Philadelphia boss Nicodemo Scarfo, defected and became a government witness in 1989 after indictments for racketeering and murder. Debriefed by agents, he described Chin Gigante's administration as the most sophisticated, cautious, secretive, and powerful Cosa Nostra family in the United States. 49. Chin's Millions. Providing a crash course in Mafia Economics 101, Fish Cafaro explained how the Genoveses prospered to a Senate committee in 1988. My family made a lot of money from gambling and the numbers rackets. We got our money from gambling, but our real power, our real strength, came from the unions. With the unions behind us, we could shut down the city, or the country for that matter, if we needed to get our way. Cafaro was right on the mark. The government's anti-mafia crackdown in the mid-1980s had crushed Fat Tony Salerno and Matty the Horse Agnello, and dismantled several of their construction and extortion rackets. Nevertheless, the Genovese family's mob industries were practically unimpeded. Rivers of cash still cascaded from gambling and loan sharking, and the family's most prized gold mine, labor rackets, flourished. Chin Gigante's brigades counted on unending payoffs and well-paid no-show jobs from their under-the-table arrangements with corrupt union mandarins. The Borgata also got willing assistance from unscrupulous management associations in 4 sizable industries: the Fulton Fish Market, conventions and trade shows, garbage collection, and waterfront services. In the darkness before dawn, tractor-trailers rumbled over the cobblestones of Lower Manhattan, and workers grappled with ice-coated crates to keep fresh fish moving through the nation's largest wholesale seafood distribution center, the Fulton Fish Market. Operating since 1833, the market inspired colorful tales of gritty merchants and laborers toiling from midnight to dawn on the banks of the East River to supply the New York area with every species of salt and freshwater produce. By the 1930s, the mafia was entrenched in the market, largely due to the ruthlessness of Joseph Sox Lanza, a hands-on capo. Lanza organized a seafood workers' local and acquired his nickname for punching out merchants and suppliers who refused to pay him for permission to do business in the market. Largely through control of the union that Lanza had formed, 50 years later, the Genovese family was still the dominant, invisible force in a $1 billion a year enterprise. To survive, more than 100 trucking companies and 50 wholesalers depended on the rapid unloading of quickly perishable seafood brought into New York 5 days a week. The mob's iron grip derived from this movement of food in and out of the market. 6 companies called unloaders were the only ones authorized by the Genovese family to unpack refrigerated trucks arriving with their valuable catches from East Coast ports and fish hatcheries. The self-appointed mob-approved unloading companies operated without required municipal licenses in the market on city-owned land. They granted themselves exclusive territorial rights to unload trucks, to set the order in which the vehicles were handled, and to dictate the prices for their services. Supplies were not unloaded on a first-come, first-served basis. For prompt delivery to a wholesaler's stall, only a few feet away, the merchant or the trucking company had to bribe the unloaders. Otherwise, the seafood was left to spoil on the pavement and become worthless. A similar setup of unlicensed companies, known as loaders and endorsed by the Genovese Borgata, handled all after-sale transfers by wholesalers to their customers. Only a handful of mob-favored loading companies was allowed to transport the food on handcarts from wholesalers to the parked vans or trucks of customers, essentially hundreds of restaurateurs and suppliers to retail stores. No one who sold or bought fish or seafood had a choice in selecting an unloader or loader, dickering over the prices charged, or even choosing a parking space. An intimidating frontier-style justice prevailed, where the laws of the state could not reach. The mafia's presence and its culture of suspicion intimidated honest merchants and workers, preventing them from cooperating with investigators or testifying. The rare rebel who objected to the established order would find his vehicle vandalized, his tires slashed, and himself threatened with being manhandled or worse. Since all vendors and customers were subject to the same conditions, the market functioned on the principle that the jacked-up costs were simply passed along to the customers. Over half a century, sporadic investigations would temporarily remove mafiosi, such as Sox Lanza and several of his successors, from the scene. The Genovese family simply brought in a replacement enforcer to continue its exploitation. City officials responsible for licensing merchants and monitoring business practices at the market privately admitted that the atmosphere was too dangerous and volatile for civil servants to supervise. Since few wholesale vendors and suppliers had the guts to complain publicly, the city government, in effect, decided to allow the mafia to profit so long as a plentiful amount of seafood was available in restaurants and stores. Chin Gigante appointed 2 capos, Rosario Ross Ganji Sr. and Alphonse Malangone, to control the market and funnel profits to the regime. Both captains, along with Carmine Romano, a former Genovese controller, had sons who owned wholesale seafood companies in the market. Ganji was listed as an employee of a fish company, and Malangone was often seen in the area, allowing his ominous countenance to be known. His nickname, Ali Shades, came from dark lenses he wore because of an eye ailment. The unloading and loading system alone netted $2 million to $3 million a year in fees, more properly called shakedowns, for the Genovese. Each year, about 150 million pounds of fish and seafood were sold, totaling $800 million to $1 billion in sales, salaries, and ancillary services, with a goodly portion siphoned off by mobsters as phantom partners in companies doing business there, or for protection from union problems. The market was a prime setting for other fundamental Cosa Nostra crimes: thefts of seafood from the arriving trucks, and fleecing the 1,000 market employees through gambling and loan sharking. The market is the most intractable organized crime problem in the Northeast. Michael Cherkasky, a prosecutor and official in the Manhattan DA's office, observed in the early 1990s, "You remove one guy, and a whole set of two-bit hoods are lined up to replace him. In 1986, the glittering glass-sheathed Jacob K. Javits Convention Center, stretching over 5 blocks, was completed by the state on Manhattan's West Side. Named after a U.S. senator and built at a cost of $486 million, the modernistic atrium-styled showplace was conceived to bolster the city's economy. Projected to host 80 top-flight industrial trade shows and conventions annually, the facility was seen as a surefire way of creating jobs, aiding the hotel, restaurant, and transportation industries, and generating billions of dollars in sales and hotel guest taxes for the city and the state. Unforeseen by its planners were the opportunities the site offered to the Genovese family. From opening day, Cingigante's minions turned the soaring 185-foot-high Crystal Palace into a hiring hall for mafiosi and ex-convicts and a choice arena for pillaging. The abusive system rested on the Borgatas' control of the Carpenters' Union, which had a collective bargaining agreement with the center that gave it the sole right to select 100 carpenters to work there. These jobs, assembling and disassembling exhibits, were plums, paying the highest union wages, and considered recession-proof. More important, the Genovese family, through its sway over the union's top command, designated the chief shop steward at the center, the official who assigned carpenters to work there. A steward's primary watchdog function is to guarantee that collective bargaining agreements are fulfilled by employers. Under the Genovese plan, the steward at the center became an essential gear in bullying companies that built and assembled the displays and exhibits used at trade shows and conventions. It was the tried-and-true mob tactic of threatening slowdowns or work stoppages, unless payoffs were made through the steward. The official also had the muscle to overlook union contract violations in exchange for kickbacks. The principal favors given to display construction companies in return for bribes were double-breasting, permitting low-paid non-union workers on a job, and lumping, paying wages below the hourly rate. These illegal practices enabled companies to avoid fringe benefit contributions to the union's pension and welfare funds and added to company profits. About 50% of the take arranged through the stewards was channeled to the Genovese administration. Understandably, the entire pool list of carpenters hand-picked by the stewards eagerly complied with the corrupt deals. Most were made men or associates in the Borgata, and many had criminal records. They somehow were given preference to Javits' jobs over 25,000 other union carpenters. 2 of the first shop stewards had little experience as carpenters, but nevertheless were approved by the union's highest officials for the post, with a starting salary of $100,000 a year. One was Ralph Coppola, a soldier in the Genovese family and a convicted arsonist. He was succeeded by Anthony Fiorino, brother-in-law of Laborio Barney Bellomo, a Genovese capo, who replaced Fat Tony Salerno as head of the family's East Harlem and Bronx crews. Fiorino had been a jeweler before being appointed a carpenter's shop steward. His main claim to fame was having won several professional paddleball tournaments. As the word of extortion and union problems created by the Genovese gangsters filtered out, trade show and convention business at the Javits Center shriveled during its early years. The Javits management originally had anticipated attracting 5 to 10% of the $73 billion spent annually in the nation on major conventions and trade expositions. Instead, it was drawing 2% and bleeding red ink, losing about $1 million a year in operational costs. Besides high-paying and no-show jobs and union shakedowns, there were other money-making opportunities at the center for the Genovese wise guys. From 1986 to 1991, the value of stolen merchandise and equipment lifted from trade shows and conventions ranged between $500,000 and $1 million annually. Almost any movable item was apt to be stolen. At a trade show for Vision products, a sealed package containing 525 artificial eyes was snatched. It was a theft that probably proved difficult to fence. But overall, the Jacob K. Javits Convention Center was a pleasant crime and corruption playground for Chingigantes Borgata. Garbage is always a messy business, and getting rid of it became too expensive for the city of New York. In 1957, to sharply cut costs, the city undertook a radical step. It stopped carting garbage from office buildings, factories, restaurants, hospitals, and all non-residential enterprises, from the largest elegant department stores to the smallest mom-and-pop candy store. The goal was to reduce the sanitation department's budget by limiting its task to collecting residential trash. All commercial pickups were privatized, handled by companies licensed and regulated by the city. The city naively believed private carters would do the job more efficiently and cheaper than the sanitation department. Within a decade, the Genovese and Gambino families were the ones cleaning up from the changeover. Just as the Lucchese's and Gambinos manipulated a trade association and the Teamsters Union to organize a refuse collection cartel on Long Island, the Genoveses teamed up with the Gambinos to duplicate that rich racket in the city's 5 boroughs. Domination of Teamsters Local 813 and of management groups enabled the families to dictate terms throughout the garbage hauling industry. Mobsters decided which customers, called stops, companies could retain or seek, and the prices they charged. Conditions for doing business in the city were arranged by 2 citywide trade and borough associations, run by the Genovese and Gambino families: the Waste Paper Association and the Association of Trade Waste Removers of Greater New York. Any maverick carter who defied the association's rulings on carving up routes, selling stops to each other, and setting prices would be confronted by Teamsters union headaches and threats of violence and vandalism to equipment. An illegal but ironclad monopolistic regulation by the associations forbade companies from competing with other members for the same customer. All bids and prices for highly profitable stops were rigged. About 300 companies operated in the city in the 1980s and 90s, removing refuse from 250,000 businesses that paid out over $1 billion in fees annually. Businesses generally had no possibility of lowering costs, and only one choice of a carter: the company that the associations and removers determined was entitled to the stop. The corrupt practices created an inefficient crazy quilt pattern in which, in one instance, a dozen haulers operated on the same block in Midtown Manhattan. Although New York was the richest prize in the country for carters, powerful national companies stayed away rather than wrestle with the mafia. Soon after Browning Ferris Industries, then the nation's second-largest waste removal enterprise, dared to begin competing in 1992 for business in the city, it got a crude signal. The company's New York sales manager awoke one morning to find a dog's head on his lawn. Stuffed in the animal's mouth was a note: "Welcome to New York." "We knew that was a traditional warning from the mob not to get involved in New York," a top Browning Ferris official, Philip Angel, remarked, vowing that the company would not surrender to Cosa Nostra threats. Despite press accounts and allegations by investigators that the carting system was violent and sleazy, the city government was unable to overcome the lobbying and political pressure exerted by the carters' trade associations against imposing meaningful reform. Genovese appointees dominated the leadership of the Waste Paper Association, and its offices on Canal Street in downtown Manhattan were a base for Vincent Esposito, Chin's son by Olympia Esposito, and Vito Palmieri, one of his father's chauffeurs and bodyguards. The son also was employed by Angelo Ponte, the owner of a large carting company, and a popular downtown restaurant, Ponte's, who was an important member of the carters' associations. The versatile Ali Shades Malangone, the feared Genovese capo from the Fulton Fish Market, was also responsible for managing the family's carting interests. He exercised much of his control through his role as administrator of the Kings County Trade Waste Association. Molongoni's counterpart in the Gambino family was Capo Jimmy Brown Failla, a mafia elder statesman, who since the late 1950s was the ranking executive of the Trade Waste Removers Association. Every Tuesday, with unfailing punctuality, Failla arrived at noon at the association's office, carrying a supply of succulent Italian pastry. The Tuesday cannoli hatches were the sit-down days reserved for carters who had problems, or sought Failla's permission to clinch deals and rig bids for stops. Studies by the Rand Corporation, a private research group, and civic organizations in the late 1980s indicated that the two crime families shared a considerable fortune from overcharges. The analyses found that private garbage removal charges in New York were the highest in the country, twice as much as in Chicago, Boston, and Los Angeles. A typical bill for a grocery or a delicatessen ran to $15,000 a year, for a fast food restaurant, $36,000, and for a medium-sized restaurant, $50,000. Macy's at Herald Square paid about $500,000, a skyscraper office building, $1 million, and Con Edison, the utility company, $2 million. With average costs inflated by an estimated 40%, the Carters in the 1990s collected fees every year in the range of $1.5 billion. When investigative auditors finally got a look at the cartel's books, they found that the Genovese and Gambino families and their main garbage collector partners raked in a minimum of $600,000 every year in overcharges. And by capitalizing on lax city inspections, mob-affiliated companies cheated customers of hundreds of thousands of dollars annually by falsifying the weight of rubbish removed from many buildings and stores. Long before he portrayed the benevolent boss Don Corleone in The Godfather, Marlon Brando starred in a different Hollywood story of the mob. In the 1954 movie On the Waterfront, Brando was Terry Malloy, a gruff longshoreman combating Union racketeers. The film's graphic portrayal of mobster treachery, outrageous working conditions, and corruption on the Hoboken piers in New York Harbor was part of a groundswell to counteract mafia influence in the ILA, the International Longshoremen's Association. A cleanup campaign in the 1950s resulted in the establishment of a bi-state waterfront commission, empowered to regulate and license employees and companies and ban ex-cons with serious records from working on the New York-New Jersey piers. The Waterfront Commission ended the Shape-Up, a system in which employees did not have steady jobs, but had to show up every day and usually fork over part of their wages to an ILA dock boss in order to be hired. Since the 1930s, the Genovese and Gambino Borgatas had divided the waterfront loot, which was derived mainly from employee payoffs and from defrauding union welfare and benefit funds. The Gambinos controlled the ILA locals and chicaneries in Brooklyn and Staten Island, and the Genovese domain was the Manhattan and New Jersey piers. The abolition of the Shape-Up forced the two families to switch tactics from primarily victimizing workers to taxing stevedoring and shipping businesses in the vast harbor. Containerization revolutionized shipping in the 1960s and made the freight companies easier prey for the Cosa Nostra. Instead of gangs of up to 30 longshoremen unloading break-bulk cargo piece by piece, goods stored in huge containers were lifted on and off vessels by cranes. The modernized system concentrated the shipping industry primarily in the ports of Newark and neighboring Elizabeth in New Jersey, an area under the jurisdiction of a Genovese colony, ILA Local 1804-1. The new cargo handling system created a demand for dockside companies needed to maintain and repair containers. Soon enough, the Genovese and Gambino Borgatas controlled the trade organization, The Metropolitan Marine Maintenance Contractors Association, METRO, representing the 24 firms that negotiated industry-wide with the ILA. Top administrative posts in the ILA local and in METRO were filled by Genovese lackeys. With the union and METRO in its pocket, the family had the New Jersey side of the harbor in bondage. The repair firms were extorted in exchange for sweetheart union contracts and to prevent featherbedding, the compulsory hiring of unneeded employees. On the union end, mob-allied consultants were awarded hefty contracts for advice on investments of hundreds of millions of dollars in members' benefit funds. Kickbacks for these contracts were laundered for the private benefit of Genovese bigshots. An FBI probe in the late 1970s resulted in 117 convictions of ILA officials, businessmen, and several Genovese and Gambino soldiers for extortion and corruption in East Coast harbors. The intermittent pressure, however, failed to dislodge the Genovese hold on Local 1804-1 and on Metro at Port Newark and Elizabeth. Evaluating the Genovese successes in the harbor, Robert Buccino, the deputy chief of the New Jersey Attorney General's Organized Crime Division, considered Gigante's gang a frustrating opponent. "We've attempted to infiltrate them over the years and always struck out," Buccino commented in 1989, conceding that the Genoveses were the most powerful crime family in the state. At their 1988 commission meeting, Chin Gigante disparaged John Gotti's delight in his son's initiation into a Cosa Nostra life. While Chin's oldest son, Andrew Gigante, was not a made man, Chin had no objection to his enjoying the fruits of the family's harbor ventures. A prime example of no-show largesse. Andrew landed executive jobs with 2 Metro companies, paying him $340,000 a year in combined salaries, and he was a stockholder in another container repair company in New Jersey and a shipping company in Miami. Inside the Genovese family, savvy capos and soldiers were aware that Chin was opposed to his son's formally embracing a life in Cosa Nostra. But they recognized another aspect of the father-son relationship. Andrew was Chin's surrogate, guarding the regime's valuable interests in Port Newark and Elizabeth. As the 1980s ended, the FBI and the Justice Department's best-informed mafia experts had to admit they had been duped by Gigante's erratic behavior into designating the wrong man as the Genovese boss. The Genovese were different from other families, who had clear lines of reporting, FBI squad supervisor Donald Richards discovered, adding that Chin's maneuvers to keep the FBI off balance had worked. "Based on surveillance and informers, we thought Salerno was the boss. It turned out that Chin was more powerful than we originally suspected." Michael Chertoff, the lead prosecutor who obtained the commission case convictions, which listed Fat Tony as a godfather, cited trial evidence that Salerno went to commission meetings and was treated and respected like a boss. Perhaps, Chertoff conceded, Gigante and Salerno should have been viewed as co-equals, with Salerno the chairman of the board and Chin the CEO. The FBI's organized crime supervisor in New York, Jim Kostler, had no regrets about the fairness of Salerno's conviction and branding him the family's top chief. Even if he was a front, to all intents and purposes under the law, he was the boss, making decisions, settling disputes, going to all the commission meetings. You can't take away the fact that Fat Tony was acting as the boss of the family. Fish Cafaro's defection in 1986 and later testimony cleared the smokescreen covering the family's hierarchy and finally exposed Gigante's omnipotent position. After flipping, Cafaro wore a wire for a year, but he was unable to get close to Chin, let alone talk with him. Cafaro's undercover work produced one mid-level narcotics trafficking case for prosecutors. Overall, he did not severely damage the family or obtain what the FBI wanted most of all: strong evidence to implicate Gigante in a crime. Unlike other Borgata leaders, the resourceful Chin Gigante could not be trapped through bugs or telephone taps. Outside his select inner circle, no one was allowed to venture near him or gain his ear or his trust, and he seemed to possess a dedicated following of soldiers and associates who would never betray him. John Pritchard, the FBI's Genovese Squad supervisor, who went on to hold high city and state law enforcement posts, tipped his hat to Gigante's evasive abilities. Without a doubt, he was the smartest, most scheming mafia figure to come down the pike in my time. There seemed to be no way to get him. 50. I know where bodies are buried. Lying comfortably in bed with his girlfriend snuggled beside him, Bobby Farenga felt secure. He had a $20,000 stash from the sale a few days earlier of half a K of coke, and good prospects for future drug scores as a middleman who was being supplied by a reliable importer. Dozing off, he heard a rustling at the front door of his Brooklyn apartment. "Open up, FBI. We have a warrant for your arrest, Bobby," a harsh voice commanded. Before he could get his brain clicking or a foot onto the floor, the door sprang open and a small army of men, guns drawn, invaded his bedroom. Bobby, Barclay was his given name, but it was too pretentious sounding in his line of work, and he never used it, had been busted for the half-kilo sale. It was an FBI sting, and he had fallen for it, selling the cocaine to an undercover agent posing as a buyer. The raid that November night in 1987 was routine, one of scores made by an FBI NYPD narcotics task force, trying to contain the irreversible torrent of drugs into the city. All the raiders knew about Bobby Farenga was that he was a low-level scrounger in the narcotics universe, with no tight connection to major drug dealers or to organized crime. But his arrest was about to prove the validity of the adage voiced by the old Cosa Nostra prophets about the pitfalls of narcotics trafficking. Dealers, faced with long prison sentences, will squeal and endanger everyone, including the bosses. Bobby Farenga had never even seen Vincent Chin Gigante, the mafia enigma who had stymied the FBI. Yet his two-bit arrest would steer the FBI onto a serpentine road leading to the Genovese Godfather. The squad of 8 agents and detectives that burst into Farenga's nondescript bachelor apartment in Bay Ridge was spearheaded by Louis Schillerow, the FBI supervisor of the Joint Narcotics Task Force. Schillerow went directly from law school into the Bureau and was admired by fellow agents as a brainy guy who could grapple with the complicated nuances of criminal statutes and also devise tactics for the risky duties of disarming felons without anyone getting hurt. Most agents dreaded assignments to New York, but Schillerow had grown up in Long Island, understood the area's ambiance, and had volunteered for New York's 2 most dangerous units, narcotics and organized crime. His ability to unravel complex cases was quickly recognized, and within 3 years, he was supervising an investigative squad, an impressive achievement for a relative newcomer in the starchy bureaucracy. Before retiring, Schillerow went on to head the Bureau's New York office. Quiet and reserved on the outside, he chafed at paper-pushing administrative duties and, whenever possible, was out on the street, tailing suspects, questioning witnesses, and nabbing mutts, bad guys. Enjoying the detective work and the action that came with hunting mobsters and narcotics traffickers, Schillerow described his job as like having the best seat at a Broadway show. Slightly built, bespectacled, and sporting a droopy mustache, he hardly typified the canonized image of a hardened G-man. But in the mid-1980s, he was the lead agent and supervisor of the squad that dismantled the Pizza Connection, a network of Sicilian heroin traffickers. At the time, it was the biggest drug smuggling operation in the country run by the Sicilian Mafia. Apprehending Bobby Farenga was a small part of a larger investigation involving a web of some 20 heroin and cocaine dealers. A stoolie, acting as an intermediary, ratted out Farenga and introduced him to an undercover agent, who made the $20,000 buy when Bobby happily sold him a half kilogram, more than a pound of coke. Gaining sufficient evidence on Farenga through a wiretap, Schillerow decided to arrest him and obtained a search warrant for his apartment. In Lou Schillerow's book, Farenga was relatively insignificant, not a big dealer compared to what else we were doing. But there was always the possibility that he might know something about higher participants in the drug game, and notes in his home might provide clues to other traffickers. The 35-year-old Schillerow had refined narcotics raids to a fine art, eliminating the need for battering rams and ferocious gun battles. He preferred staging the arrests shortly after midnight, when the suspect was usually vulnerable, befogged by sleep, too confused to discard a drug cache, unlikely to resist, and prone to blurt out an incriminating remark. At Farenga's apartment, the raiders applied their usual break-in technique, issuing a loud official warning to open up as they wedged a specially designed tool, the rabbit, between the door jamb and the lock. In 5 seconds, the lock snapped open. Inside, the perplexed 40-ish Bobby Farenga, paunch protruding from his underwear, was handcuffed while his Miranda rights were read to him. Searching the one-bedroom apartment, a police detective spotted a loaded .25 caliber pistol resting on the night table next to Bobby's female companion's side of the bed. Schillerow ordered the woman arrested for possession of a gun. As she was being cuffed, Farenga's mind began to clear, and he realized that the agent with the conspicuous mustache was in charge of the show. After hearing the charge against him, Farenga asked to speak alone with Schillerow in another room. His first question was how much time he was facing for a half-K conviction. 20 to 25, Schillerow informed him. Federal drug laws were tough, even for first offenders. "Let her go," Farenga whispered. "Cut her a break. I can give you some pretty good stuff. I know where bodies are buried." Using a profanity or two, Schillerow cautioned Farenga that his tips would have to be valuable and accurate if he wanted to help himself and his girlfriend. "Don't waste our time, otherwise you'll be in bigger trouble." Farenga said he could lead the raiders that very night to a building in the Williamsburg section of Brooklyn, where 2 bodies were hidden. Farenga then startled Schillerow with another assertion. They were mob hits. "If you let her go, I'll take you there right now." Wasting no time, Schillerow hurried Farenga into his pants, and Bobby and his captors completed the 10-mile drive to the other end of the borough in about 20 minutes. At a 1-story brick warehouse in a grimy industrial section off Scott Avenue, Farenga stopped on a ramp in front of a loading dock. "Here's where you'll find Shorty. His feet are pointing to the warehouse," Farenga said confidently. Using 2 sledgehammers stored in their car trunks, agents and detectives made little headway hacking at the concrete surface. They needed help. By 3 a.m., the police department's Emergency Services Unit, a division used for rescue and hostage missions, was at the scene with huge generator-powered lights, drilling with jackhammers and using a backhoe to carve out a section of the ramp. 2 or 3 feet below the surface, the diggers unearthed bones, but they were from a chicken, not a human. The discovery cheered Farenga. "When we buried him, we had a takeout order of fried chicken, and someone must have tossed bones into the grave." Bobby reassured Schillerow. "It's the right spot." The wise guys obviously had worked up an appetite digging the grave. Another foot of digging turned up the body of Tommy Shorty Sparrow, a Colombo mafioso, wrapped in a sleeping bag. Then a second corpse was found inside a plastic sheath. It was the remains of Richard Scarcella, a Genovese associate. The second corpse was precisely where Farenga said it would be, beneath the urinal in the warehouse. "Every time we took a piss, we said it was on Richie," Farenga blindly told Schillerow. Despite the mess he was in, Farenga grew more relaxed, almost jovial as the night wore on, and his information about concealed bodies was proven accurate. Summoned in the middle of the night by the local police precinct, the owner of the warehouse arrived with his lawyer. an attractive woman in a red evening dress and high-heeled shoes. Maneuvering around the ogling policeman, the lawyer stumbled and was righted by Ferenga. "Thank you. You're a real gentleman," she said. "No, lady, I'm a criminal," he cracked. The warehouse owner was not amused. He had recently acquired the property, and now FBI agents and detectives were questioning him about 2 corpses. The questions were routine. He had no reason to worry. Ferenga had already filled in Chillereau about the building's former owner, who was deeply implicated in both homicides. With 2 bodies exhumed, Chillereau eagerly listened to Ferenga's sketchy accounts of the murders as they sat in a car outside the warehouse. Ferenga had dredged up 2 previously unknown mafia hits carried out by the same team of killers working for the Genovese family. He also opened the door to a separate, more intriguing revelation. He had peripheral knowledge of an ongoing multi-million-dollar fraud and bid-rigging racket conducted by 4 Cosa Nostra families. Through the arrest of a minor narcotics hustler, the FBI had bumped into 2 entwined cases. Even though Bobby Ferenga's ties to the Genovese family were remote, Chillereau knew his prisoner was more valuable to an organized crime squad than to his narcotics task force. The Lucchese squad had picked up signals about a new multifamily construction conspiracy, and Chillereau alerted the agent working the case, Richard Rudolph. Immediately, Rudolph and federal prosecutors in Brooklyn, Charles Rose and Gregory O'Connell, began the process of debriefing Bobby Ferenga. Rose and O'Connell were the same prosecutors involved in Gaspipe Casso's case. The background of the 2 murders was easy to assemble. Starting in the mid-1970s, Ferenga had teamed up on drug deals with Gerard "Jerry" Papa, a soldier in the Genovese family, and Peter Savino, like him, a Genovese associate. Over the years, he had helped Papa whack 5 victims. Papa did the dirty work, and Ferenga and Savino went along as accomplices, or to help dispose of the corpses. The 2 stiffs in the Williamsburg warehouse had been hidden there when Savino owned the building. Richard Scarcella was slain in 1978. A masonry contractor and an associate in the Genovese family, Scarcella made a fatal error on a renovation job at the home of Frank Funzi Thierry, a family hierarch. He asked Thierry to pay for the construction materials. Thierry assigned Papa to work over Scarcella for his disrespect in seeking money from a mob aristocrat. It was not a hit contract, but Scarcella was a tough egg, and fearing that he might seek revenge for a rough beating, Papa decided it would be expedient to shoot him. The second body in the warehouse was Shorty Sparrow, a Colombo capo missing for 7 years. Sparrow was shaking down and robbing drug dealers in Brooklyn, and Papa, Ferenga, and Savino divvied up a $500,000 fee from narcotics merchants for disposing of Sparrow and his brother. It was Savino's idea to deposit the bodies at the warehouse while construction work was going on. The newly poured concrete would create ideal concealed tombs. Bobby Ferenga's information was solid, and the slayings could be wrapped up as solved. But Jerry Papa, the shooter and arch-villain, was dead, blown apart 7 years earlier by shotgun blasts. More compelling for Richard Rudolph and prosecutors was the mafia interfamily bid-rigging plot that Ferenga had described. His statement added substance to rumors heard by agents that the mob was milking millions of dollars from contracts with the New York City Housing Authority, the agency that built and maintained vast public housing projects. Ferenga knew the outline of the scheme, but lacked specifics. He had invested in a window manufacturing company organized by Pete Savino that was an essential part of the scam, but had always been on the fringe of the conspiracy. His knowledge derived mainly from what Savino told him. Several years earlier, Savino had dumped him as a crime and business partner. Bobby's expertise was drug trafficking, not windows, and his information about the Housing Authority swindle was imprecise and dated. But he knew that Savino, with the muscle of the 4 families behind him, had dreamed up a surefire plan to rig bids for the installation of windows in housing authority projects. The key to unlocking what the prosecutors instantly codenamed the Windows case was Pete Savino, an unknown mob prodigy. An untypical wannabe without traces of wise guy associations in his early history, Savino had conventional, prosperous, rock-solid middle-class parents. No mafia relative influenced him with tales of the virtues of the honorable society. Growing up in Brooklyn's Bensonhurst section, he had been a good student, graduated from Catholic schools, and after a year of college, went into the family business, working for his father's metalworks factory. It was the mid-1960s, the golden age for the New York Mafia, and the bright 20-year-old Savino saw that mobsters, through the takeover of one union, had their claws in several construction businesses. The union, Local 580, of the Architectural and Ornamental Iron Workers, which represented window installers for jobs at major residential and commercial buildings, was mobbed up, and its officials got systemic kickbacks for sweetheart contracts. Over 6 feet tall, with jet black hair, dark, handsome features, and an innate gift of charming everyone he met, Savino decided that the quickest route to big money was through corrupt Local 580 shop stewards and their mob cronies. After working for the union, Savino allied himself with neighborhood buddies from his teenage days, Bobby Farenga and Jerry Papa, who had matured into eager Borgata recruits. Papa was in a Genovese crew run by Anthony Dutchy Tuzzo and was clued in on hoodlum angles for making quick bucks. Papa welcomed Savino as an underworld accomplice and taught him the basics of drug trafficking. They also devised a system of smuggling thousands of cases of cigarettes from southern states into the high-tax New York area. It brought them a profit of 50 cents for each carton. One transaction in New Jersey, however, flopped, and Savino was arrested in 1973 by the FBI on interstate smuggling and federal tax evasion charges. An agent in the Newark office offered to spike the most serious accusations and get Savino a suspended sentence for a reduced charge if he became an informer. It was a comfortable compromise for Savino. He avoided a conviction and for 14 years was listed by the Newark FBI office as CI, confidential informant. However, he provided little information to the Bureau about his pals or what he was really up to. "I never volunteered information," he later testified about that period. "I answered questions when they called, but withheld important information." There was plenty Savino could have told the FBI had he wanted to. His mafia business partnerships were making him rich. Then, too, there was the occasional murder. In addition to the 2 men interred in his Williamsburg factory and warehouse, he was an accomplice on 4 other hits with Jerry Papa, a total of 6, one more than Bobby Farenga had participated in. Through Papa, he met Gaspipe Casso and Vic Amuzzo of Lucchese family fame, and made hundreds of thousands of dollars by investing in their marijuana and Quaalude imports from Latin America. Savino was also flush with money from his corrupt Local 580 contracts, which allowed him to operate window manufacturing and installation companies under extremely favorable union terms. For selected bribes, the local gave him a competitive edge by allowing him to underpay and cheat his employees on welfare and medical benefits. Searching for larger and still easier payoffs, Savino spotted a windfall opportunity in the late 1970s from a new federally financed program. To conserve heating oil, the government's Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, began subsidizing the installation of double-glazed thermal window panes in public housing units. New York's Housing Authority was in line to have 900,000 windows replaced, with the goal of saving $5 million a year in heating bills. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to steal a fortune, and Savino, with Papa's assistance, convinced the Genovese regime that a cartel could reap enormous profits through rigged bids. It was almost a carbon copy of the Concrete Club, which the old Mafia Commission had successfully run for decades. The window installation program began in 1978. Savino organized two companies, Arista Windows and American Aluminum, to get his thick slice of the profits. Because the Lucchese's controlled Local 580, the Window Workers Union, the family naturally had to be brought in. Since the Colombo and Gambino families had hidden ownership in several window manufacturers, they also were added. 13 mob-connected companies, including Savino's, divided the work by determining among themselves who would submit the phony lowest competitive bid and substantially inflate all contract prices. The mobsters doubled and tripled what should have been reasonable profits on honestly competitive work. Besides the money that rolled in to mob-dominated companies through the exaggerated prices, non-mafia firms were permitted to join the cartel and paid a tax of $2 for each window they installed, with the kickbacks parceled out to the four families. With the Housing Authority planning to replace nearly 1 million windows, the families could be assured of more than $1 million in payoffs from non-mafia companies alone. Contractors excluded from the cartel were prevented from competing through intimidation. Sonny Morrissey, the Local 580 steward and the Lucchese's strong-arm pawn, warned outside firms what to expect if they honestly obtained a Housing Authority job. Morrissey threatened them with work stoppages. Every window they installed would be smashed, and their factories would be vandalized. His warnings and the power of his union were heeded throughout the industry. Pete Savino was not made, but his relationship with the Genovese family seemed solid, especially after Jerry Papa was inducted as a soldier in 1978, the year the cartel was created. Papa, who had branched into loan sharking, was a partner in Savino's two window companies, and more important, was his liaison with the Genovese administration. There was no hint of danger until July 1980, when Papa was killed by a shotgun blast, an obvious mob retaliatory hit for the slaying of the Colombo's Shorty Sparrow. After Sparrow disappeared, and long before his body was found in the warehouse, the Colombos suspected Papa had killed him because of disputes over money. Savino sweated out 2 months, worrying if, as Papa's partner, he was next on a contract list. In September, he got a call one afternoon to drop everything and report immediately to Ruggiero's restaurant on Grand Street in Little Italy. Someone in the Genovese family wanted to see him. It was the first time he had been summoned to a sit-down with unknown mobsters. One thought consumed him. He was being set up for a kill, and it was futile to attempt to escape. Ruggiero's was owned by a Genovese soldier, Joe Zito, who escorted Savino to a private room on the second floor. Seated around a table, with bodyguards nearby, were the mafia moguls Fat Tony Salerno, Funzi Thierry, and Chin Gigante. Savino was unable to camouflage his fear. His nerves were on fire, and he dabbed at slivers of perspiration creasing his face. This was it. He was sure the Genovese leaders were about to sentence him to an unpleasant death because he had dealt in drugs and had helped Jerry Papa kill Shorty Sparrow. "Calm down," Gigante spoke up. "You're not in any trouble. Just tell us the truth." Gigante did most of the questioning. First off, he wanted to know if the acting capo of Papa's crew had taken all of the dead man's assets, mainly his loan sharking money. When Savino confirmed this, he was surprised by Chin's reaction. Spitting on the floor in disgust, Gigante asked rhetorically, "Are these the new rules? We take money from widows and orphans?" Chin proceeded to tell him that Papa, as he suspected, had been executed in retaliation for murdering Shorty Sparrow. Not only had he lacked permission for the hit, but he had whacked a capo, a protected mafioso, from another family. Savino did not volunteer that he had helped conceal Sparrow's body under a canopy of concrete and had profited from the drug dealer's reward for Shorty's murder. In Savino's presence, the three leaders, he was unsure of their rankings, talked openly among themselves as to who would control him now that Papa was gone. "I'll take him," Gigante decided. Chin's first order to Savino was expensive. He had to shell out $1 million to the Lucchese families Gaspipe Caso and Vicamuzzo. At that time, the two future Lucchese despots were only soldiers and had given Papa $500,000 as an investment to expand Savino's window companies. They intended to cash in on the housing authority racket and Savino's other quasi-legitimate window enterprises. But Savino felt Gaspipe and Vic lacked business sense and were too meddlesome as partners, and he and Papa had dissolved the arrangement. Gaspipe had complained to Chin and was demanding $1 million, a $500,000 profit, from the Genovese clan because the upfront money had been given to Papa, a soldier in that borgata. Under the Mafia Code of Honor, the Genoveses were responsible for Papa's compact, even after his death. Chin told Savino to pay the $1 million on behalf of the family, and he pledged to cough up the money, even though Papa had kept the $500,000 for himself. A lowly associate in the family, a slave to the hierarchy, Savino had no right to complain or protest its decisions. Before dismissing Savino, Gigante instructed him to keep Benny Eggs Mangano apprised on all his window contract arrangements and decisions with other families. Mangano would be Pete's main conduit to Chin on all mob undertakings. Pete was obligated to report to Mangano 3 or 4 times a week at his club on Thompson Street in Greenwich Village. Chin also gave him permission to visit the Holy of Holies, his own hangout at the Triangle Civic Improvement Association. The meeting at the restaurant had cost Savino $1 million, but he was relieved to walk out alive. Chin and Mangano's clubs were opened to Savino for practical reasons. He was a big earner, and with Papa gone, the Genoveses needed his expertise to continue the window's profiteering. At the outset, Benny Eggs gave Savino lessons in Genovese protocol. He was never to mention any of Gigante's names in conversations, and if he had to refer to him, Mangano cautioned Savino, point to your chin and say, "this guy." Another expression that could be used was, "my aunt." Mangano and Baldi Dom Cantarino stressed that whenever he was asked by curious outsiders about Gigante's mental condition, he should reply, "Vincent's crazy." At the Triangle Club, Savino saw Gigante, sometimes dressed in pajamas and a robe, playing cards and holding private whispered conversations, often with Benny Eggs and Baldi Dom. He watched Gigante plod slowly along the streets, mumbling to himself, and once saw him pause on Sullivan Street to urinate on the sidewalk. But Savino understood that Gigante's behavior was fake, a standing joke. Gradually, Chin warmed up to Savino, but with his usual caution, never talked about exact details of the Housing Authority windows racket. Savino found him to be coherent, even when he was wearing pajamas. One afternoon at the Triangle, Gigante took him into the toilet, turned on the water tap, and in a whisper asked if anyone in the family or union bosses was squeezing him for additional payoffs or badgering him for free window installations in their homes. When Savino assured him that no one was pressuring him, Gigante replied, "Okay, I just wanted to know if anybody was taking advantage of you." Motioning Savino to follow him outside the club, Gigante, with a wink, said, "You know you can tell your friends that I'm not right. I'm not okay." Savino nodded, trying not to laugh or appear embarrassed, realizing that Gigante was honoring him by taking him into his confidence about his erratic stunts. Gigante showed his increasing regard for Savino by inviting him to meals in a private room at Ruggiero's restaurant. On one occasion, Joe Zito, the restaurant proprietor, began disparaging Savino's appearance. "You dress too casually," Zito said. "I'm going to change the way you dress and make a real man out of you." Picking up an umbrella with a distinctive duck's head carved on the handle, Gigante hit Zito on the forehead, adding sternly, "He dresses okay for me." Between 1980 and 1987, Gigante met numerous times with Savino, introducing him to his wife and his mistress. Chin objected to anyone else in the Borgata getting free services from Savino, but he encouraged him to replace windows at the Gigante home in Old Tapan and in his mistress's East Side townhouse. After meeting several of Gigante's children, Savino asked Baldy Dum about the son's occupations. "Vincent doesn't want to have his kids involved in the life," Cantarino said, ending the discussion. Savino was immersed in the life, and it could be scary. Once at 3 a.m., he was awakened at home by a telephone call from Baldy Dum. "Get down here right now," Cantarino barked. "I'm not coming back," Savino thought. Unaware of what fatal mistake he had made, Savino left all his pocket cash and jewelry with his wife. To him, it looked like he was being set up for a mob ride. No one would be seen leaving with him from his home, and he was to meet Cantarino on a deserted Greenwich Village block before dawn. There would be no witnesses to his disappearance. On Sullivan Street, Cantarino wordlessly escorted Savino to the rear of a barber shop near the Triangle Club. Gigante was waiting for him, holding a catalog of men's clothing in his hand. Pointing to jogging suits, Chin asked Savino, "Can you get me one in red, blue, and green?" Inwardly sighing with relief, Savino remembered having given a mail-order catalog to Cantarino, telling him that he would obtain whatever Chin wanted. "It's not for me, it's for my kids," Gigante said, handing the booklet to Savino. "You can go now." Pondering the events of the last few hours as he drove home, Savino fathomed that the late-night command appearance had been a test. Chin was gauging his unquestioning obedience and dependability at any hour, the hallmark of a made man. 51. Brought to bay. Chin Gigante's first line of defense against the FBI was his insanity subterfuge. He also hit upon the queer notion that he could safely conduct his underworld affairs late at night. Pete Savino learned from Baldy Dom Cantarino that their leader was unshakably convinced that FBI agents never worked after midnight. Gigante was certain that he would not be under the Bureau's surveillance during pre-dawn hours. Savino grew accustomed to late-night summonses, usually to the Triangle Club. At one session, in another test of his reliability, Gigante asked if he could get close, a euphemism for a hit, to a man who had killed the son of a Genovese soldier. Savino was reluctant because the target was a neighborhood acquaintance, but it would have been foolhardy to disregard Chin's request. He suggested a plan for the murder. "Take him," Gigante directed. To Savino's relief, before he could carry out his assignment, the intended victim was convicted of a crime and imprisoned. Despite occasional tense moments, Pete Savino enjoyed his ties to Gigante and his assured profits from the Housing Authority fixed contracts. His cartel stratagem worked to perfection, enabling him to buy a maroon Rolls-Royce and a Jaguar, and to move from Bay Ridge in Brooklyn to a more luxurious house in Staten Island. His financial future was bright, and his new factory in Brooklyn was humming to meet contracts obtained through his own business savvy and mob affiliations. Easy money whetted his philandering eye, and, although married 3 times, he had numerous paramours. His first 2 marriages, which produced 5 children, ended in divorce. At 40, Savino's once rugged physique became bloated and, rather than exercise and diet, when his weight reached almost 300 pounds, he underwent liposuction surgery to trim down. His schooling, a year at a Southern college, and early background set him apart from the mobsters he mixed with. They thought he was quirky. He read books and magazines. Even odder to them, he enjoyed collecting old Charlie Chan movies, the 1930s and 40s series about a brilliant Chinese detective. By 1987, Savino had given up the dangerous business of merchandising narcotics. He far outclassed Bobby Ferenga in underworld high finance, and had severed all relationships with his unreliable ex-partner. But it was Ferenga who led the FBI to his front door. Picked up for questioning, but not arrested, Savino heard the grim tidings that Bobby had ratted on him. The government had unearthed 2 bodies buried in the Williamsburg warehouse when he owned the building, and Farenga had yoked him to 5 murders, dozens of drug transactions, and the huge housing authority windows scam. Involving leaders in the Genovese, Gambino, Colombo, and Lucchese families, the Windows investigation had all the earmarks of a career-making trial for ambitious prosecutors and agents. Charles Rose, Gregory O'Connell, and the lead agent in the developing case, Dick Rudolph, were at the starting gate for a multi-family mafia trial. Centering on the new mafia overlords, the investigation loomed as potentially just as devastating to the Cosa Nostra as the commission trial had been. Though only a Genovese associate, Savino was the brains, and most likely would be the core witness against the mafia at a trial. His role was important enough for him to be in direct contact with mafiosi in 4 families, and he knew the statistics on how much money was siphoned by each of the Borgatas and by crooked union leaders. And there was yet one more riveting element to Savino's story. The mobster who had taken him under his wing, met with him frequently, and protected him for the last 7 years, was super cautious Vincent Cingigante. Only a little pressure from Rudolph and the prosecutors was needed for Savino to roll over, to confess all he knew about Gigante and other mafiosi. First, Rose met alone with Savino at a diner, and over coffee delivered an ultimatum. "You have 24 hours to agree to cooperate and help us, or you're going to jail." The next night, Savino showed up for a follow-up session with Rose and agents in a motel room in Queens, and heard the terms set by prosecutors and the FBI. Confessing to his own crimes was not enough to swing a soft sentence for him. The government could easily convict him for 6 murders and the multi-million-dollar swindle. To build a case against important mafiosi participating in the Windows scam, prosecutors needed more evidence than Savino's testimony. An admitted conspirator, profiteer, and murder accomplice, Savino's word alone would fall short of obtaining indictments, let alone guilty verdicts. Essential evidence could be obtained only if Savino worked undercover. Rudolph and the prosecutors wanted him to wear a wire and secretly record incriminating conversations about the ongoing bid rigging with as many players as possible, especially Cingigante. It was a risky proposition for Savino. Sure death if wise guys discovered the wire. The FBI could not protect him around the clock. Desperate for leniency, Pete Savino agreed to the terms. Otherwise, at 44, and looking ahead to a minimum of 20 years in prison, life seemed pointless to him. News of Bobby Farenga's arrest and the uncovering of the warehouse bodies had filtered out to the Genovese hangouts. No formal charges against Savino were made public, and to deflect suspicions that he was in the clutches of the law, prosecutors and agents devised a disinformation tale. Rudolph informed Savino's lawyer that he wanted to speak with Pete about the 2 corpses in the warehouse. The attorney, according to Savino, cooperated with the Genovese family and would communicate information about the FBI's interest in Savino to the Borgata's high command. Questioning Savino at the lawyer's office, Rudolph assured him that Pete was not a suspect in any crime. The agent's line was that the FBI was only interested in what Savino knew about the construction of the Williamsburg building, and who had access to it. Rudolph's questions painted Savino as an innocent, victimized businessman, and implied that the Bureau had other suspects in mind for the murders. The ruse seemingly worked. The lawyer passed along the news to the Genovese rulers that Savino was in the clear and had not divulged any useful information. The only snag in Rose and O'Connell's plan arose from the continual rivalries between the city's 2 federal Justice Department jurisdictions. A prosecutor in Rudolph Giuliani's Southern District learned of Farenga's arrest and began questioning him as a potential witness in an investigation of corrupt practices in the construction of a high school. Fearing that Giuliani's office might hijack the Windows case and get to Savino, The Eastern District's Andrew Maloney had another of what he termed sit-downs with Giuliani at FBI headquarters. Rudy knew it was shaping up as a major organized crime case, and he wanted to grab it. O'Connell, who was at the meeting, asserted, "We told him that Farenga didn't want to work with the Southern District, and Giuliani lost the argument." Savino's agreement required him to plead guilty to participating in 6 murders and to RICO violations. He did so at a sealed hearing, with the routine proviso that the maximum sentence of 20 years might be shortened, depending on his assistance in the investigation. Savino's main handler was Dick Rudolph, a native New Yorker who grew up close to the Gambino family's Bergen Club in Queens, and was well acquainted with mafia practices. A bored accountant, eager for a more adventurous life, he had joined the Bureau a decade earlier, at 26, and had spent most of his time in the Lucchese squad. It was now Rudolph's job to advise and direct Savino on the day-to-day tactics of collecting evidence that would stand up in a courtroom. For almost 2 years, they talked daily about the progress Savino was making and the perils surrounding him, usually meeting at night in New York motels or out of town. Regardless of the stress, Pete was a charmer and gregarious with a great sense of humor, Rudolph said. Putting aside the murders and other crimes in his background, there was a flip side to him that made being with him enjoyable. The undercover pursuit began in February 1988, with the wiring of Savino's Brooklyn office in Bay Ridge, where mob conferences on window contracts were sometimes held. Savino's most hazardous task was wearing a concealed body mic at mob clubs, in restaurants, in diners, and on walk-talks without arousing suspicion. To his amazement, he was never tossed, patted down and searched by a wise guy. Chin Gigante was the ultimate objective, and FBI technicians devised miniature equipment that presumably would record Gigante's voice even if he whispered in Savino's ear. Savino never caught him on tape, but he recorded dozens of incriminating conversations with representatives of the 4 families that suggested Gigante's involvement. On March 11, 1988, reviewing a contract with Mangano, Savino tried to interject Gigante's role in the conspiracy, saying, "Vincent had said when it comes time to—" Mangano cut him off. "Don't mention that guy." Trying again, Savino continued, "Okay, I won't mention him. All right, he said to go out and bid the work." The only reply he got from Mangano was, "Yeah." During a walk-talk with Savino in front of the Empire State Building, Mangano reiterated that he must falsify records to cover up the frauds. "But make everything above board, papers, everything legit. Keep your nose straight, because we're not looking to get caught in a trap here for no reason at all." On another occasion, Savino explained the ABCs of the rigged bid process to a newcomer, Vincent Ricciardo, a Colombo family enforcer, who had obtained a piece of a windows company. "Let's say a bid came out tomorrow and we flipped a coin." "Okay," Savino said. "This is 10,000 windows. All right, you won the toss. Now you get that one, the next one I get, whatever it is." Ricciardo emphasized that the 4 families would prevent any maverick company from landing a contract. They would arrange for a mob-controlled union to picket the building site. "We stop the job," he added. "It's that simple." Referring to a contractor who was balking at paying kickbacks of $2 for every window, Ricciardo had a solution. "I'm throwing him out that window. I'm telling you, he's getting it. He don't want to pay nobody. I'm telling you, Tuesday, he's going out that window." At a conference attended by made men from the 4 families, Sonny Morrissey, the local 580 official who was bagman and enforcer for the Lucchese's, angrily announced that a non-mafia-controlled company in the cartel had won a contract without permission. After Morrissey threatened to break every window on the project, the company withdrew its bid. As punishment for the owner, the families decided to tax him $14 a window on all future contracts. At Ruggiero's restaurant on June 5, 1989, Savino reported to Mangano that the Lucchese's gas pipe Caso and the Gambinos' Peter Gotti wanted more loot from the contracts. Setting Savino straight, Mangano admonished him to remember that the Windows racket belonged primarily to the Genovese Borgata. "It's all ours. Nobody's supposed to touch it," Mangano said firmly. It was one of his last face-to-face meetings with Mangano and other mafiosi. For almost 2 years, Savino had been on thinner ice than he realized with Gambino and Lucchese leaders. After the warehouse bodies were found in November 1987, the Gambinos' Sammy the Bull Gravano told Mangano that the wisest course would be to kill Savino and not take a chance that he might betray them. "Sammy," Benny Eggs replied. "I don't like him myself, but Chin loves him. We're not going to be able to do nothing." The ever-suspicious gaspipe Casso, alarmed by the warehouse discoveries, declared that Savino must be a rat and urged Gigante to whack him. "The robe said no," Gaspipe confided to Al Diarco, using his private derogatory nickname for Gigante. When news of the FBI's Windows case investigation surfaced in 1989, Casso had no qualms about killing a potential witness in his family, the associate Sonny Morrissey, although the union official had not turned and was himself under investigation. Paradoxically, the demands by the Gambino and Lucchese bigwigs for Savino's head might have protected him. Considering himself the supreme mafia boss in the country, Gigante had no intention of heeding the advice of rivals, particularly the detested John Gotti and Gaspipe Casso, a relative novice in high mafia politics. It was Chin's judgment call. No one in his Borgata had turned up a negative fact on Savino, and Pete had fulfilled every request asked of him. Greed might have also influenced Gigante. Early on, Savino had paid a $1 million Genovese family debt to the Luccheses, and he was a money engine for the family. The Housing Authority rigged contracts totaled more than $151 million for the four families. Although investigators were unable to put a precise price tag on the fraud, prosecutor Gregory O'Connell reckoned that multi-millions wound up in the pockets of Genovese gangsters. Gigante's confidence in Savino finally wavered in the spring of 1989. Gaspipe Casso's law enforcement moles reported that Savino was indeed spying for the government, and the Luccheses cut all contracts with him. Earlier, Benny Eggs Mangano became furious upon learning that Savino had failed to inform him about a meeting with Gambino and Colombo delegates. The discussion with other families sounded to Mangano like a double-cross, and Casso's warning rang more alarm bells for Benny Eggs. Danger signals were also going off at the FBI. On the afternoon of June 21, 1989, Savino got an ominous telephone call in his office. The caller refused to identify himself, but Savino recognized the voice of a Brooklyn mobster, who said he had seen Savino with FBI agents and was spreading that news. Discussing the call that night with Dick Rudolph, Savino described it as a prank and wanted to continue the undercover project. The agent was more perturbed. Savino's cover might be blown. "He's a wild card," Rudolph said of the mysterious caller. "Even if he didn't see anything, he might go around telling everyone that you're cooperating." Savino had survived 20 months as an industrious informer. Prosecutors had more than 50 hours of secretly taped conversations, and the evidence against high-echelon mafiosi from four families seemed strong. "We have a lot, and we need you as a witness, alive," Rudolph declared. That night, FBI agents drove Savino to his home in Staten Island, where he packed a suitcase, and then vanished into the Witness Protection Program. His third wife wanted to join him, but decided against it, because she would have been unable to bring along her young son from another marriage, without the father's permission. Welcoming Pete Savino into his exclusive flock, and later vouching for him after bodies were found in the Williamsburg factory, had been Gigante's egregious blunder. Chin's trust in Savino had endangered himself and his closest lieutenants, and provoked a groundswell of enmity from other families now in deep trouble. Even more embarrassing, Savino had damaged Chin's reputation for infallibility. Chin, put out a contract on Savino and uncharacteristically sought help from other Borgatas. During a walk-talk in Little Italy with Al Diarco of the Lucchese family, Jimmy Ida, the new Genovese consigliere, gave him a photograph of a bare-chested Savino, standing with another man. "Al, Vince needs a favor from you," Ida said. "We got reason to believe that Petey Savino and his partner are in Hawaii, and we understand that you got a guy in Hawaii. Vince would like to kill these guys." Guarded 24 hours a day by U.S. Marshals, Savino was never found by the mob. Genovese wise guys tried to intimidate him through a telephone threat to his wife, warning that she and her son were in danger if Savino testified. That day, she found a Molotov cocktail gasoline bomb with an unlit fuse in the front seat of her car. Although she was not formally in the witness protection system, the government began safeguarding her and her child. Lead prosecutors Rose and O'Connell fine-tuned the evidence for 11 months. And in May 1990, based largely on Savino's grand jury testimony and his tapes, Chin Gigante and 14 other mobsters and associates from 4 families were indicted on a RICO enterprise charge. They were accused of skimming tens of millions of dollars by controlling 75% of the window bids, $151 million from a total of $191 million in contracts awarded by the Housing Authority from 1978 to 1989. The thievery eclipsed by far that centerpiece of the commission trial, the Concrete Club. Although multi-millions apparently were ripped off by the mafia from concrete contracts, prosecutors could substantiate only $1.2 million collected over 4 years in that caper. Gigante was arrested in his pajamas at his mother's Sullivan Street apartment on the morning of May 30th, the day the indictment was unsealed. Told to dress, he put on a belted black bathrobe, shoes, and a woolen cap. Before his hands were cuffed behind his back, he wordlessly handed a card containing the telephone number of his brother Father Louis Gigante to an agent. Fingerprinted and photographed at FBI headquarters in Lower Manhattan, Gigante was more talkative. Asked by an agent about his eldest brother Pasquale, Gigante pulled out a mass card, indicating that Patsy was dead. "He's with God," Gigante said. Fingerprinting him, another agent made small talk, inquiring about his boxing days and how many bouts he had won. "I was a heavyweight. Then I lost weight and became a light heavy. It was a long time ago. I don't remember." At the arraignment, Chin was alongside his underboss, Benieggs Mangano, and Capo Baldi Dom Cantorino. Other arrests that morning were the Colombo consigliere Benedetto Benialoi, Gambino capo Peter Gotti, John's brother, and Lucchese capo Fat Pete Chiodo. 2 major defendants, Gaspipe Casso and Vic Amuzzo, the Lucchese leaders, were missing, having gone on the lam after a corrupt investigator warned Casso of the imminent arrests. In court, seated in the jury box with the other defendants, Gigante appeared disoriented, mumbling that he wanted to know when the wedding would begin. "Where's the bride?" he asked several times. Gigante's lawyer Barry Slotnick, contending that Gigante was mentally ill and unable to assist in his defense, obtained Chin's release on a $1 million bond supplied by his relatives. The tabloid press had a field day with Gigante's arrest and deportment in court. Headlines proclaimed him Oddfather and the Daffy Don. Submitting reports from psychiatrists that Gigante was deranged and maintaining that he was incoherent, defense lawyers won their first legal skirmish with the prosecution. Chin's case was severed from the trial of the other defendants until there was a ruling on his sanity and ability to assist in his defense. With Savino's testimony and his damaging tapes as the principal evidence, most high-ranking mafiosi in the Windows case were convicted. The Genovese's Benny Mangano and the Colombo's Benny Alloy were found guilty after a 6-month trial in 1991. Baldi Dom Cantorino died of natural causes before he could be tried. After being captured, Gaspipe Casso and Vic Amuzzo wound up with life sentences, imposed partly from the Windows indictment. The only big-time mobster acquitted was Peter Gotti, who was defended by his brother's lawyer, Bruce Cutler. Ripping into Savino's character, Cutler portrayed him as a serial murderer who had profited from a fraudulent scheme that he originated, and then tried to entrap others to save his own neck. The corruption, the soiling, the contamination is over here, Cutler, in his usual fiery manner, exclaimed, slamming his fist on the prosecution table. There was no smoking gun tape against Gotti. In fact, one recording indicated that he had lost money on an investment with a window company. "I've been in this already 2 years now," Gotti was heard griping. "I didn't make a quarter." The Windows trial gave Chin's lawyers a vivid preview of the government's strengths and weaknesses in the bid-rigging case, as they tried to prove he was mentally impaired. But delaying his trial inadvertently helped the prosecution to expand the charges against Gigante. As the complex legal battle over his competence dragged on, 3 important mobsters defected, each with new evidence against Chin. Sammy Gravano and Al Diarco were ready to testify that Gigante was a godfather, and to describe his relationship as a boss with the Gambino and Lucchese families. Diarco and Phil Leonetti, the turncoat Philadelphia underboss, were set to implicate him for ordering 6 murders and several attempted murders. Still free on $1 million bond, Gigante was back in court in June 1993. This time the lone defendant on a superseding indictment. In addition to the Windows racket, he was accused of more serious charges, being the Genovese boss and having authorized a series of mob slayings, including the bomb attempt on John Gotti's life that killed Frank DeCicco. In the meantime, a battery of psychiatrists retained by the defense diagnosed Gigante as suffering from hallucinations, schizophrenia, and dementia, possibly caused by Alzheimer's disease or organic brain damage from his days in the ring. At a climactic sanity hearing in the spring of 1996, federal prosecutors in Brooklyn presented rebuttal opinions from other psychiatrists that Gigante was sane, and testimony from Savino, Gravano, Diarco, and Leonetti that mafia leaders understood Chin's deranged behavior was an act. The defectors concurred that Gigante's Cosa Nostra counterparts would never have accepted him as a boss if they believed he was unstable. A federal judge resolved 6 years of litigation by ruling that Gigante was mentally competent to stand trial, and that he had engaged in an elaborate deception with the help of relatives to feign mental illness. But more delay was in store. On the eve of the trial's opening, Gigante, for the second time, underwent open-heart surgery, a double coronary bypass, and the trial was postponed for 6 months while he recuperated. Finally, in the summer of 1997, Gigante was rolled into a courtroom in a wheelchair by Father Lewis, and the proceedings began. The Gigante family cardiologist was in attendance daily, checking his patient's blood pressure and condition during every recess. For a month, a pallid Gigante sat at the defense table, staring blankly into space, moving his lips silently, as though talking to himself, or apparently dozing off while deserters testified, and the prosecution played bugs and wiretaps of mafiosi identifying him as a boss, and incriminating him in money-making plots and for arranging murders. Gigante's voice was on none of the recordings, but the government had tapes and wiretaps of mobsters, including John Gotti, referring to Chin and Vincent as a boss. Chin's threats to kill anybody who mentioned his name hadn't worked. At the close of the month-long trial, the prosecution presented its most dramatic witness, Peter Savino, in an obvious attempt to provide a compelling finale for the jury shortly before deliberations began. Robust and indefatigable when he went undercover for the government a decade earlier, Savino now looked weary and withered beyond his 50-odd years. Propped up in a wheelchair, gravely ill from cancer, and too weak to travel, he testified by closed-circuit television from an undisclosed location. Constantly wiping perspiration from his skeletal face, he was the only former collaborator who provided first-hand information about direct criminal deals with Chin. His recollections of Gigante discussing murders and racketeering schemes with him riveted the jurors and spectators as he appeared on 7 television screens in the hushed courtroom. Wincing in pain, his head sometimes sagging to his chest, and shifting uncomfortably in his seat, Savino needed several recesses to compose himself. In a halting voice he implored, "I got to take a break, please," and "I need to stop a minute now, guys." Without calling a single witness, defense lawyers counted on cross-examinations and summations to discredit the 6 defectors who sought leniency and a parade of FBI agents who swore that Gigante was a highly respected mafia overlord. The defense hammered at the fact that the government had earlier convicted Fat Tony Salerno of being the Genovese boss, at a time the prosecution now said Gigante had run the family. If the FBI had been wrong about Salerno, the lawyers argued, it was logical that the Bureau could be equally mistaken about the mentally and physically frail defendant, Gigante. An anonymous jury, a practice which had become de rigueur for mafia trials in New York, deliberated for 3 days. Perking up when the jurors returned, and looking more alert than he had at any time during the trial, Gigante rolled his eyes in apparent disbelief when the forewoman announced the verdicts. He was convicted on the most serious counts: serving as the Genovese godfather, participating in the Windows plundering, and conspiring to kill John Gotti, his brother Gene, and Pete Savino. As a poor consolation for him, the jury acquitted or deadlocked on charges that he had ordered 4 gangland murders in Philadelphia. Imposing a sentence of 12 years instead of a possible maximum of 27, and a $1.25 million fine, Judge Jack B. Weinstein reflected on Chin's career. He is a shadow of his former self, an old man finally brought to bay in his declining years after decades of vicious criminal tyranny. The judge was mistaken. Prison walls could not contain the old man's cunning or vicious criminal tyranny. 52. Chin's Last Hurrah. Imprisoned at age 69, Chin Gigante continued doing what he had done for decades. Behind bars, he acted as if he were mentally ill, and he remained the unchallenged ringmaster of the Genovese family. It took federal prosecutors 5 more years to unmask his true power. In 2002, he was indicted again, accused of leading his Borgata from prison. He was also charged with obstructing justice by pretending to be deranged, thereby delaying his previous trial for 7 years. This time, his son Andrew, a wealthy container shipping executive, was a co-defendant, identified as the courier who ferried his father's instructions on major policy decisions to mobsters in New York. The indictment alleged that Andrew, while not a made man, was a key player in the Genovese family and a powerful presence on the New York-New Jersey waterfront. Brought from the federal prison in Fort Worth, Texas, for his arraignment in Brooklyn, Chin resumed his befuddled pose. "I don't know what you're talking about," he spluttered when a judge asked if he had discussed the charges with his lawyer and how he wanted to plead. 15 months later, in April 2003, Gigante was miraculously cured of his brain damage / madness / senility / dementia / Alzheimer's disease / schizophrenia. On the first day of the trial, he was lucid, animated, and made a stunning confession. To avoid further prosecution, he admitted he had conned a succession of psychiatrists evaluating his mental competency over 3 decades. In exchange for his admission and a guilty plea to having obstructed justice, the government dropped the racketeering charge that he had continued to run a crime family from prison. A potential prison sentence of another 20 years was reduced to 3 more years, and 3 years of supervised probation. Following in his father's footsteps, 46-year-old Andrew, looking like a well-tailored executive, accepted a bargain, pleading guilty to racketeering and extorting $90,000 from a shipping company. He was sentenced to 2 years, a sharp drop from a possible 20 if convicted on all counts, and ordered to pay $2 million in fines. If he survives, Chin's earliest hope of freedom will come in 2012, when he will be 84. Clearly, father and son had viewed and weighed the weight of evidence that would have been lodged against them if they risked trials. Like John Gotti and his son, Chin and Andrew had been videotaped in prison, and their telephone conversations had been recorded. Prosecutors were ready to substantiate that Chin used code words and hand signals to transmit messages for Andrew to deliver to Genovese battalions. A solid witness with a long memory, a 79-year-old waterfront mobster and reputed hitman, George Barone, was eager to testify about Chin and Andrew's involvement in extortions at New Jersey and Miami ports. Barone renounced his mafia loyalty to Omerta after being indicted for waterfront racketeering and discovering that he was on Chin's hit list because of a money dispute with Andrew. Another scheduled prosecution witness, Michael Cookie Durso, a Genovese associate, had flipped after his arrest on a murder charge. Using a recording device secreted in a Rolex watch, Durso, over 2 years, had taped Genovese gangsters talking about Chin's supervising the family from his cell block and using his son as his intermediary. "Don't let anyone tell you we're dead," Capo Alan Baldilongo said on a recording. "We're not, because Vito, Genovese, ain't here no more. Vincent is." A soldier, Pasquale Falcetti, was heard telling Dorso about his illegal waterfront enterprises with Andrew Gigante. "Whatever the kid Andrew says, it comes from him," Falcetti said, touching his chin. "Who's going to challenge that?" Gigante's guilty plea was highly humiliating for the psychiatrists who had diagnosed his mental disintegration as irreversible. Dr. Louis Diadamo, Chin's principal psychiatrist for 17 years, in a court affidavit had described him as suffering from schizophrenia. Schizophrenia is a disease of the mind manifested by delusions, hallucinations, a thought disorder, and what we call negative symptoms. At the time of Gigante's 1997 trial, Dr. Wilfred G. Van Gorp, director of neuropsychology at Columbia University Medical School, said the patient was afflicted by moderate to severe dementia, which reflects significant underlying central nervous system dysfunction. In 2003, after Gigante acknowledged his charade, Dr. Van Gorp concluded that he might be both mentally ill and a faker. "The guy on the prison tapes is not the one I examined." Gigante's trial and reviews of his medical records disclosed another method he had employed to bilk the government. It might have been chicken feed to a mafioso of his stature, but Gigante and his relatives used the psychiatric diagnosis to obtain $900 a month in Social Security disability payments for Chin from 1990 until he was imprisoned in 1997, probably the easiest money Chin had ever scored. Copping a plea like a common criminal was an unprecedented capitulation for a prodigious Cosa Nostra don. Chin broke tradition by admitting guilt and negotiating a deal. Regardless of the sentence consequences, godfathers did not surrender and seek breaks from prosecutors. Such actions harmed mafia morale. John Gotti, Carmine Persico, Dux Corallo, and even the figurehead Tony Salerno had stuck to their guns. Gigante's rationale was obvious to prosecutors and investigators. He was helping his son Andrew and other relatives who had been compromised because of him. The plea deal with the government spared Andrew a long prison sentence for racketeering, although it shattered Chin's self-righteous posture that he had quarantined his children from involvement with the mafia. He had set up Andrew in a nefarious business, made him wealthy through mob muscle, and used him as a conduit to maintain control of the Borgata. Another hypocrisy spread by Gigante was that he insulated and excluded his immediate family from his Cosa Nostra affairs. In 2002, a prosecutor, Daniel Dorsky, seeking court permission to examine Gigante's medical records, indicated that his close kin had deliberately misled psychiatrists about his mental condition. The plea bargain specified that any relative who aided Gigante's deception would not be prosecuted for obstruction of justice. Immunizing his wife, mistress, children, and his brother Father Louis from indictments was a concession that Gigante wrung from the government. Chin learned the hard way that the era had ended when tolerant prison authorities allowed mafia bosses exceptional liberties, and mobsters ran entire wings of penitentiaries. Tight security and close electronic monitoring of visitors foiled attempts by John Gotti and Carmine Persico to dictate Gambino and Colombo policies from afar and to use relatives as messengers. Their attempts to maintain a semblance of control landed their sons in prison. Chin ran his family by remote control for 5 years before the government also caught up with him and Andrew. The precipitous slide in the Genovese family's fortunes began with the only mistake Gigante made in judging criminal character and loyalty. During his reign, he lowered his guard for one newcomer, Peter Savino. After the 2 bodies were found in Savino's old warehouse, Chin disregarded warnings from other mafiosi and allowed Savino to continue his usual family activities, although he had never previously hesitated whacking anyone who might endanger him. Pete was absolutely the cornerstone for getting Chin convicted. Before him, there was almost nothing to build on, the FBI's Dick Rudolph pointed out. Gregory O'Connell, the Windows case prosecutor, also credits Savino with unintentionally setting in motion the Genovese family's decline. At first, O'Connell dismissed Savino as a rich, spoiled kid, accustomed to getting everything he wanted and desperate to avoid jail. His contempt changed to admiration for the courage Savino exhibited. It took a lot of guts to go out on the street every day wearing a wire and meeting with wise guys who were in the business of killing informers who committed the slightest error and gave themselves away. Literally from his deathbed, Savino completed his work for the government. In unremitting pain from terminal cancer, he testified as the central witness against Gigante at the 1997 trial and died 6 weeks later at age 55. When Chin was convicted the first time on RICO charges, the Genoveses overall were in good shape. With over 300 made men, it was the largest borgata in the country, and its 14 crews were prospering almost as well as they had in previous decades. To law enforcement analysts, it remained the nation's most impregnable crime family. 5 years later, Gigante's long-distance reign ended in dismal failure, partly because his oldest and most capable lieutenants were no longer available to help on the outside. Benny Eggs Mangano was in prison. Baldi Dom Cantorino and Chin's brother Ralph were dead. Another brother and capo, Mario, was serving time for tax evasion, and Quiet Dom Cirillo, a likely candidate to fill in as acting Genovese boss, was temporarily incapacitated by a heart attack. The absence of Chin and his seasoned commanders contributed to infiltration of the family and his second conviction. 2 crews were penetrated by Michael Cookie D'Urso, the associate who became an informer to beat a murder conspiracy rap, and by an undercover detective known as Big Frankie. The combined evidence resulted in the convictions and guilty pleas in 2001 and 2002 of 6 capos and more than 70 soldiers, wannabes, and associates. Their criminal activities had extended along much of the East Coast from Little Italy to the Miami waterfront. The arrests were for a wide range of familiar mafia specialties: labor racketeering, extortion of businesses, loan sharking, illegal gambling, gangland executions, and robberies, including a thwarted attempt to steal $2 million to $6 million from the New York Times Employees Credit Union. Rackets in 2 other significant family strongholds, the private garbage collection associations and the Fulton Fish Market, were largely shattered through investigations by the Manhattan DA's office and long overdue regulatory crackdowns by City Hall. Imprisoning Gigante in 1997 was a breakthrough in law enforcement's battle against the Genovese family. Without Chin's close supervision, the Borgata plunged into a tailspin from which it is trying to recover. After his 2003 conviction, back in a correctional institution containing a hospital ward should he need treatment for his cardiac condition, Gigante's reign as a mad godfather was over. There was no need to babble incoherently and stare vacantly into space. He had no alternative but to adjust, behave rationally, and make the best of the remainder of his days in mainly southern and midwestern prisons, the farthest Gigante had ever ventured from his roots in New York. As a wise guy and as a godfather, he had avoided night spots and chic restaurants, never took a normal vacation, and restricted his movements within a radius of 50 miles from his birthplace in Greenwich Village. It's hard to understand what enjoyment he got out of being a mob chieftain, Ronald Goldstock, former director of the New York State Organized Crime Task Force, remarked in analyzing Gigante's aspirations. His only pleasure appeared to be the pure power he exercised. In prison, an aged Gigante still exhibited the cockiness and the authoritative aura of a mafia godfather. Asked by guard Christopher Sexton if other inmates were bothering him, Chin replied, "Nobody fucks with me." 53. Nothing magical. Forensic accounting. Among FBI agents, Jack Stubing was known for his tenacity. He doesn't become obsessed with a hard case and lose sleep over it, fellow agent Pat Marshall observed admiringly. He's more like a watchdog. If he sinks his teeth into an investigation, he doesn't let go until he gets results. But in 1998, Stubing was almost ready to admit that he was stumped for a solution to his chief preoccupation: designing a plan of attack against the Bonanno crime family. A square-shouldered, medium-sized man who grew up in New York's suburbs, Stubing knew as much as anyone else in the FBI about the history and the contemporary makeup of the Bonanno Borgata. After several years as a clerk for the Bureau, he became an agent in 1984. 3 years later, he began working exclusively on Bonanno investigations, eventually earning a promotion to command the small squad assigned to uprooting that mafia gang. Stubing's 22nd floor office in Lower Manhattan was a quiet refuge to contemplate strategy for the C-10 Squad, Bureau shorthand for Criminal Investigative Unit No. 10. The windowless room had been designed for administering polygraph tests to suspects and witnesses. Its thick walls provided Stubing with isolation from outside clatter and distractions. Alone, gnawing on a toothpick, lights dimmed, listening to Beethoven, Copland, and Prokofiev on his CD player, habits that helped the 45-year-old agent organize his thoughts. He spent days poring over intelligence files and Agents 302 reports. His appraisal was bleak. The squad's recent results were paltry. Ever since the American Cosa Nostra's birth, the Bonanno family had been an integral part of the mob's DNA. Its roots and its name date back to 1931, to the end of the Castellamarese War, when Joe Bonanno was anointed boss. 3 decades of prosperity followed under the reign of Bonanno, disparagingly labeled by tabloid writers as Joe Bananas, until his power play to make himself boss of bosses by killing other venerable dons backfired. In 1966, the Commission forced him into early retirement, creating an unsettled and confusing interregnum for more than a decade. The Borgata's command structure was so cloudy that law enforcement analysts were at a loss to determine the makeup of the family hierarchy. The FBI and the New York Police Department's top intelligence authorities mistakenly believed that a Bonanno kingpin, Carmine Lillo Galante, had filled the vacuum as boss for several years, until he was gunned down in 1979. They were grossly mistaken about his status and power. He had never been a godfather, and was executed in a battle with the real boss, Philip Rusty Rastelli. Mafia watchers soon saw that Galante's murder had failed to resolve the internecine Bonanno battles for dominance. Instead of tranquility, Galante's death ignited violence that was exacerbated by a startling disclosure in 1981. The FBI agent Joseph Pistone, under the pseudonym Donnie Brasco, had infiltrated a Bonanno crew. The first agent ever to worm his way into the mafia. Over 6 years, Pistone gathered a cache of priceless information about the family's internal structure and incriminating evidence that produced convictions of dozens of Bonannos and allied mafiosi in Florida and Milwaukee. Pistone's brilliant feat incensed big shots in other families. Although no major New York mobsters immediately landed in prison, they felt endangered by the chaos in the Bonanno clan. As a result, the family was kicked off the commission and restricted in its collaboration with other mafiosi and associates. By 1988, FBI officials thought so little of the Bonanno's capabilities and withered strength that they discontinued the Bonanno Squad as a separate entity, merging it with the Colombo Squad as a combined unit. The rationale was that in the wake of the commission case and other investigations, both families were so racked by criminal convictions and weakened by infighting that they were rudderless and moribund. At that time, the FBI spotlight shone more brightly on the three largest and most formidable Cosa Nostra groups, the Gambino, Genovese, and Lucchese gangs. The Bonannos were not in our focus, Stubing recalls. Even the wise guys and other families were laughing at them. They were written off as a joke. Nobody took them as a serious threat. Defections in the 1990s of high-ranking stars from other families had contributed to the Bureau's minimizing the Bonannos as an insignificant planet in the Mafia universe. Sammy Gravano and other celebrity turncoats had little information to offer about the Bonannos because the family was out of the mob's mainstream, expelled from the commission, and excluded from lucrative consortiums in construction fields and in other rackets. When Stubing became supervisor of the Bonanno Colombo Squad in 1995, he sensed, however, that the tide had turned for the Bonannos. From his earlier digging around as a case agent, he suspected the Borgata was flourishing and that its exclusion from joint projects with other families had actually shielded it from intense scrutiny and indictments. He was convinced the Bonannos were carving out exclusive and original terrain and had not been compromised by the torrent of traitors from other families, whose tips and trial testimony were decimating rival Borgatas. Stubing's lobbying persuaded the Bureau, after an 8-year hiatus, to restore the Bonanno Squad as an independent unit in 1996. Stubing was its first commander. But 2 years of surveillance, legwork, and searching for evidence by the squad's 10 or so agents failed to find a vulnerable point in the Bonanno's edifice. Conventional techniques that had undermined other families, electronic eavesdropping, and attempts to cultivate informants and cooperative witnesses, had been unproductive. Stubing could not point to a single valuable snitch or to a developing case against a Bonanno bigwig or major capo. We had employed all the traditional techniques that had been effective against the LCN, and they weren't working this time, Stubing says. I looked around for a new idea, and it came gradually. It wasn't a sudden brainstorm, and there was nothing magical about it. The investigative tactic that he hit upon had not been applied previously against a New York mob family. Stubing would gamble on an unorthodox paper trail search, forensic accounting, with the ultimate goal of getting the mobster he knew was responsible for reinventing the Bonanno family in the government's crosshairs. The squad's main target was an emerging mafia titan named Joseph Charles Massino. 54. You did a good job, Louis. Over a 30-year span, every agent and prosecutor who matched wits with Joe Massino was impressed by his disarming politeness and photographic memory. Unlike many mafiosi, he never snarled defiantly at lawmen. When arrested, interrogated, or put on trial, Massino was soft-spoken, unruffled, often jovial. His retention of details was awesome. Years after agents questioned him, he recalled their names and even the license plate numbers of the unmarked cars in which they trailed him. Once, he affably apologized to an agent for having eluded him during a surveillance. A lawyer who represented Massino was impressed by his grasp of complex legal issues and his recall of numerous points discussed weeks earlier. Wherever he went in the underworld and upper world, he generated respect. Massino grew up and operated most of his life in the distinctly unfashionable working-class neighborhood of Maspeth, a slice of Queens dominated by 1- and 2-family row houses, dilapidated factories, warehouses, clogged highways, and a glut of cemeteries. Born in 1943, he was the second of 3 sons of a second-generation Italian-American couple. His mother took care of the boys, and his father earned a living as a fruit vendor. Joe got as far as his sophomore year at Grover Cleveland High School before leaving, and soon enough came to the attention of police in Queens and Brooklyn as a rookie wise guy. Through a teenage friend, who was a nephew of Philip Rusty Rastelli, Joe hooked up with the uncle, a Bonanno capo who lived and made his base in Maspeth. Guided by Rastelli, whom he affectionately called Unc, Massino advanced incrementally as an associate and earner. By Massino's late 20s, he was in the intelligence dossiers of the New York Police Department and the FBI, as a versatile truck cargo hijacker, bookie, and loan shark. He ran numbers games and loan sharking deals from a snack truck parked at construction sites and truck depots. The wagons, known as roach coaches, sold sandwiches, hot dishes, pastries, and soft drinks, but were also covers for Massino's illegal gambling and Shylock endeavors. A burly 5 feet 9 inches tall, Massino's weight surged to over 250 pounds when he was in his early 30s. He ate too many of his own sandwiches and donuts, and his weight ballooned, says Patrick F. Colgan, one of the first FBI agents to track the mobster. Attached to the Bureau's hijacking squad, Colgan learned that Massino was made and a protege of Rastelli. By the mid-1970s, agents evaluated him as a hijacker kingpin in New York, specializing in liquor and ground coffee halls. When these occurred, we knew it was probably Joey, Colgan notes. In the 1970s, hijackers pulling off 5 to 6 major road robberies every week in the New York region were a Bureau headache. Massino's team of thieves was ranked among the best. From informers' tips, Colgan suspected that at a minimum, Massino had gotten away with $2 million worth of Kodak film, a $500,000 cargo of clothing en route to the department store Saks Fifth Avenue, and a $100,000 supply of coffee. The modus operandi for most heists was to block a truck, jump on the running board, and stick a gun in the driver's face. Massino preferred a more orderly method, prearranged give-ups by teamsters. Some drivers were into Shylocks, and the only way they could pay the vig was by going along with the theft, Colgan explains. The key to Massino's success was his ability to find a drop, a concealed parking lot or a warehouse, where stolen goods could be unloaded before the crime was reported. Massino paid crew members $1,500 to $2,000 to strip a stolen cargo and load the goods into smaller trucks and vans for delivery to fences and prearranged clients. He, of course, got the cream of the profit from the loot. FBI agents credited Massino with having hooks, connections, for available warehouses and lots, especially in industrial sections of Maspeth, and having exceptional contacts with fences who would take entire cargoes of hot goods. Known in the hijacking fraternity and the FBI as Fat Joey, he often served as a middleman arranging, for a cut, drops and fences for other thieves. His organization became an underworld clearinghouse for a wide variety of hijacked and fenced swag. The merchandise that passed through Massino's portals included lobsters, shrimp, air conditioners, television sets, and liquor. Massino's expertise led to a comradeship with another young hijacker of his era, the Gambino's John Gotti. They became neighbors when Massino moved with his wife and 3 daughters to Howard Beach. Colgan says Massino often helped out Gotti. Joey had 2 valuable traits. He was good at hiding a load at an exchange drop and could supply something that was not that easy to come by, a single fence to take the load off your hands. Although the FBI's hijack squad bird-dogged Massino, he was difficult to corner. Agents thought they had him trapped in a warehouse crammed with stolen goods. But as they rushed in through a front door, he disappeared through a rear escape route. On another occasion, agents discovered that Messino's crew stashed stolen expensive men's suits in a warehouse in the Corona section of Queens, and propelled the clothes on a rope line attached to a haberdashery across the street whenever customers showed up for a cut-rate sale. He was brazen and got away with a lot, Agent George Hanna concedes. He was smart and feared, and nobody would give him up. Pat Colgan thought he had the slippery Messino caged after a dust-up in 1975. Driving alone, the agent spotted a hijacked truck with a cargo of clothes exiting a parking lot outside a Maspeth diner. As Colgan tried to follow, he was blocked for several minutes by a car, which then sped after the truck. Picking up the pursuit, Colgan saw the driver who had interfered with him stop the truck, hop on the running board, return to his own car, and race away. Recognizing Messino as the driver who had cut him off in the parking lot, Colgan thought Joey must have told the driver of the rig to dump it and try to escape. A half-mile from the diner, Colgan caught up with the hijacked truck driver, fleeing on foot. "Don't move or I'll blow you away," Colgan commanded his captive, whom he recognized as Ray Ween, a 6-feet-tall, 350-pound enforcer working for Messino. "Ween's so big, I can't handcuff him, and in a minute, Joey drives back in his car and asks, 'What's going on?' 'Stay put. I got bad news for you, Joey. You're under arrest.'" Seeing that Colgan was without backup support, Messino hurried back to his car, shouting, "I gotta go to the bathroom," and drove off. 2 days later, in the company of a lawyer, Messino surrendered to stand trial with Ween for theft from an interstate shipment. Ween was convicted and served less than a year in prison. It was Messino's first felony count and, without testifying, he relied on his lawyer's opening and closing arguments that he had innocently stopped his car to find out if Ween, a casual acquaintance whom he knew from the neighborhood, was in trouble. The strategy worked, and the jury acquitted him. Although Colgan's testimony failed to convict Messino, Ween's arrest provided dividends 3 years later. Facing a long sentence for another robbery, Ween reached out to Colgan for aid and became an undercover informer in exchange for avoiding prison time. Over several years, Ween, who was not Italian and not made, snitched about mobsters, but was hesitant to implicate Messino. Ray was a monster, a psycho, not afraid of anything, Colgan asserted. Yet he was scared to death of Joey for good reasons. Messino seemed very gregarious. He could talk a dog off a meat wagon, only he would then kill the dog. Carmine Lilo Galante's assassination was an important building block for Messino, and he appears to have been an essential participant in the murder of the ambitious Bonanno gangster. Sometime in the early 1970s, Philip Rusty Rastelli, assuming that he was the new Bonanno boss, had inducted Messino into the Borgata, while Galante was still in prison on a narcotics rap. By 1979, the situation was reversed. Galante, free on parole, was maneuvering to seize control of the Borgata, and Rastelli was locked up on an extortion conviction. Loyal to Rastelli, Messino visited him at the federal prison in Lewisburg, Pennsylvania, serving as his main messenger to his forces in New York. Learning of Messino's trips, Galante summoned him for a dressing down and ordered him to cease being Rastelli's liaison. Refusing, Messino told Galante, "He's like my uncle. He raised me, baptized me, into the crime family. I can't abandon him." Disclosing the conversations to his closest confederate, his brother-in-law Salvatore Vitale, Messino admitted that he feared that the volcanic Galante might whack him for sticking with Rastelli. Before any harm came to Messino, he delivered a request from Rastelli to his troops and to the Commission for a contract on Galante. The Commission approved, and on July 12, 1979, Messino was stationed outside a Brooklyn restaurant in Bushwick, probably as a backup shooter or in a crash car to block any passing police units. In the private patio of the Joe and Mary Italian-American restaurant, a hit squad eliminated Galante as a threat to Rastelli and Messino. At the time of Galante's demise, Massino purportedly was an experienced hand at mob homicides. Decades later, prosecutors learned that he had participated in at least 2 previous murders. In fact, Paul Castellano, the Gambino boss and top commission member in 1979, supposedly owed Massino a favor for one piece of work. Through his partnerships with the Gambinos, Massino had been recruited, along with John Gotti, to kill and dismember Vito Borelli, a boyfriend of Castellano's daughter, according to court documents. The apparent motive for the slaying was vanity. The imperious Gambino chieftain became infuriated upon hearing that Borelli had disparaged his looks, saying he resembled Frank Perdue, the poultry purveyor, whose face was well known as a TV pitchman for his products. Perdue once solicited Castellano's aid as a mafia magnate to get his chickens into New York's supermarkets. Massino's second reputed victim in the mid-1970s was Joseph Dodo Pastore, a cigarette smuggler and loan shark, to whom Massino owed $9,000. Wiping out the debt, Massino was said to have pumped 2 bullets into Pastore's head and deposited the body in a garbage dumpster. Galante's execution was a vital crossroad in Massino's career path. In the realignment that followed, his gangland candidate, Rusty Rastelli, with the Commission's blessing, became the official Bonanno boss, and one of his first moves was to elevate Massino to capo. Forced to rule long distance from a prison cell, the new godfather technically appointed an older capo, Salvatore Salifruz Farrugia, as acting boss. But it was apparent to savvy Bonanno soldiers that Massino was the prime warlord, the only wise guy with a direct link to Rastelli, and the only one he regularly conferred with in Lewisburg. Agent Joe Pistone, still masquerading undercover as jewel thief Donnie Brasco, though not directly involved with Massino's activities, surmised his soaring status from conversations with well-informed Bonanno regulars who trusted him. Benjamin Lefty Guns Ruggiero, a soldier, and Dominic Sonny Black Napolitano, a capo. Lefty and Sonny classify him, Massino, as one of the top capos, top people in the family, the agent reported to his FBI superiors. From Pistone's intelligence reports, the Bureau sensed that another storm was approaching the rambunctious Bonanno family, despite the enthronement of Rastelli and the Commission's no-bloodshed edict to its feuding cliques. The complete story of a mafia bloodbath and Massino's central role in it was finally revealed 2 decades later through eyewitness testimony and FBI debriefings of turncoats. By early 1981, factions had formed in renewed friction over leadership posts and retaining Rastelli as an absentee commander. 2 high-level sit-downs between disputant capos failed to resolve the strife. At these conferences, known as administration meetings, the Mafia Code of Honor prohibited participants from carrying weapons. The Commission had technically warned the divided parties to avoid violence as harmful to Cosa Nostra business generally, and to work out their problems by themselves. But in the treacherous Mafia world, 3 New York families were secretly lining up behind favorites. Rastelli's loyalists were endorsed by the Gambino and Colombo families, and the Genoveses were encouraging a mutiny by their main candidates, Alphonse Sonny Red Indelicato, Philip Phil Lucky Giacone, and Dominic Big Trin Trinchera, 3 aligned renegade captains who wanted a larger hunk of the Borgatta's loot and power. In the spring of 1981, a Colombo soldier, Carmine Tutti Francese, a friend of Massino's, brought him alarming news. His opponents, the 3 capos, were loading up, secretly arming themselves for a showdown. For guidance, Massino turned to allies on the Commission, Paul Castellano, the Gambino boss, and Carmine Persico, the Colombo godfather. "They told me you have to defend yourself, do what you have to do," Massino informed Sal Vitale, his brother-in-law and sounding board. "They tried to rob the family from Rastelli." Interpreting defend yourself as Commission permission to eradicate the 3 capos Before they wiped out the Rastelli faction, Massino designed a preemptive assault. Outmaneuvering his enemies, he wooed the swing vote, the mercurial Sicilian Zips, to join him and thereby share in the anticipated spoils of the new and victorious hierarchy. The Sicilians came on board and agreed to import shooters from their Montreal wing, who would be unrecognized in New York and afterward quickly returned to Canada for an ambush of the three targeted capos. Laying out plans for the triple murder, Sonny Black Napolitano, a chief conspirator and strong Rastelli adherent, wanted to burnish the Cosa Nostra reputation of an associate in his crew, Donnie Brasco, by using him in the whackings. "I wanted to straighten out Donnie and wanted him to play a significant role," Sonny suggested to Massino and Vitale, unknowingly praising the undercover FBI agent. Massino instantly vetoed the suggestion. Presciently, he had earlier advised his crew members to stay clear of Brasco, forbidding them to even sit at the same table with him at weddings and social gatherings. "He might be bad," said the suspicious Massino. To entice the three captains into a cul-de-sac snare, Massino arranged a third administration sit-down at a presumably neutral site, an after-hours club run by the Gambinos. Agnello della Croce, the Gambino underboss, was apparently clued in on the trap and authorized John Gotti's crew to lend a hand. Two uncommitted Bonanno capos, Joseph Joe Bayonne Ziccarelli and Nicholas Nicky the Battler Di Stefano, were invited to the powwow, a stratagem intended to allay suspicion that it might be a setup. The meeting was deliberately set on a Tuesday night to bolster an alibi for Massino and his henchmen. Tuesdays were a festive time for dinner and all-night card games at Massino's club and hangout in Maspeth. A large gathering there on the night of the planned hits could be explained afterward as a routine party if it provoked police suspicion. Late in the afternoon of May 5, 1981, more than a dozen soldiers and wannabes from crews run by Massino and Sonny Black Napolitano assembled at the club. Most were unaware of the impending agenda. An important Zip, known as George from Canada, showed up with members of his outfit from Montreal. He was Jolando Shasha, a capo and heavy narcotics dealer, who had hand-picked killers from his crew for the night's work. "It's a go," Vitale heard Massino ring out after a whispered conversation with Shasha. George had one reservation. He distrusted using a non-Italian associate Massino had assigned as a lookout against possible police interference. His name was Dwayne Leisenheimer, then 24, universally known to Massino's crew as Goldie for his thick crop of bright blonde hair. Growing up in Maspeth, Goldie had latched on to Massino as a teenager. Under Massino's tutoring, he matured into a member of Joe's hijacking troupe, a prized wheelman, crafty at eluding law enforcement surveillance, an unsurpassed auto thief, and a chop shop specialist. Although blue-eyed Goldie lacked Sicilian or Italian genes, Massino assured Shasha, "He's a good kid, don't worry about him." The principal players, Massino, Shasha, Napolitano, Vitale, and Goldie, departed for their rendezvous in 3 cars and a van. Extolled by his crew as an electronics virtuoso, Massino had equipped Goldie and other participants with radio scanners, a device to listen in on police and FBI radio bands, and walkie-talkies to sound warnings if police cruisers or suspicious-looking cars approached the mob meeting site. As they headed for their vehicles, Goldie heard Massino declare, "Come on, let's go. We're going to take care of this once and for all." It was 5:40 in the afternoon when the mobsters drove away from the Maspeth Club. At that precise moment, Vincent Savadell, an FBI agent, was alone in his car on routine surveillance of the street outside the club. He had spent the previous hour circling the area, jotting down the license plate numbers of vehicles parked near the hangout, a monotonous task intended to identify wise guys and accomplices and to locate their home and business addresses. Spotting Massino driving off in a burgundy Buick with several men as passengers, Savadell memorized the license registration. He followed the Buick, but quickly lost it and the other cars in Messino's caravan on the nearby Long Island Expressway. Even though Sabadell was in an unmarked Oldsmobile, Messino had detected him and radioed a description of a bad car over the walkie-talkies, his code for a law enforcement tail and a signal to drive evasively. Sabadell's futile attempt to pursue Messino would be the FBI's only observation of him on that eventful night. The mobster's rendezvous point was in Brooklyn. The administration meeting was to be held in a catering hall that the Gambinos had converted into an illegal after-hours bar and gambling casino. It was in a commercial section of Bensonhurst on 13th Avenue near 67th Street. Goldie's job was to park about 2 blocks from the conference site and use his walkie-talkie to warn Messino and the others if potential trouble developed outside. Essentially, the presence of police patrols, suspicious-appearing cars, or opposition gangsters in the vicinity. Sonny Black and 4 of his hoods were parked in a red van across the street from the entrance to the Gambinos' club. Inside, on the ground floor of the 2-story building, Sciascia and Messino gave last-minute instructions to some 10 men gathered around them. 4 were assigned as shooters, armed with a sawed-off shotgun, pistols, and a submachine gun. 3 were Canadian Zips, Vito Rizzuto, Emmanuel Raguzzo, and a gangster who Vitali and Messino knew only by his nickname, the Old Man. A former paratrooper, Vitali got the Tommy gun because Messino thought he had learned how to handle it during his army days. Checking the weapon, Vitali, who had never wielded a submachine or rapid-fire grease gun, accidentally fired off 5 rounds into a wall. "I don't want bullets flying all over the place," Messino admonished him, adding that he was not to use the gun unless absolutely necessary. Because the neutral capos, Joe Bayonne and Mike the Battler, were not intended victims at the peace parley, the shooters were given ski masks to prevent the 2 outsiders from identifying them. The gunmen were instructed to hide in a large coat closet, to peek out, and emerge only after a signal from Sciascia. He would run his hand through his hair. The murders would be called off if Sonny Red Indelicato failed to appear. He was the most feared and bellicose opposition capo, and he had to be eliminated for Messino's scheme to succeed. The previous evening, May 4, 1981, several blocks from the catering hall, the trio of dissident capos had met for a tense strategy session of their own in a Bensonhurst bar owned by Frank Lino, a Bonanno soldier. Lino was in a crew headed by Indelicato's son, Anthony Bruno, who had been promoted to captain 2 years earlier as a reward for whacking Carmine Galante. As Messino had been forewarned, the rebels were stocking up with heavy weaponry and had concealed the arsenal in Lino's bar. Among themselves, the 3 captains agreed to abide by Cosa Nostra rules and go unarmed to the next night's meeting with Messino's group. Lino was commanded to accompany them, also unarmed. The capos stressed to Lino that if they failed to return from the peace conference, Bruno Indelicato had been delegated to use the stored firepower in the bar to retaliate against the Rastelli supporters. At about 9 p.m. on May 5th, the 3 capos and Lino left together for the showdown. Before setting out, Alphonse Indelicato indicated his apprehension with a grim advisory. If there's any shooting, everybody is on their own. As the 4 men approached the club's entrance, Goldie was seated in his lookout car, and Sonny Black Napolitano and his gunmen were in the van. "They're here. They're coming in now," Goldie heard someone from the van announce over a walkie-talkie. Inside the club, the front doorbell rang, and Vitali, peeking through a crack in the closet, saw Sonny Red Indelicato, Phil Lucky Giacone, Big Trinchera, and Frank Lino enter. The 4 men in the closet donned their ski masks. Vito Rizzuto, pistol in hand, sprung out shouting, "This is a holdup. Everybody against the wall." 3 other gunmen spilled out after him. The plan called for Rizzuto and Raguzzo to mow down the intended victims, if possible, by lining them against a wall. Vitali and the fourth gunman, the old man, were assigned to cover the front door and shoot any target trying to flee. Although Vitali did not pull the trigger of his Tommy gun, a crescendo of gunfire reverberated. Frozen with fear, Frankie Lino saw hooded men leaping into the crowded room and watched Massino, holding Sonny Red's arm, strike or punch him with an object. In the melee, Vitali was certain that he saw Massino slug a different capo, Phil Giacone. Before Vitali reached his assigned post to prevent an escape through the front door, a terrified Lino, regaining his senses, bounded over the fallen body of Big Trin Trinchera and sped through that door. Turning around, Vitali observed George from Canada Shasha lean over the sprawled Sonny Red and blast him with a bullet to the head. The barrage barely over, Vitali suddenly found himself alone with Massino and 3 dead men. Everyone else, their fellow conspirators and the 2 neutral capos, had fled through a rear door, which neither Vitali nor Massino knew existed. Looking at Massino and surveying the floor spattered in blood, Vitali thought Joe was silently saying to him, "It's a mess. Where did everybody go?" Massino's Sicilian allies had left without a word, carrying off one of their own, Santo Giordano, who was accidentally shot in the back during the fusillade. That night, the Zips paid $500 to an obliging physician to operate on Giordano without reporting the gunshot wound to the police, as required by law. The wound left Giordano a paraplegic until he later died in a plane crash. With the deed done, Massino summoned Sonny Black Napolitano and his soldiers from their van. Assigned as backup shooters, they had ineptly neglected to station a gunman outside to block the front door, and had allowed Lino to flee through the darkened streets. Now their task was to clean up the grisly scene and package the bodies for removal. Using painter's canvas drop cloths and rope, Napolitano's men wrapped up the dead capos and scoured the crimson-stained floor to remove evidence of the massacre. Returning alone to Massino's club in Maspeth, Sal Vitali was greeted by hugs and kisses from other crew members, who knew without being specifically informed that a spectacular feat had been accomplished. With James Big Louis Tartaglione, another Massino flunky, Vitali drove back to assist in removing the corpses and clues. Tartaglione collected more than a dozen shotgun and pistol shells strewn on the floor. Rolled up in the canvas, the bodies were loaded into Sonny Black's red van. It was past midnight, the street was desolate, and Vitali and Goldie's cars were stationed at 2 intersections to stall and prevent any passing motorists from viewing the activity. Tartaglione drove the van to Howard Beach, followed in a car by Massino, Vitali, and Goldie. Waiting on a side street were 3 men Vitali recognized as John Gotti's brother Gene, Fat Angie Ruggiero, John's bosom companion, and John Corneglia, a ferocious muscle man in the Gotti crew. It was unnecessary for Vitali to question Massino about the Gambino's presence. He fathomed that they were helpmates in the slangs, trying to ensure that the remains of the 3 capos would never be found. After turning over the van to Gotti's men in Howard Beach, Tartaglione wisely resisted inquiring where it was being taken. He next met Massino several weeks later. Massino offered one oblique reference to his assistance on the night of the butchery. "You did a good job, Louis." 55. Good booking, Sal. The killers left one loose end. Frank Lino, the soldier who had torn off in terror during the carnage, knew what had gone down. He could identify Massino and his accomplices, and could tip off Sonny Red's son, Bruno Indelicato, to the double-cross and slaughter of his father and 2 allies. Again, Massino used his Gambino nexus to solve the problem. Eddie Lino, Frank's cousin and a Gambino soldier, accompanied Frank to meetings where Massino and other Bonanno leaders assured him that his life was not in danger and that he had not been an intended victim. "Don't worry, you're not going to get killed," Massino promised. Lino was given a bonus. He was appointed acting capo of Bruno Indelicato's crew with pledges from Massino, everything's over. There would be no additional casualties. He was instructed to spread the triumphant party's justification for the triple homicide as a defensive measure for the benefit of the entire family that would ensure peace. Fearing revenge from cocaine-addled Bruno Indelicato, who once had the guts to whack Carmine Galante, Massino and Sonny Black's legions hunted for his head for a month. The commission then gave Bruno a pass, returning him to the fold, but demoted to soldier in his old crew under Frank Lino as capo. The day after the murders, Massino thought it best to lie low to avoid possible police investigations or retaliation from Bruno, whose whereabouts were unknown. He repaired to Atlantic City, but his beach and casino time was cut short by an emergency appendectomy. Brother-in-law Sal Vitale was dispatched to comfort and guard him in the hospital, and to escort the patient back to New York. 19 days after the peace-meeting executions, Alphonse Indelicato's body was found in a shallow grave in a vacant lot on the border of Ozone Park in East New York. A $2,000 Cartier watch was on his wrist, an obvious sign that he had not been a robbery victim. The site was less than a mile from Howard Beach, where the Gambino soldiers had taken charge of the van containing the corpses of the 3 victims. The bodies of Philip Giacone and Dominic Trinchera also were dumped in the same large muddy field, but their remains were recovered 23 years later, in 2004, only after a tip to the FBI. Sonny Black Napolitano, whose slick dark hair was the reason for his nickname, exchanged words with Massino over Indelicato's burial. Massino had been responsible for eliminating all traces of the bodies, and Napolitano faulted him for the fouled-up burial, which provided proof of a homicide for investigators. 2 months later, Sonny Black disappeared, and it was evident to the authorities that he, too, must have received the extreme mafia sentence. On the day he vanished, a lugubrious Napolitano left his prized diamond pinky ring, a wad of cash, and the keys to his apartment with Charlie, the bartender in the Motion Lounge, his crew's hangout in the hardscrabble Brooklyn neighborhood of Greenpoint. "I'm going to a meeting, and don't know if I'm coming back," Napolitano said gravely. There was a ready explanation for Napolitano's fate. That summer of 1981, an earthquake rocked the Bonanno family when Agent Pistone surfaced from his 6-year undercover operation as Donnie Brasco, with the stunning disclosure that Sonny Black had welcomed him into his crew and was planning to sponsor his induction into the family. Indictments were certain to follow as a result of Napolitano's credulity. Before Pistone's unprecedented infiltration became publicly known, Napolitano was visited at dawn one morning by 3 FBI agents at his Greenpoint apartment above the Motion Lounge. Positive that Napolitano's life would be forfeited as soon as the mob bosses learned of Pistone's exploits, the Bureau was informing him as early as possible that he had been duped. Douglas Fensel, an agent Napolitano knew from previous brushes, offered Napolitano his telephone number in case he wanted the Bureau to protect him. "You know better than anybody that I can't take that," Napolitano replied, rejecting the proposal to defect. To prove that Pistone was an authentic agent and that he was not trying to trick Napolitano into cooperating, Fensel showed him a photograph of a smiling Pistone with himself and 3 other agents. He was a stand-up guy, Fensel remarked. He had the most to lose in the family because he had brought an agent into the family, but he had no intention of cooperating, even to save his life. A year later, a body bag containing Napolitano's skeleton was found in a wooded and swampy area of West Staten Island. He was identified mainly by dental records and jewelry, which relatives confirmed belonged to him. The full account of Napolitano's death was cobbled together in 2004, 23 years after a mafia bullet exploded in his brain. Witnesses testified that it was Sonny Black's erstwhile ally, Joe Massino, who sanctioned the contract. For this hit, Massino tested the loyalty of Frank Lino, the new acting capo, who had barely escaped being gunned down with the three renegade capos. A concrete hard thug, Lino had shown his mettle and defiance of the police when he was 25. Picked up in 1962 for helping the flight of a stick-up man who had shot and murdered two detectives in Brooklyn, he kept his mouth shut despite barbaric beatings over 4 days by the police. A leg and an arm were broken, and repeated battering of his head gave him a permanent incessant blink. Finally, a broom handle was plunged into his rectum, the same torture tactic that generated a scandal in 1997 when police officers sodomized a Haitian immigrant in a Brooklyn station house. Not yet a mafioso, Lino unflinchingly adhered to the Code of Omerta. Massino commanded Lino to find a secure location and provide hitmen for Sonny Black's elimination. On the night of August 17, 1981, Lino picked up Napolitano and Stefano Stevie Beef Cannone, then the family consigliere, at the Hamilton House, a restaurant in Bay Ridge, Brooklyn, and then drove them across the Verrazano Narrows Bridge to Staten Island for another supposed administration meeting. Cannone, apparently ignorant of the real purpose of the ride, was brought along so that his presence would lull Sonny Black and keep him off guard. At a house in the blue-collar Eltingville section of Staten Island, the three men were greeted at the door by Frank Coppa, a soldier, who told them the conference was to be held in the basement. As Napolitano descended, Coppa held back Cannone, slamming shut the basement door, a signal for Lino to shove Napolitano down the stairs. Two killers were waiting at the foot of the stairwell. The first shot, fired by Robert Lino Sr., Frank's cousin, apparently missed or grazed Napolitano, and the gun jammed. Sprawled on his knees, Napolitano looked up and said, "Hit me one more time and make it good." The second triggerman, Ronald Monkeyman Folokamo, fired several .38 caliber rounds to finish off Sonny Black. The murder site was the home of Folokamo's parents. Despite his services to the family, Folokamo, who garnered his nickname by keeping a monkey as a pet, was automatically disqualified from induction as a made man because of a Cosa Nostra rule. He had once worked in law enforcement as a prison guard. With Vitali driving, Massino and George from Canada Shasha had followed Lino's car in a bakery van. They waited outside the Staten Island house as backup shooters, should Napolitano have managed to get out of the cellar alive. Lino had arranged for a separate unit to remove and bury Sonny Black's body. Their night's work done, Massino and Vitali returned to their homes, while Lino and Coppa, close friends since childhood, drove to an Italian street festival in Brooklyn to unwind. Because of the darkness, Lino's amateur undertakers were unable to find the grave prepared for Napolitano. Worried about being found with a corpse in their car, the burial squad hurriedly deposited the slain capo in a quickly dug hole that was discovered a year later. Napolitano was killed to impress upon Bonanno mafiosi the need for constant vigilance and to warn them of the penalty for being gulled by undercover agents. "I had to leave Sonny a receipt for Donnie Brasco," Massino told Vitali. Receipt meant a whacking in Massino's lexicon. Massino went on to say that even if he were someday convicted of the three capos' murders, he would still enjoy the satisfaction of knowing that he had bumped off Napolitano in retaliation for a blunder that disgraced and endangered the entire family. Also in Massino's sights for extreme punishment was Benjamin Lefty Guns Ruggiero, a wise guy in Napolitano's crew who had bounced around with Agent Pistone and allowed the agent to go on record with him as an associate. Ruggiero's unforgivable sins were having taken Pistone under his wing, introducing him to family leaders, and vouching for him as a reliable wannabe and potential big earner. The earnings that Pistone handed over to entice Ruggiero and Napolitano were actually provided by the FBI, overhead for the undercover operation. 3 days after Sonny Black's last ride, through wiretaps, the FBI got wind that hitmen working for Massino had summoned Ruggiero to the Holiday Bar, a grubby hangout on Madison Street in Lower Manhattan. a short stroll from Lefty Gunn's apartment in the Knickerbocker Village complex. They were going to whack him, says Pat Marshall, an agent staked out near the bar. That was a joint where people walked in through the front door and were carried out in the back. Racing to snatch Ruggiero off the streets as soon as he left his apartment, a car carrying the supervising agent for the arrest collided with a bus. As Ruggiero headed toward Massino's Gunsel's, another agent, Louis Vernazzo, who was secretly surveilling Ruggiero, got an emergency radio call to intercept the gangster before he reached the bar. Ruggiero shuddered with fright as Vernazzo, a muscular man with Italianate facial features, suddenly jumped out of a Cadillac carrying a shotgun. Lefty thought he was going to be whacked and it was all over for him until he heard those comforting words, "FBI, freeze," Vernazzo recounted to fellow agents. Ruggiero's abrupt arrest on racketeering and gun charges probably saved his life that day. Another endangered mobster was the fiery-tempered soldier Anthony Mira, the first Bonanno member to use Pistone as an associate. A hulking 6-footer, weighing 240 pounds, Mira was an intimidating shakedown artist and a knife man who settled arguments by sticking his opponent. No fool, Mira vanished from his usual haunts as soon as news of Pistone's duplicity reached him, realizing that he was on the government's list for indictment. But more perilous was the certainty that Bonanno higher-ups wanted him dead, as another object lesson of what happened to mafiosi who allowed the FBI to penetrate the Borgata, and because he might morph into an FBI stool pigeon to obtain leniency. Frequently changing dwellings, Mira kept in touch with only one other Bonanno wise guy, his cousin Joseph D'Amico. Older by 28 years, Tony Mira had coached Joey D'Amico, helping him to become made at 22, thereby distinguishing him as one of the Mafia's youngest inductees. The news that he was eligible for membership came in a surprise telephone call one day, instructing him to get dressed. A beholden Joey tried to emulate Tony's mob style and deportment, viewing him as a sagacious uncle rather than a cousin. On February 18, 1982, Mira telephoned D'Amico and arranged to meet him at the apartment of a girlfriend in Lower Manhattan, where he was holed up before going out for an evening of relaxation. The 54-year-old Tony greeted Joey with a bear hug in the apartment on Harrison Street, near the Hudson River. D'Amico realized that his ever-suspicious cousin was patting him down to see if he was armed. A few minutes later, the cousins entered Mira's Volvo in the building's garage. When Tony halted the car to use a key which opened the exit gate, from the passenger's side, Joey pulled out a pistol that he had artfully concealed and shot Mira several times point-blank in the head. Waiting outside in a getaway car were Joey's great-uncle Alfred Al Walker Imbarato, a Bonanno mafioso and longtime racketeer at the New York Post, and Richard Cantarella, also a cousin of D'Amico and Mira. Later, examining Mira's body, the police found a large stack of cash he was using while on the run, $6,779, hidden in one of his boots. D'Amico considered the murder an entwined family affair. He got the contract from Imbarato, the man he called Uncle Al, who was also Mira and Cantarella's uncle. Upon receiving a .38 caliber gun from Uncle Al, D'Amico was told that the order came directly from Joe Massino. It had to be fulfilled, even though D'Amico admired and loved Mira. Uncle Al was rewarded for orchestrating the difficult hit of his nephew with a promotion to captain. Several years later, D'Amico was stopped by Massino to discuss the pending induction of his cousin Richie Cantarella into the family. Praising Cantarella, D'Amico alluded to his participation in Mira's homicide. The subject of a gangland murder had been casually raised by Massino while circulating among guests at the wedding reception of his daughter Adeline. The killings and upheaval in the Borgata swiftly transported Massino to a prime post as uncontested deputy for the imprisoned Rastelli and the family's street boss. Accompanying Massino's swelling importance was a shift in his attention from orchestrating hijackings and holdups to the more genteel art of labor rackets, the Ph.D. degree for big-time mobsters. Meanwhile, he held on to his assured and profitable standbys, gambling and loan sharking. Agent George Hanna, who was pursuing Massino in the 1980s, discovered that hijackings were being eclipsed as a desirable Bonanno activity by simpler and more lucrative crimes, especially narcotics. Increasingly squeezed by law enforcement pressure, hijackings were becoming too dangerous, and an informer reported to the FBI that $2 million worth of stolen film netted Massino's crew chump change, a measly $60,000. Massino's headquarters remained in Maspeth. It was there that he and his wife Josephine established the J&J, Joe and Josephine Deli, to prepare sandwiches and delicacies for roach coaches, the presumably legitimate business that justified Massino's comfortable lifestyle. Agents were more interested in a storefront adjacent to the deli, alternately identified in real estate records as J&S, Joe and Sal, Cake and MVP Trucking, that served as Massino's shape-up hall for crime. The MVP initials stood for Massino, his brother-in-law Sal Vitale, and a Bonanno associate, Carmine Paluzzo, the club's unofficial chef. Among the Bonanno conoscenti, the hangout on a side street was referred to as the Rust Street Club, after a nearby main thoroughfare. Joe and Sal ran high-stakes card games there, usually continental, a version of gin rummy with 4 decks and Joker's Wild. The house, meaning the brothers-in-law, got 10% of the winning pots. Nicknamed Good-Looking Sal, Salvatore Anthony Vitale was Massino's acolyte since boyhood. Romance brought Massino into the Vitale household. Selling Christmas trees on a neighborhood sidewalk, Joe met and flirted with Josephine, Vitale's older sister, then dated, and soon married her while both were in their teens. 4 years older than Vitale, Massino functioned as a big brother, teaching him how to swim when he was 12, and, more important, how to survive on the tough streets of Bushwick where the Vitales lived, and in nearby Queens neighborhoods like Maspeth. Graduating from Grover Cleveland High School, Vitale spent half a year at a municipal college before a 2-year stint in the Army. After his honorable discharge, he got a legitimate job as a corrections officer in Queens, at a state rehabilitation institution for defendants convicted of low-level narcotics offenses. Bored, he quit after 1 year to work for Massino, operating a roach coach, using it to take numbers at 500 to 1 odds, while selling snacks. In his spare time, and without Joe's knowledge, Vitale and 2 pals were committing petty burglaries, mainly breaking into factories. Confronting his brother-in-law, Massino offered an irresistible deal. "Phil Rastelli sent me word that you're doing scores. If you're doing them, do them with me." The 24-year-old proudly went on record unto him. By the mid-1970s, Joe had schooled Vitale on the finer points of essential mob economics, employing him in arsons for insurance rip-offs, bookmaking, hijacking, loan sharking, and money laundering. Vitale marveled at his mentor's canniness in evading arrest. "He's aware of everything that goes on around him. You'll never catch him sleeping. He has his eyes on everything," he told other wannabes. The younger criminal passed all his integrity tests with Massino, even abetting him in the July 1976 murder of the loan shark and cigarette smuggler Joseph Dodo Pastore. Admitting that he had shot Pastore to death in the apartment kitchen above the J&J Deli, Massino asked Sal to mop up the blood. A day after the hit, Vitale used a bucket, a carpet brush, and a bottle of Lysol to clean the kitchen, even removing stains inside the refrigerator. By the late 1970s, Vitale, much leaner and more careful of his waistline than his brother-in-law, had blossomed into Massino's closest confidant and alter ego. Displaying to Mafia brethren his reciprocated affection for Sal, Joe honored him by serving as best man at his wedding. "They were inseparable," says Pat Colgan, the agent who spent a decade tracking both mobsters. "Joey was his mentor for loan sharking, hijacking, everything. But in reality, Sal was then just his gopher. If not for Joey, Sal would have been selling coffee from the back end of a truck. The signs of Joe's ascendancy to de facto leader of the Borgata while Rastelli was in prison were clear to Vitale. He saw the homage paid to Massino as other capos and Bonanno elders trekked to J&S Cake for walk-talk consultations with him. Taking stock of events, the disappearance and apparent murders of 4 Bonanno capos, and the large gatherings at J&S, the FBI decided it was a strategic time to bug the club to hear what the Bonanno hierarchs were up to. But the Bureau's eavesdropping technicians were challenged by an intricate 3-tier defense system installed by Massino in his bulwark, a large storefront with 2 blackened windows and log-patterned brick sidings. The place was fortified, Colgan says, with professional admiration. He had the best locks, a first-class alarm system, and we knew if you got inside, you had 30 seconds to use another key, and then you had to punch in a code to cut off the alarms. Additionally, Massino had buttered up neighborhood residents and merchants, inviting them to be amateur watchmen, to alert him if agents or detectives prowled around when the club was shuttered. Colgan had a hunch about an unorthodox method of breaking into Massino's inner sanctum. He knew that the mobster relied on a nearby resident to clean the club in the morning. The custodian had a set of keys, and the code numbers to disable the alarms were written on a scrap of paper in his wallet, which he pulled out every time before entering. Upon completing his work at J&S, the cleaning man spent a good part of the afternoon ensconced at a nearby tavern. Settling down and getting comfortable, he always placed his key ring and wallet on the bar. An agent spent some time at the tavern chatting up the man and memorizing the look of the key ring and wallet perched on the bar. One day, when the cleaner went to the men's room, the agent transferred the key ring and wallet to another agent in the bar, replacing them with similar-looking items. In a nearby motel room, a locksmith duplicated the keys that would unlock the front door. As hoped, the code to silence the alarms was inscribed on the sheet of paper folded in the wallet. About an hour after the key ring was pilfered, it and the wallet were switched again at the bar, and the tipsy cleaning man never noticed the exchange. Soon afterward, at 3 o'clock in the morning, FBI Special Operations agents were inside J&S installing a mini microphone. But this time, the Bureau's raiders were on the losing end. For 2 days, the bug operated without picking up an incriminating conversation. Then, suddenly, the entire transmission system went silent. The tech experts guessed that Massino's men had ripped out the equipment. Sal Vitale had foiled the FBI with a primitive method for unearthing bugs. With the police radio scanner turned on, he routinely had an assistant stand in a distant corner of the club, speak loudly and make a racket, sometimes flushing the toilet. One day, the scanner picked up voices and a toilet flush being transmitted from the room. Tracing the sounds to a dropped ceiling above the main card table, Vitale dismantled the FBI microphone and transmitter lodged in the ceiling. Scanners were only one aspect of Massino's counterbugging defenses. All his crew members were strictly warned never to discuss business in the club. Nevertheless, he instituted another backup barrier. Every 2 weeks, a technician, Tommy Computer, well known to important mobsters, was brought in to electronically sweep J&S for law enforcement eavesdropping devices. Undaunted by the setback at Massino's club, James Kallstrom, the FBI's thrifty special ops chief, wanted the pricey state-of-the-art gear returned. He ordered Colgan to retrieve it. "I'm not going to let them keep our equipment," Kallstrom said. "It's government property. Get it back." Looking for an opportunity to get inside the club, Colgan bobtailed, dashed behind a hood, buzzed in through the locked door. The guy turns around. "Who the fuck are you?" And he takes a poke at me. I duck and deck him, and all the other guys are heading for me, when a voice booms out, "Everybody cool it. It's just Pat." It was Joe Massino who came to the agent's rescue. Calming the scrappers circling Colgan, Massino gleefully guessed the purpose of the visit, explaining in a cat-and-mouse manner, "We found it the first day. Why didn't you just call? I'd have brought it to you." Fetching the microphone and two brick-like transmitters, Massino offered the agent a beer. "How'd you find it?" Colgan asked. "We have our ways," came the laughing reply. 56. The Mob's Horatio Alger. As anticipated, Agent Pistone's infiltration generated indictments of more than 50 mafiosi and associates in the Bonanno family and in other borgatas in Florida and Milwaukee. The axe landed first in November 1981 on 5 soldiers from Sonny Black Napolitano's old crew, who were charged with conspiracy to murder the 3 capos and with various racketeering counts. Sonny Black was named as lead defendant in the case, but his disappearance was not cleared up until his body was identified in 1982. 4 months after Sonny Black's crew members were hauled in, Massino learned that his arrest was imminent on similar murder conspiracy and racketeering accusations. "I got word that an indictment is coming down," he whispered to Vitale in March 1982. Without disclosing the source of his information, Massino had no intention of being tried simultaneously with other defendants. That very day, he was going on the lam. His plan was to outwait the first round of trials, a gambit often used by mob leaders to gauge the prosecution's evidence and to devise a sturdier defense. "I got a better chance of winning by myself," he told Vitale. The Hamptons, a popular summer resort on eastern Long Island, was his first choice for a hideout. Although it was late winter and off-season, Massino ran into people he knew, and after 2 weeks he reached out for Dwayne "Goldie" Leisenheimer to find him a safer refuge. Goldie was eager to help the man he called Chief, grateful for the on-the-job education he had received at Massino's side. Fascinated by automobiles, Goldie had spent a year at Brooklyn Automotive, a high school that trained mechanics, before leaving and employing his knowledge to steal cars rather than repair them. At 16, he made about $2,000 a week boosting up to 15 cars on orders for specific models from a chop shop, which then cannibalized and sold the valuable parts. Working in the chop shop, he picked up another $300 weekly as he learned the art of dismantling hot cars. Vouching for Goldie as a stand-up kid, the chop shop owner introduced him to Massino, and at 18, the blonde teenager joined Joe's hijacking outfit. Goldie's original duties were offloading stolen merchandise from rigs and delivering stolen goods in smaller trucks and vans to fences and obliging merchants. Demonstrating that a mafia leader could be an equal opportunity employer, Massino took Goldie aside for survival lessons of the trade, even though he was not of Italian heritage. He forbade the young criminal to heist cars or sell drugs in their Maspeth area, because it would bring unneeded heat from the law to the J&S Club and to his hijacking drops. Goldie was further advised to cease stealing cars near other mob hangouts in Queens, especially one used by John Gotti. "If those guys catch you, you'll end up in a trunk," Massino cautioned. Massino harped on constant vigilance. "Watch your mirrors," he hammered at him, a warning about law enforcement car surveillance. Goldie saw close up how Massino's watchfulness stymied efforts to trap him, even countering the FBI by spying on agents before they could get a beat on him. Always on the alert, he had noticed agents using the parking lot of a Maspeth diner to switch unmarked cars when they were in the neighborhood. Thus, by furtively watching the lot, Massino's men knew the make and license plate numbers of bureau cars and could identify lawmen pussyfooting in the area. Before long, Goldie was an accepted associate in Massino's crew. Massino admired his skill at shaking off tails and frequently used him as a chauffeur for trips around town and visits to the old man, the boss Phil Rastelli, at prisons in upstate New York and Pennsylvania. Goldie's participation in the 3 capos' murders solidified Massino's trust in him, and in the spring of 1982, when Massino asked for his help in hiding out, Goldie suggested a haven, his parents' vacation home in Milford, Pennsylvania, 80 miles northwest of New York in the Pocono Mountains. Goldie's father allowed both men to stay there indefinitely, except when the parents used the place. On those brief occasions, mainly weekends, Massino moved to a motel. The leak to Massino about an arrest and indictment was accurate. In July 1982, a federal grand jury in Manhattan unveiled RICO charges, citing him as a conspirator but not as an actual participant in the murders of the three capos. A year later, Rusty Rastelli was paroled and free to assume control of the Borgata as official boss. Yet it was clear to most Bonanno mobsters that Massino, even on the lam, functioned as the essential head of the family. He relayed orders to Vitali through prearranged telephone calls to public booths, a system similar to the one adopted later by Gaspipe Casso in the Lucchese family. Rastelli raised no objections as capos and important soldiers showed their allegiance and obeisance to his protege by journeying to the Poconos for instructions and to report on mob matters. A high-ranking visitor from another Borgata, old hijacking buddy John Gotti, also showed up to bolster Massino's spirits and enhance his Cosa Nostra stature. Avoiding FBI tails, visitors to the hideout were either picked up in New York by Goldie or met him on Pennsylvania side roads before they were brought to Milford. Confident about Goldie's ability to watch his mirrors, Massino ventured with him into the city for high-level meetings to resolve issues that could not be handled via the telephone or couriers. One piece of business that Massino did take care of from the Poconos was the whacking of Cesare Bonventre, one of the gunmen who had helped rub out Carmine Galante. A Zip capo, Bonventre, for an unclear reason, had offended Massino. The contract for knocking him off was given to Sal Vitali at a 1984 meeting in the Milford Hideaway. From Massino's remarks, Vitali believed that Joe questioned Bonventre's loyalty because he had not helped or visited him while he was on the lam, and, in his words, sacrificing himself for the good of the family. Vitali speculated privately that there might be another reason for the hit. As head of a powerful Sicilian group, Bonventre loomed as a rival to Massino. Goldie, who was included in the murder plan, got another explanation. Massino hinted to him that he was acting on a request from Rastelli without knowing the reason. "The old man wants Cesare to go," Joe said without amplification. Vitali put little stock in the notion that Rastelli was responsible for the decision. From his vantage point, Vitali thought that paroled Rastelli was worn down by the chronic family turmoil and was on the verge of retiring. He wanted to live out his life peacefully, Vitali recalled. He wanted to step down the day he got home from prison. Before Goldie left for the Bonventre killing, Massino cautioned him that the Zip capo, reputedly involved in 25 slayings, might be a difficult quarry. "He's a very sharp guy. You have to be careful." Carrying out the plot conceived by Massino, Vitali picked up Bonventre in Queens one night in April 1984 for a presumed meeting with Rastelli. Instead, with the Massino gunman Louis Haha Attanasio seated in the rear of the car, Vitali headed for Goldie's chop shop, where Goldie was waiting. As they approached the garage, Attanasio shot Bonventre in the head, but only wounded him. Struggling with Vitali for the wheel, Bonventre tried to swerve the car into a parked vehicle or the side of the road. Fighting him off with one hand, Vitali steered into the garage where Attanasio fired several more shots into Bonventre's twitching body. "I had to shoot him again. This cocksucker didn't want to die," Attanasio grumbled to Goldie. The Bonventre hit was a benchmark event for Vitali. As a reward and recognition for his services, his brother-in-law authorized his induction as a good fellow, a made man. With Massino and Consigliere Steve Canoni officiating, Vitali, at age 37, and after 15 years of service to Joe, joined the Honorable Society. Most of the ceremony was in Italian, and Vitali, a second-generation American, barely understood a word. 2 years elapsed without the FBI closing in on Massino. Periodically, agents followed Vitali and other known crew members, hoping they might lead him to the fugitive. Acting on a suggestion from an informer, the agent in charge of the manhunt, Pat Marshall, did concentrate on the Poconos. His investigation produced a solid clue. Massino had sent dolls to his daughters from an antique shop in the region. But that single lead was insufficient to track down Messino's lair in the huge Poconos region. What agents did not know was that Messino was using the alias Joe Russo, and that he committed an incredible blunder. Inexplicably, he tried to shoplift a bottle of aspirin, worth less than $1 from a store in the Poconos, and was caught. He managed to talk his way out of the petty theft, showing identification as Joe Russo. No fugitive by that name was wanted in any all-points bulletin, and the local police allowed him to go free. Belatedly, the FBI learned that Messino had been romantically comforted in his hideout. A woman with whom he was having an affair was driven from New York by Goldie for weekend assignations in motels. They had met when Messino, on numerous prison trips to visit Rastelli, had provided rides for her in his Cadillac or Lincoln to visit her husband serving time in the same institution. The manhunt ended on Messino's terms after 28 months. He returned to New York and surrendered in July 1984. Before showing up, he and his lawyers had time to study the court proceedings of the first 5 Bonanno mobsters from Sonny Black's crew, tried on charges stemming from Agent Pistone's undercover exploits. 3, including Lefty Guns Ruggiero, were found guilty on RICO violations that they knew of the plot to kill the 3 capos. In fact, unbeknownst to agents and prosecutors, they actually had been backup shooters and helped remove the bodies from the ambush site. The trial evidence was based largely on Pistone's infiltration testimony and a taped recording incriminating them in the massacre. As Messino had anticipated, the trial charted the limited evidence then compiled by the FBI in the murder case and revealed the prosecution's fundamental courtroom strategy. "Get used to my face, because you're going to see a lot of it for a long time," Pat Marshall, the agent who had been hunting Messino, forewarned when he was brought to FBI headquarters for fingerprinting and photographing. As the case or lead agent for Messino's trial, Marshall recognized that he was confronting an imperturbable foe. He took my warning with a grain of salt and said calmly, "No problem. Do what you got to do." Messino made bail, but Marshall and prosecutors were far from through with investigating him and Goldie Leisenheimer. Called before a grand jury and granted immunity from prosecution, Goldie refused to answer questions about his sojourn with Messino in the Poconos. He was cited for contempt and imprisoned for 15 months, the length of a grand jury's inquiry into new charges against Messino and other Bonanno gangsters. The night before Goldie's incarceration, Messino and his crew toasted him at a party in the J&S Club. Congratulating and embracing him as a stand-up guy, the boys handed him envelopes totaling $17,000 in cash as a reward for his protection of Joe. Within a year of his return, Messino was hit with another RICO indictment. As a co-defendant with Rusty Rastelli, he was accused of union racketeering and extortion. Picked up at his Howard Beach home, Messino politely asked to be cuffed outside, not in the presence of his wife and teenage daughters, Adeline and Joanne. Because he was always the gentleman and cordial with us, Marshall granted him that favor. Soon afterward, in June 1985, Marshall pounced on him again in Howard Beach as he sat talking in Sal Vitale's parked Buick near Joe's home. This time, Marshall was after both men. An additional charge had been tagged against Messino in the 3 capos murder case: conspiracy to murder Joseph Dodo Pastore, the loan shark and cigarette bootlegger who had been gunned down in the apartment above the J&J Deli a decade earlier. The superseding indictment also named Vitale, not as a defendant in any of the 4 murders, but as an accomplice in alleged hijackings. Handcuffed, the brothers-in-law were placed in separate FBI cars, with Marshall riding in the same auto with Messino and 2 other agents. Because of Messino's girth, Marshall needed 2 sets of cuffs to lock his hands behind his back. When the agents stopped for a nearby traffic light, another car screeched to a halt alongside them. The imposing figure of John Carneglia, one of John Gotti's goons who lived in the neighborhood and had assisted Messino in disposing of the 3 capos' bodies, approached. Slamming his hand on the roof of the FBI car, Carneglia demanded, "Joey, are you all right?" The agents, aware of Coneglia's hatred of lawmen and reputation for hair-trigger violence, fingered their guns. "Get out of here before you get hurt," one agent warned Coneglia. After an exchange of icy stares, Coneglia backed off, saying he would call Massino's lawyer. At the booking, Marshall noted that Massino was flush with funds, carrying $3,192 in his pockets. He quickly raised $1 million bail for the new accusations. Befitting his position as an important mafia official, Massino seemed unfazed as he prepared for 2 pending RICO battles. He continued to show up at his customary haunts in Maspeth, supervising his semi-legitimate roach coach and food businesses and his clandestine mob enterprises. He even found time to frolic at Caesar's Palace Casino in Atlantic City, where he ran up a $15,000 debt on a credit line, losses which he never paid. In a rare turnabout, the surveillance-conscious Massino threw caution to the wind when it came to public appearances with his longtime mafia comrade, John Gotti, then a Gambino capo. Flaunting their relationship, the 2 mobsters from different families were often spotted visiting each other at their respective clubs. Disregarding the Commission's ban on close affiliations with the ostracized Bonanos, Gotti displayed to mafia lords his confidence in Massino. One ostentatious example of their close relationship was Massino's attendance at the wedding of Victoria Gotti in 1984. A year later, after the death of Gambino underboss Agnello Della Croce, Massino arrived conspicuously at Della Croce's wake in the same car as Gene Gotti. His appearance with the mourning Gotti brothers was a reciprocal sign of his support for them in their rancorous confrontation with Gambino boss Paul Castellano. A short time later, FBI eavesdropping tapes would jolt Massino when he heard that Gotti, in conversations with cronies, had disparaged him as the whale and a punk. The spring of 1986 finally brought Massino into federal district court in Brooklyn for the first trial, as a co-defendant with Rusty Rastelli, the government's main target. The Bonanno godfather had been indicted a year earlier in Manhattan in the Commission case, but those charges were dropped in favor of a giant labor racketeering case against him, Massino, and 10 other defendants. Over 2 decades, Bonanno chiefs and officials of Teamsters Local 814 had teamed up for systemic, standardized shakedowns. The mobsters and corrupt union bosses milked more than $1 million yearly from New York's largest moving and storage companies by rigging contracts and extorting payoffs to prevent labor problems. A chagrined Massino thought he had been hit with a bum rap. "I never made a penny," he griped to associates, about charges he had profited immensely from the conspiracy. The crucial testimony came from an admittedly corrupt Teamsters official, Anthony Giliberti, who cooperated with the government after surviving a botched hit. Massino confided to other mafiosi that he had slapped around Giliberti. "I gave him a crack." In the scale of mafia misdeeds, he considered a mild beating as an unjust reason for indictment. Giliberti, who had been threatened by Massino, was certain that he had been behind the plot to murder him, but that accusation was not leveled against Massino. Dressed daily in off-the-rack dark suits and sport jackets, Massino was more deferential and jovial with prosecutors and agents in the courtroom than his fellow suspects. Laura Brevetti, the lead prosecutor from the Federal Organized Crime Strike Force, observed his light-hearted attitude during a recess in a nearly deserted courtroom. That day, Brevetti was using a chart to illustrate rigged bids and overcharges gobbled up by a moving company accused of delivering 5% kickbacks to the Bonanos. Studying the chart, and referring to the excess profits made by the head of the firm, Massino snickered loud enough for the prosecutor to hear, "I think the son of a bitch owes me money." Ironically, one mob-inflated contract was for moving the FBI's furniture and equipment into new downtown offices. Bumping into Pat Colgan in the courthouse hall, Massino had a friendly greeting for his longtime adversary. "Hey, Pat, I hear you've been promoted," Massino said, revealing that he knew of the FBI agent's appointment to a supervisory job. "I hear the same thing about you, Joey." A huge grin was Massino's silent reply. Rastelli was an epileptic, and Massino came to his aid several times during the trial. Once, Massino showed his exceptional strength, prying open a telephone booth door and lifting out the trapped Rastelli during a seizure. He also comforted Rastelli and made sure he would not bite his tongue when he collapsed at the defense table. During that seizure, Rastelli's loafers flew off, and when Massino picked them up, Bravetti heard another defendant, Nicholas Nicky Glasses Marangello, a former underboss, rasp, "Don't be too quick to fill those shoes, Joe." Joe Pistone's undercover work provided damaging first-hand evidence against the Bonanno gangsters. Leaving the witness box, the agent was stunned by Marangello's naivete. Referring to him by his pseudonym, Marangello blurted out, "Donnie, how could you do this? You're one of us." Testimony from Pistone and 50 prosecution witnesses convinced the jury to convict the dozen defendants. In January 1987, Rastelli was sentenced to 12 years, and Joe Massino, for the first time in his criminal life, was going to prison. The maximum sentence was 10 years. Shortly after the verdicts, Laura Bravetti, the main prosecutor, got disquieting news about Massino's hidden hostility toward her and of a possible death threat. One of the dozen defense lawyers revealed to her that Massino, resenting the aggressive prosecution, had said under his breath, "I hope she dies of AIDS." When the verdicts came down, Gotti was the new Gambino boss, and an informer told the FBI that, in an attempt to ingratiate himself with his godfather, a Gambino capo had offered to place contracts on Bravetti and the presiding federal judge at the rackets trial, Eugene Nickerson. Their motive was to avenge the conviction of Gotti's prized friend, Joe Massino, and it illustrated that the Gotti-Massino axis was keenly recognized by Gambino stalwarts. Bravetti was a little spooked by the reported threat on her life, because she had returned home one evening to find her air conditioners, which she had turned off that morning, were running full throttle. Someone had been in her apartment. Advised by agents to leave town while they investigated further, she vacationed uneasily in Hawaii. Bravetti understood that there was no evidence that Massino knew of the hit plan. The FBI learned that the only gunman willing to take the assignment was Jimmy Heidel. Before Heidel could even plan the hits, in an unrelated development, he was tortured to death for trying to kill the Lucchese leader Anthony Casso. Gaspipe had unintentionally eliminated the threat to Bravetti and Judge Nickerson. Next on the convicted Massino's court calendar was a RICO trial in Manhattan, along with his brother-in-law Sal Vitale. Both were accused of being players in a mafia enterprise. The most serious substantive charges of conspiring in 4 homicides, the 3 Bonanno capos and Joseph Dodo Pastore, were leveled only against Massino. The underlying charges against Sal involved joining Massino in 2 hijackings and obstruction of justice. The chief prosecutor, Michael Chertoff, fresh from his triumph in the commission case, offered leniency to Massino if he admitted at least one of the murders. Rejecting the deal, a sentence of about 12 years to run concurrently with his 10-year labor racketeering term, Massino decided to risk a trial. It was a gamble that could cost 20 years if he lost. "He's the Horatio Alger of the Mafia," Chertoff dubbed Massino, attempting to rivet the jury's attention to Massino's importance. The prosecutor sketched Massino's rapid criminal rise, warning the jury that he was destined for mob stardom unless a guilty verdict derailed him. The government's central witness was hulking muscle man Ray Ween, Massino's former hijacking assistant. Ween ratcheted up the courage to testify against his former capo as the only way to keep himself out of prison. The FBI's Joe Pistone, who was instrumental in convicting Massino in the local 814 trial, was called upon again as an essential witness corroborating Massino's dominant position in the family. Ever sociable, Massino found an occasion during a break in the trial to buttonhole Joe Pistone. He wanted to know which actor would portray him in Donnie Brasco, a forthcoming movie based on the agent's undercover exploits against the Bonanos. "That's the problem, Joey," Pistone answered. "We're having a hard time finding an actor as fat as you are." The unflappable Massino laughed, along with Pistone. Two RICO-experienced lawyers were at the defense table. Samuel Dawson, who had battled Chertoff in the commission case, represented Massino. Serving as Vitali's counsel was Bruce Cutler, who had vaulted to legal prominence after obtaining an acquittal for John Gotti in his first jury-tainted racketeering trial. Well versed in the intricacies of the RICO statute, the lawyers counted on a time limit aspect of the law to overcome the prosecution's evidence, regardless of the verdicts. Their strategy worked. Massino was acquitted of the 4 murder conspiracy counts, but the jury voted unanimously that the brothers-in-law were guilty of many of the other crimes. The jurors, however, found that some critical substantive acts, specific crimes, had occurred more than 5 years before the indictments, or 10 years apart from each other. Ruling in favor of defense motions, the presiding judge cited a statute of limitations requirement and immediately overturned the verdicts. He dismissed all charges on grounds that the crimes, spanning 19 years, did not fall within RICO's required time period. A technical loophole had won the day for Massino and Vitali. At the start of the trial, Cutler rhapsodized about Vitali's affection for Massino. Not only did they grow up together in Brooklyn, not only does he love Joe Massino, not only is he related to Joe Massino through marriage, but he is proud of it and will show it, he told the jury. The RICO dismissals in June 1987 allowed Sal to celebrate with his lawyers at a Manhattan steakhouse, while Joey, continuing his sentence for labor racketeering, had to be content with prison grub. Before Massino was shipped off to the federal penitentiary in Talladega, Alabama, to begin his labor racketeering sentence, Vitali paid him a visit in the Metropolitan Correction Center in Lower Manhattan, the federal detention jail. Brooding over his RICO conviction in the local 814 Teamsters case, Massino laid the blame on capo Gabriel Infante. While Rastelli was in prison in the 1970s and early 1980s, Massino had collected kickbacks that flowed through the local from moving companies. The conduit for the loot was Anthony Giliberti, a convicted stick-up man and distant relative of Phil Rastelli, who emerged from prison totally inexperienced in labor affairs, and swiftly became a high-salaried union organizer and business agent. Believing that Giliberti was disobeying orders and might be blabbing to investigators, Massino decreed his death. The contract went to Infante, and in a drive-by attack on July 14, 1982, Giliberti was shot 9 times as he was entering his car. Recovered from his wounds, the union official became the pivotal witness 4 years later against Massino. Massino complained to Vitali that Infante had messed up the Giliberti hit by not requiring the shooters to get out of their car to finish off the victim. He had other grievances against Infante. The capo had been responsible for disposing of Cesare Bonventri's body, but the dismembered corpse was found stuffed into 2 barrels and was identified. Finally, Infante was seen talking and joking with FBI agent Pat Marshall. In Massino's eyes, that was sufficient evidence that he was a traitor. Outlining a contract to Vitali, Massino said sharply, "I want it done, and I want it done now." A week before Christmas, 1987, Vitali and an accomplice lured Infante to a Brooklyn warehouse for another of those routine meetings. Before it began, he was shot in the back of the head and killed. The triggerman kept $2,500 that Infante was carrying. Infante's body was better concealed than Bonventri's and was never located. In essence, Infante paid with his life for allowing Giliberti to testify and to send Massino to prison. Patting itself on the back, the FBI looked with pride at the convictions of the Bonanno's upper crust. The boss, Rastelli, and Massino, who had officially been appointed underboss, were behind bars, and the Bureau classified the Bonanno family as crippled and of dwindling importance. Supervisors and agents prepared to move on to larger mob priorities throughout the late 1980s and early 90s. Most of Rusty Rastelli's undistinguished reign had been ruinous, producing murderous purges, losses of lucrative rackets, and prison terms for himself, Massino, and other veteran leaders. Earlier, before his long prison sentences, Rastelli had been feared in the mafia for his deadly rages. His wife Connie, angered over her husband's infidelities, volunteered information to the FBI about his criminal freebooting. In 1962, soon after talking to the Bureau, Mrs. Rastelli disappeared, and investigators believed she was murdered at the behest of Rastelli, although killing a woman rather than terrifying her into silence violated the mafia's code of honor. In prison for a second lengthy term, and soon stricken with cancer, Rastelli held the titular rank of boss, but his authority in the Borgata waned. Not so for Massino. For him, prison time was a period for retaining control and planning ahead. He relied on Vitali, promoting him to capo, and using him as a transmission belt to maintain command of the Borgata's shriveled ranks. At monthly visits in Talladega, Vitali urged Massino to accept the mantle of leadership, stressing that it was the wish of a majority of the remaining capos. Honoring Cosa Nostra tradition that a boss kept his title for life, and out of respect for Rastelli's sponsorship of his career, Massino refused to become a godfather while Rusty was alive. Yet despite his affection for Rastelli, Massino did drop a stinging remark about him in a chat with Vitali. How smart can he be? He spent half his life in jail. Vitali became the principal financial caretaker for his imprisoned brother-in-law. Before his conviction, Joe had cut him in on a potpourri of rackets: loan sharking, bookmaking, video gambling machines, popularly known as joker poker, and the extortion of a large catering company that supplied food to roach coaches. Thousands more rolled in weekly from other loot, and Vitali made sure the correct amounts went to his sister, Joe's wife, and their daughters. He made me what I am, Vitali told fellow mobsters about his distribution of illegal profits. It's only right to give him his 50%. Among the reasons for which Vitali had to show his gratitude was a buried secret about his past. Massino had allowed him to be straightened out, although he should have been automatically disqualified from mafia membership for having worked 1 year as a corrections officer. When wise guys asked about the rumor that Sal had been a prison guard, Massino had always assured them it was untrue. "I know him all my life," he lied. "He was never a CO." Massino counted on good-looking Sal and the new consigliere Anthony Sparrow, based in Brooklyn, to serve as his overseers and keep the remnants of the Borgata intact. All his orders and advice were delivered by Sal, who qualified for his prison visitors list because he was a relative. Massino's basic instructions were: no wise guys could be made without his consent, no captains should be broken while he was away, and no soldiers could be transferred to different crews during his prison term. "But never show any weakness to other families, or they'll take advantage of you," Massino lectured Vitali. Another point that he pressed was, defend yourselves at all costs. Confident he was doing everything Massino would have wanted, Vitali snapped commands to capos. "This is how Joe wants it done." Massino also compelled Vitali to stay close to his influential Gambino ally, John Gotti, to consult with him at least every 2 weeks and take his advice. To retain Gotti's goodwill, Vitali ordered the murder of Bonanno associate Louis Tuzio in 1990. Gotti was incensed that Tuzio, while carrying out a hit for the Bonannos, had accidentally shot and wounded the son of a Gambino soldier. Gotti flexed his muscles, and Vitali had to soothe him. In 1991 and 1992, Vitali acted with greater latitude when his direct line to Massino was severed. Nearing parole eligibility, Massino dropped Vitali from his visitors list, fearing that the authorities might deny him early release by claiming Sal's visits were used to discuss organized crime matters. Vitali believed that Messina would still communicate important instructions to him, even if the messages were cryptic, through his sister Josie, who, of course, continued to see her husband. Cut off from Messina, Vitali decided that as his surrogate, he held the power of life and death if an emergency endangered the welfare of the family. He continued collecting payouts for himself and for Messina, and he exercised the supreme power normally reserved for a boss. He ordered 3 slayings without Messina's knowledge. On the street, no one questioned Sal's right to the administration's share of loot, or to issue contracts for capital punishment. Everybody knows Sal speaks for Joe, FBI agent Jack Stubing noted at the time. Inside his cell in Talladega, Messina could rest assured that his mob family interests and his financial coffers were safeguarded by good-looking Sal. He was ready for a spectacular reign as soon as the prison gates were flung open for him. 57. The Genial Godfather, a.k.a. the Ear. Rusty Rastelli died of liver cancer at age 73 in June 1991. The next year, granted supervised release, parole, after serving 6 years, Joe Messina, on his first day of freedom, was greeted as a mafia godfather. Before his parole, Messina instructed Vitali, "If Rastelli dies, make me boss," and Sal had complied. A few days after Rastelli's funeral, Consigliere Anthony Sparrow, following mafia protocol, convened a meeting of some 10 capos in Staten Island, at the Dawson Circle home of a captain, Charles Crazy Charlie Musillo. Joe Messina, the lone candidate, was elected unanimously. Mulling over the tactics used by the government in high-echelon RICO cases, Messina returned from prison, determined to avoid the mistakes that had struck down other dons. At 49, there was a long tenure ahead of him if he could avoid the pitfalls of RICO. His first move to protect himself and to remodel the family was to close the gang's social clubs. He considered them an open invitation to law enforcement for electronic eavesdropping and surveillance. An incentive for banning the traditional hangouts came shortly before his release. During Messina's imprisonment, Vitali encouraged a central meeting place for members, a 1-story building at the rear of an alley next to the Maspeth Public Library on Grand Avenue. Known as the Grand Avenue Social Club, it was headquarters for Capo Michael "Mikey Bat" Cardello. Vitali frequented the club and began holding large-scale weekly Tuesday feasts there for soldiers from all crews. He was, in fact, imitating Messina's previously weekly get-togethers at the old J&S Club, where wise guys had come to show their respect to Messina. Now they came to honor Vitali as Messina's highest representative. The festivities on Grand Avenue were spotted by the FBI, and agents planted a video camera and 3 bugs in the main room. Although careful inside the club, Cardello and soldiers spoke freely in the alley outside. Their walk-talk conversations were picked up by 2 bugs ingeniously hidden in the exterior walls, and from a tap in a street public telephone booth that the mobsters considered a secure line. To Messina's chagrin, the FBI operation codenamed Grand Finale culminated in racketeering convictions of Cardello and 7 soldiers and associates shortly before his parole. Vitali, the FBI's prime objective in Operation Grand Finale, escaped the FBI dragnet. Nevertheless, a fuming Messina excoriated Vitali for sponsoring mass gatherings at the Grand Avenue Club that encouraged FBI penetration and indictments. Closing the clubs was the prelude to Messina's security program. To insulate himself from potential informants and to evade direct implication in the family's crimes, he decentralized the Borgata structure, creating more secretive cells. A tight cadre of senior capos would each oversee a major activity without knowledge of anyone else's affairs, and reporting indirectly to him through Vitali. Despite the contretemps over the Grand Avenue Club debacle, he named Sal underboss, realizing that his help would be indispensable in running the Borgata, as long as he was himself on supervised release. Massino could be returned to prison any time in the next 2 years to complete his sentence if he violated the conditions of his parole. One prohibition was consorting with known criminals and convicted mafiosi. Even though Vitali was suspected of being a made man, he had never been convicted of a mob-related crime. As close relatives, the two men could reasonably justify visiting each other at their homes and meeting at personal family dinners and social events, without endangering Massino's freedom. It was a discreet way of conferring without raising the hackles of the parole authorities, and would complicate an FBI attempt to establish proof there was an illicit aspect to their association. Upon returning to Queens in November 1992, Massino did preside at one celebratory session with all his capos in a hotel suite near John F. Kennedy International Airport. He used the occasion to assure the captains of their reappointments and to inform them that while on parole, he would transmit orders to them through Vitali. Furthermore, they would continue to funnel cash tributes to him through his brother-in-law. For added security, he pulled a leaf out of Vincent Cingiganti's playbook, outlawing the use of his surname or his nicknames. Giganti's Genovese battalions tapped or pointed to their chins when referring to him. Massino directed his underlings to touch or point to their ears instead of mentioning his name. Eventually, investigators unearthed Massino's secret command and jokingly tagged him the Ear. Respectful gangsters and other families nicknamed him Big Joe, signifying his reputation as a mafia luminary, as well as his 350-pound weight. Passing along the warning to capos about using Massino's proper name, Vitali was emphatic. "We're only as strong as our boss is to other bosses. We must protect Joe, or the family will disintegrate." Another change ordained by Massino hinted at a touch of vanity. He decided that wise guys should no longer consider themselves the Bonanno clan, the name that had cleaved to the organization for more than 60 years. Henceforth, it would be known among themselves as the Massino Borgata. Massino claimed that expunging Joe Bonanno's name was long overdue, because his autobiography and television interviews had disgraced the family, exposed Cosa Nostra secrets, and helped convict commission members in 1986. Joe Bonanno disrespected the family by ratting, Massino told Vitali. Massino's ego allowed him to overlook the inconsistency of renaming the family in his honor, while forbidding the use of his name in conversations. The new Don's fixation with safety prompted him to alter the ritual for inducting members. Concerned that an FBI raid on a ceremony might uncover props for the Oath of Omerta, a saint's card for burning, and a knife or gun symbolizing loyalty to the family, he prohibited their use. Vitali, Sparrow, and capos were authorized to conduct a simplified ceremony after he approved the new member. Those officiating could make the recruit, without drawing blood from a trigger finger or holding a flaming saint's card. If agents burst in, the mafiosi could claim they were a group of friends playing cards, or just spending a social evening together. Another rigorous security test enforced by Massino was the requirement that a candidate for membership had to have had a working relationship with a made man for at least 8 years. He believed it would ensure the reliability of the new soldier and decrease the possibility of another infiltration by the likes of FBI agent Joe Pistone. Vitali supervised about 20 ceremonies in homes, stores, factories, and hotel rooms, using a new procedure. All participants, the new and old soldiers, rose in a tie-in, a toccata, as Vitali intoned, "In the name of the Massino family, we are locked in a network in secrecy. You're reborn today. Today, you start your new life." After his supervised release was lifted in 1995, Massino attended inductions and proudly informed the new soldiers of the family's unique record among all of the nation's Borgatas, as the only American clan that had never spawned a stool pigeon or cooperative government witness. Massino tried to restrict the flow of information, even to capos, on a need-to-know basis, to prevent wider leaks if agents recruited informers or eavesdropped electronically on soldiers. Believing that danger lurked in depending upon the reliability of other families, he virtually banned participating in joint projects with them. He pulled a new capo, James Big Louis Tartaglione, off a major mob committee. "We really have nothing to do with construction unions," Massino said. Capo Anthony Graziano withdrew from the gasoline excise tax scams that generated millions of dollars. "Let's forget it," was Massino's terse explanation. He entwined his capos in specific areas of the family's rackets to create loyal courtiers and security screens for himself. Each capo would have his own personal fortune at stake, an incentive for vigilance against investigative traps. He also pressured captains and soldiers to volunteer their sons as made men, on the theory that they would be more knowledgeable about Cosa Nostra practices and steadfastly loyal. Massino thought by recruiting offspring and placing them in the father's crews, the capo's lips would be sealed to protect their sons and himself. And crew commanders would know that if they became traitors, their sons would be endangered by internal retaliation, possibly death. Massino ensured that a defector would have a lot to lose. Meeting with other godfathers was another bugaboo for Massino. Photographs of dons entering and leaving conferences was excellent circumstantial evidence in the commission case, and he had no intention of being trapped by cameras. After the commission convictions, high-powered gatherings were held infrequently, and he sent Vitali or Spiro as his understudies. His long friendship and admiration for John Gotti deteriorated. Gotti's life term in prison began just as Massino's incarceration ended. The newly crowned boss had learned from the Gambino chief's downfall that notoriety only inflamed law enforcement. In a heart-to-heart talk with Vitali, he critiqued Gotti's flaws, censuring him for violating Cosa Nostra codes and riveting public attention on their previously secret society. "He broke every rule in the book. John destroyed this life. John set us back 100 years, and what he did to Paulie, the murder of boss Paul Castellano, I would never have done." When Gotti died, Massino boycotted his wake and funeral. Unlike Gotti, Joe Massino preferred anonymity. He wanted to be unknown. His face kept off television news shows, and his identity and photograph never emblazoned in newspapers. For that reason, he shunned most Cosa Nostra social events, the wakes, funerals, weddings, and baptismal celebrations of members of his own Borgata, and hierarchs and other gangs. Avoiding the prying eyes and cameras of investigators, he sent deputies to these mob events only when respect for mafia traditions had to be observed. Up to date on technology, Massino banned the use of mobile phones for mob matters. He knew that such phones could be monitored as easily as landline telephones. Listening in, law enforcement might identify previously unknown soldiers and gauge the Borgata's true strength. He also believed that tiny mobile phones had been employed by the FBI to conceal bugs carried by informers trying to infiltrate the families. All members were advised to emulate his courtesy when encountering lawmen. From now on, they would act like charm school graduates, even when badgered by agents and detectives. They could remain reticent, but he disliked belligerent backtalk that might incite aggressive investigations. If a member got into a legal scrape, Massino's regime was ready to lend support. He instituted a war chest, requiring each soldier and capo to kick in $100 a month, and he controlled the fund. As long as an arrest resulted from a Borgata-related crime, the family would pay the members full legal expenses. Collecting the compulsory tax from his crew, Frank Lino observed, "If you have a problem, the boss will help you." Over the years, Massino doled out as much as $150,000 in one criminal case alone. The Bonanos had always cultivated international mafia ties, and Massino reestablished a close relationship with the Zips, the Sicilian-born faction in the family, whose specialty was narcotics trafficking. He had brought in important zips from New York and Canada into the Rastelli camp in 1981 to help wipe out the 3 rebel capos, and he intended to use them again as a secret army, largely unknown to the New York law enforcement authorities. The family's zip crew of some 20 soldiers in Montreal, led by Gerlando George from Canada Shasha and Vito Rizzuto, enthusiastically endorsed Massino's ascension. Rumors that Massino had been installed as a boss were picked up by the FBI. In early 1993, shortly after Massino's exit from prison, Lynn DeVecchio, then the head of the Bureau's Colombo Bonanno squad, and Jack Stubing, his Bonanno expert, paid an unannounced call on Massino at his 2-story white colonnaded house in Howard Beach. Opening the front door, Massino kept the agents outside. Stubing knew Massino was too well schooled to allow them to subtly reconnoiter the interior for a spot to plant a bug. DeVecchio liked to play head games, chatting up mafiosi to personally evaluate them and see how they reacted to pressure. There was always the possibility that one of them might slip up and accidentally reveal valuable information. It was also a long-shot method of establishing rapport that could pay off if a mobster got into trouble, wanted to cooperate, and needed an FBI contact. Besides sizing up Massino, the agent's primary purpose for visiting him was to relay a warning to Lefty Guns Ruggiero, the wise guy who, 15 years earlier, had been duped by Joe Pistone. The Bureau was sure Massino had once tried to whack Ruggiero for his incompetence, but that Lefty Guns had been forgiven and was about to be released from a prison stretch caused by Pistone's evidence. DeVecchio and Stubing advised Massino to warn Ruggiero against retaliating against Pistone or his kin when he returned to mob life. "Nothing is going to happen. You can sleep on it," Massino said with assurance, in effect confirming that he was in control of the Borgata. Bantering with the agents, Massino apologized to Stubing for having shaken him during a recent car surveillance. It was accidental, he said, not a deliberate dodge, caused by an abrupt turn because he had driven past the spot where he wanted to drop off his wife. Driving back to their office, the agents knew Massino's pride was at work in demonstrating that he was the equal of the elite FBI. "That guy has a fantastic encyclopedic memory for cars, license plate numbers, and anyone who has ever tailed him," DeVecchio commented to Stubing. "He may be cordial and from the old school, but he sure does enjoy showing off how smart and careful he is." To qualify for parole, Massino had to show a source of legitimate income. He maintained that his chief employment was as a consultant for King Caterers, a Farmingdale, Long Island company that prepared hot dishes and snacks for Roach Coach vendors, some of whom, of course, handled bookmaking and loan sharking as sidelines. Sal Vitale also was listed as having similar employment at the suburban food preparation plant. The brothers-in-law had landed their jobs in 1984, when the owners, knowing of the mobster duo's reputation, secretly solicited their help. A Lucchese soldier, Carmine Avellino, owned a similar catering establishment nearby and wanted to take over their successful business. Joe and Sal intervened by putting King Caterers under protection, preventing further harassment from Avellino, who was heavily outranked by the Bonanno bigwigs. Laundering the payoffs, Joe and Sal created a shell company, Queen's Catering, which received one bonus of $300,000 in return for an investment of $50,000 and a monthly fee of $17,500 from King Caterers. While Massino was in prison, Vitale passed along Joe's share to his wife. Massino appeared at the catering plant once a week, usually passing the time by playing cards. In the event of an investigation, the company's cover story was that in addition to advising on Roach Coach routes, he prepared a succulent sauce for their products. Scores of trucks, cars, and people meandered in and out of the place on workdays, complicating investigators' attempts to keep tabs on men Massino actually met inside the vast one-story building. Interviewed at the plant by the New York Times, a good-humored Massino brushed off allegations that he was the latest godfather. "I don't believe there is such a thing as the mafia. A bunch of Italian guys go out to eat, and they say it's the mafia. Protesting that he was legitimate, Massino said that besides the catering job, he earned a living managing real estate properties. "I did my time. I paid my dues," he replied to this author, then a Times reporter. The job at King Caterers was part of Massino's plan to justify to the IRS that he had a legitimate income to support a home valued at $750,000, and the means to acquire real estate in Queens and in Florida, and to invest in parking lots in New York. Most of the acquisitions were in his wife's name, and she drew between $9,000 and $17,000 yearly from the lots. Overall, his net worth eventually would top $10 million. Listings on his tax returns failed to record Massino's illicit income from loan sharking and gambling, and tribute from crews under his reign. He and Vitali operated a surefire bank, compelling capos and soldiers to borrow at interest rates of 1.5% weekly, which they lent at even higher amounts to their victims. Capos stressed to soldiers in their loan-sharking rings the dire necessity to obtain money and interest owed them on time because of the compulsory VIG payments that went to the administration. No one ever defaulted. "They know better," said Vitali. "How can you not pay your boss and underboss?" With $600,000 on the streets, the weekly vigorish reached $9,000 for Joe and Sal. All loans were approved by Massino, but Vitali supervised the bookkeeping, listing the amounts and payments in a pocket-sized spiral notebook, his shy book. Steady client Frank Lino borrowed $500,000, and over the years repaid about $1 million, a sizable return for the hierarchs. Sports gambling was handled for Massino by controllers, professional bookies who split profits 50-50 with their leaders. A good week would produce $10,000 to $12,000 for the administration. Massino discontinued baseball wagers in the late 1990s, complaining that he was getting killed by the Yankees, a team that won consistently for their betting fans in New York. Easy money for the Borgata and the administration poured in through illegal video gambling games, generally called joker poker. Placed in cafes, bars, restaurants, pizzerias, mob social clubs, and even candy and bagel stores, the machines accepted coins and bills up to a $100 limit. Each machine metered winnings and losses, and when finished, a player collected the remaining credit from the proprietor, who split earnings 50-50 with the mobster who owned the video game. The Bonanos and other families in the 1990s offered 4 types of gambling machines. Joker poker, where the player had to draw at least a pair to win. Cherry Master, a device similar to slot machines in legal casinos. 8-liner, a machine that offered different games of chance, including blackjack, and quarter horse, in which the player wagered on picking the winner of a race on the screen. Capo Frank Lino, who was a distributor of dozens of joker poker machines, chalked up as much as $40,000 a week in profits. Massino's administration demanded 10% of all earnings from video gambling. Calling the payments a tithe, Lino told a colleague, "I guess the mafia takes after the church." An unwritten law required monthly cash tributes from Massino family capos and a generous contribution at Christmas. A wealthy captain, Frank Coppa, usually gave $6,500 a month and $20,000 for Christmas, and Capo Richard Cantarella forked over $1,500 a month and $25,000 at Yuletide. The Canadian crew sent $15,000 every Christmas. Another generous capo, James Big Louis Tattaglione, estimated that in 2 decades he passed along $150,000 to Massino. Even Vitali kicked into the boss, with $10,000 at Christmas. It took Massino less than 5 years to establish himself as New York's and the nation's paramount don, benefiting from the mass convictions that beset the other families in the 1990s. John Gotti of the Gambinos, Vincent Gigante of the Genoveses, Vittorio Amuzzo and Anthony Casso of the Luccheses, and Carmine Persico and Victor Arena of the Colombos, had all been swept into prison. Their organizations were fractured, struggling to regroup in 1998. The Bonanos were the exception. Their administration was untouched, and Massino-filled power vacuums vacated by the imprisoned Godfathers. Recovering from the Donnie Brasco undercover debacle, when the family's roster had dropped below 100 made men, Massino had brought it up to over 150 in 15 functioning crews. His strict discipline and security strictures appeared to be working. In contrast to the flood of defectors and other Borgatas, not a single Bonanno/Massino-made man had become a turncoat, a sign of unflinching loyalty to Omerta and to Big Joe. The only free, full-fledged Godfather in New York, Massino's influence enabled him to set general policies for all mafia families. Confident of his own security and ability to evade surveillance, he called for a rare commission meeting at an unknown date in late 1999 or early 2000, and agreed to be present. It was attended by the Gambino's boss, Peter Gotti, and acting bosses from the 3 other families. The conference site, chosen with care by Massino, was at the home of a highly trusted Massino soldier, Louis Restivo, in Rego Park, a largely Jewish middle-class Queens neighborhood not frequented by mobsters. An important agenda item for the commission was finding a solution to the interminable internal battles for control of the Colombo family. Massino was unable to mediate that thorny issue, explaining afterward to Vitali that the dispute was too far gone. Another major topic was replenishing the dwindling Borgatas, hit hard by RICO convictions. In addition to quickly replacing dead and retired members, each family would get a bonus every year of 2 soldiers at Christmas time. A New York Cosa Nostra law requires that the names of all proposed members be vetted by other families. A family has 2 weeks to raise an objection about the acceptability of another Borgata's candidate before the admission ceremony was conducted. Soon after the commission meeting, Massino suspected that other families were cheating to pad their ranks more swiftly. They were reusing the names of dead soldiers to expedite inductions and to beef up their strength. The basic size of each family had been rigidly established by Lucky Luciano in the 1930s to prevent one family from becoming too large and sparking mob rivalries and wars. Determined to abide by the old rules, Massino instructed Vitali to maintain a necrology list to block other Borgatas from recycling the names of dead mobsters. In keeping with his new status as the nation's most secure godfather, Massino became more modish. He filled the closet with hand-stitched, European-styled suits and other clothing crafted by a Bensonhurst tailor to fit his obese frame. Content with mid-sized Fords and Buicks and Cadillacs during his days as a hijacker and capo, he now opted for Mercedes-Benzes. Always interested in food, he became the behind-the-scenes owner in 1996 of the Casablanca restaurant in Maspeth. Dining there frequently, a light lunch was linguine with sautéed peppers, and in the most open display of his importance, he had no compunction about breaking breadsticks and enjoying heaping plates of veal and pasta with capos and soldiers. Since the restaurant, officially owned by a soldier, Louis Restivo, was a public place, it would be difficult for prosecutors to prove that it was a mob hangout where criminal activities were discussed. The Casablanca was a blue-collar contrast to the voguish Manhattan night spots that had been frequented by his former neighbor John Gotti. Indicative of Massino's outer borough focus, the restaurant was located on a drab commercial street next to a Pep Boys auto supply store. Seating 80 customers in a pseudo-Art Deco room, bathed in bright neon lights, its most conspicuous motif was adulation of the classic 1942 movie Casablanca. A life-size statue of Humphrey Bogart in a white dinner jacket dominated the bistro's entrance, and all its walls were bedecked with posters for the movie and photos of its cast. The door to the men's room bore a picture of Bogart, and the women's room door was graced with the image of the film's co-star, Ingrid Bergman. Featuring Sicilian and Southern Italian dishes, the menu included a bogey special, brick oven pizza, and, capturing a famous slice of dialogue by Bogart, a "here's looking at you, kid" pizza. A compulsory dining spot for Massino's mobsters, the restaurant's success allowed him to skim $750 a week from its receipts. To stay in Massino's good graces, soldiers and associates were importuned to hold their parties in the restaurant's adjacent catering hall. "It's the boss's place. Why give your money to anyone else?" Capo Richard Cantarella strongly suggested to his crew members when they were planning social events. Clearly, Massino won the opening skirmishes against the FBI's C-10 Bonanno Squad, which was even unaware of the Borgatta's name change. Reviewing the campaign in 1998 with other agents, the squad's supervisor, Jack Stubing, estimated that in 5 years, the Ear had revived the family through standard mafia rackets and was opening new frontiers in the 1990s booming stock market. Intelligence reports suggested that some of Massino's capos were mob pioneers in corrupting brokerage firms, mainly by loan sharking to high-living employees in financial straits. They get a victim on the hook and put his talents to use in pump and dump and other schemes, Stubing told the new squad agent Nora Conley. They're getting stronger rather than weaker. Stubing had tried every trick in his bag to crack Massino's defenses. Searching for an unorthodox approach, Stubing floated an idea to Kevin Donovan, the agent in charge of the entire organized crime division in New York. He wanted to borrow forensic accountants, agents used for white-collar business and stock fraud cases, whom the Bureau had never considered particularly useful for initiating mob investigations. Instead of facing him head-on, Stubing thought accountants might get to Massino through a flanking maneuver, scrutinizing records of Massino's and Vitali's underlings, who were minting money for them. Stubing's plan was to pinpoint associates and others suspected of arranging the family's money laundering schemes, or who were themselves extortion victims. All were potential weak links and likely to fear long prison terms if they were nabbed on financial crimes. A little pressure from threatened tax evasion or RICO indictments might persuade these moneymakers and victims to cooperate, wear wires, and allow their phones to be tapped for incriminating evidence against Massino and his top commanders. It was a long-range gamble to construct a case methodically, inch by inch, tracing how loot flowed to Joe and Sal. "It's impossible to change records in the banking system," Stubing told Donovan. "If we had someone who knows what to look for, where the money is going, and how it got there, we might unlock Massino's empire." Stubing knew that regular mafia agents had no training to decipher financial records, and he was counting on a relatively new species of forensic accountant to duplicate for his squad the successes they were achieving in embezzlement and fraud investigations. "The wise guys can lie and cheat, but bank records don't change," Stubing stressed to Donovan. Stubing got his reinforcements. 2 young agents who were tyros when it came to pursuing Cosa Nostra despots, but were qualified certified public accountants. The first was Jeffrey Sallet, a cheerful 29-year-old with a photographic memory for details, who had been with the Bureau less than 2 years before plunging into the Massino investigation in mid-1998. Raised in a Boston suburb, Sallet had been inspired to become a G-man by his uncle's compelling stories about his adventures as a Treasury Department investigator. Next on board in March 1999 was raven-haired Kimberly McCaffrey, barely 5 feet tall, yet seemingly indefatigable at age 26, with a year's experience as an agent. A Junior Olympics medal holder, she won a gymnastics scholarship at Townsend University in Maryland. Joining the Bonanno Squad, her knowledge about the Mafia was limited to her reading as a teenager in northern New Jersey about John Gotti's career and his ability to beat convictions. "I couldn't understand why he was on the street and not in jail," she later told friends. "It gave me the idea that someday I'd use my skills to combat the mob." Quickly pleased with his 2 forensic accountant agents, Stubing reported to Donovan, "They can look at a box of checks and records and instantly recognize patterns of laundering and tax evasion. It's something none of the rest of us can do." Across the East River from FBI headquarters, where the 2 accountants were toiling to construct a paper trail to Massino, A more conventional police effort was enveloping the Borgatas' old man, Consigliere Anthony Sparrow. Unrelated to Steuben's master plan, a 3-year Police and Federal Drug Enforcement Administration (DEA) investigation in Brooklyn had pinned murder and racketeering charges on Sparrow in 1999. The counselor's troubles arose from the mafia's chronic pitfall, associating with narcotics dealers. Sparrow had long operated out of a South Brooklyn Italian-American section, Bath Beach, and Bensonhurst, where he ran the Big Apple car service as a cover. He was famous in the neighborhood for his skill at tending pigeon flocks from a rooftop and cashing in on the Joker poker craze by manufacturing and distributing the illicit video gambling games in Brooklyn and Queens. Out of respect for Sparrow's loyalty, experience, and age, Massino had granted him an exemption to the social club ban, allowing him to maintain a neighborhood hangout, the West End Social Club, next to his livery company. A gang of young trigger-happy wannabes, the Bath Avenue Boys, admirers of the legendary Sparrow, made the club their second home, carrying out assignments, robberies, assaults, and murders, on orders from the consigliere's henchmen, never directly from him. One homicide victim was a junkie who made the mistake of burgling Sparrow's daughter's home. Deeply immersed in the narcotics trade, ranging from sales of kilos to pushing dime, $10 bags of cocaine on the streets, 19 Bath Avenue boys were caught by the police and the Drug Enforcement Administration. A thuggish bunch, the boys relied on blowtorches and baseball bats to discipline anyone suspected of cheating them. Once in custody, many of the tough guys were stricken with loose lips, implicating Sparrow and his chief dispenser of orders, Joseph J.B. Benanti, a made man. A decade earlier, when William Vanderland, an FBI agent, promised Sparrow, who had never served a long prison stretch, that he would get him, the veteran mobster replied crisply, "I can handle it." Listening in 2001 to the guilty verdict for heading a RICO enterprise, Sparrow's face reddened at the unimaginable news of a life sentence at age 72, a conviction based entirely on circumstantial evidence, without direct testimony that he specifically had ordered the commission of any crime. Afterward, James Walden, the lead federal prosecutor at Sparrow's trial, acknowledged that investigators searched and hoped for evidence to entangle Massino, but were unable to find a shred against him. The other families were in mass confusion, but it looked as if Massino had shored up his internal structure, Walden said. Sparrow's difficulties heightened Massino's dread of being implicated by loose talk, picked up by a wired informer or through a telephone tap. Previously, he had felt safe in walk-talks on streets and hushed conversations with Vitali and a handful of capos in the Casablanca. Before the start of Sparrow's trial in 2001, he stepped up vigilance by leaving the country for super-sensitive discussions with trusted capos. He appointed them to temporarily take over the consigliere's duties by serving on a panel, his version of an executive committee. Massino was confident American law enforcement agents would not pursue him abroad. In a relaxed atmosphere away from the threat of surveillance, he educated his warlords on their new responsibilities. The mobsters usually were accompanied by their wives, a ploy which helped camouflage the excursions as innocent tourist vacations. Capo Frank Coppa, who previously had lavished jewelry and a fur coat on his godfather, picked up the entire tab for a jaunt to France and Monte Carlo with Massino and their wives. Massino reciprocated in Paris by giving a gift of rosary beads to Coppa. Another capo, widely considered in the family as the acting consigliere, Anthony Graziano, traveled with his wife Ronnie and the Massinos to Mexico. Known as T.G., Graziano, in his early 60s, was a cash cow for the administration, heading a crew in Staten Island and Brooklyn that was a prolific distributor of cocaine, conducting a loan sharking business with $500,000 on the streets, and operating a vast stock of illegal Joker poker videos. T.G.'s crew was notorious for its savagery, singeing victims with cigarette lighters and dragging a slow-paying loan shark client by a noose around his neck. Widening his horizons, Graziano opened a boiler room shop in Florida to exploit the 1990s economic upswing by engaging in stock and telemarketing swindles. Returning from Mexico after a private interlude with his godfather, a nostalgic Graziano lined the walls of his Staten Island game room with photos of the smiling Massino and Graziano couples touring Mexico. The pictures were placed next to his prized collection of stuffed animal heads. Airline records and videotapes of Massino and Graziano arriving at Newark Liberty International Airport from Mexico confirmed for the FBI the cozy relationship between Massino and Graziano. Agents suspected that Graziano had been promoted to replace Sparrow, and that he was being briefed on his new duties during the overseas trips. They also observed Graziano emerging with Massino from the office of a doctor treating Massino for diabetes, another place the two men might feel secure to review mutual mob enterprises. Learning from an informer that at least 3 of Graziano's associates would deliver Christmas tributes to him, agents obtained a warrant to frisk him upon leaving the Bistro, a Staten Island restaurant, in December 2001. Disregarding Massino's edict on courtesy, Graziano growled at the agents, Joseph Bonavolonta, the son of retired FBI Mafia Investigations Supervisor Jules Bonavolonta, and Gregory Massa. "Why the fuck are you bothering me? Why aren't you out looking for bin Laden?" Rather than argue with the irate gangster, the agents confiscated as possible evidence of illegal payoffs more than $5,000 packed into a bulging envelope which was marked Buon Natale, Merry Christmas in Italian. Another $1,292 was found in his pockets. Reporting the harassment to Vitale, T.G. was relieved that he was not carrying 25 other envelopes containing thousands of dollars from soldiers and associates. Massino's regard for Graziano was so strong that he was willing to protect him by killing a former ally and a highly respected capo, Gerlando George from Canada, Sciascia. Sciascia had played a vital role in Massino's extermination of the 3 rival capos in 1981, and had supported his takeover of the family when he came out of prison a decade later. A wealthy Sicilian-born international heroin trafficker, Sciascia operated in the United States and Canada, and headed the family's Montreal crew. After being acquitted in Brooklyn on federal charges of conspiring with the Gambinos Gene Gotti in a drug deal, Sciascia returned to Canada, but was soon deported as an undesirable alien. Allowed to enter America in 1997, he moved into a fashionable apartment on Manhattan's East Side, remaining the long-distance manager of the Montreal faction and continuing to oversee drug deals. Obviously trusted by Massino, he was put on a committee to undertake some of the duties Consigliere Anthony Sparrow had to give up after his indictment. Working with Graziano, Sciascia grew concerned that T.G. was unreliable, often dipping into his own cocaine supplies. "Every time I see this guy, he's stoned," Sciascia complained, urging Sal Vitale to report the situation to Massino. Swearing on my children's eyes, Graziano denied to Massino that he was snorting coke, insisting that the only drug he took was stomach medicine. Massino settled the dispute between the 2 capos in March 1999. At the 25th wedding anniversary party of Vitale's nephew, Massino pulled aside his underboss. "George has got to go," Vitale recalls Massino telling him, as they sat alone at a table in the Amici restaurant in Hempstead, Long Island. Leaving the next morning for a holiday week in Cancun, Mexico, to establish an alibi, Massino wanted Sciascia whacked while he was away. Following instructions, Vitale placed the contract with Capo Patrick Paddy from the Bronx DiFilippo and soldier John Johnny Joe Spirito. Vitale supplied DiFilippo with a pistol and a silencer for the job, and Paddy later gave him the details of the hit. In Vitale's account, DiFilippo had an ongoing beef with the 65-year-old Sciascia and arranged to meet him on the evening of March 18, 1999 for a sit-down. To set up Sciascia, DiFilippo lied that they would rendezvous with another mobster who would referee their quarrel. With Spirito at the wheel, DiFilippo picked up Sciascia near his Manhattan apartment. During the ride, DiFilippo, sitting next to Sciascia, allegedly riddled him with bullets in the head and torso, and dumped the body on a dead-end street in the Bronx. Vitaly circulated a story among capos that the crime was unsanctioned and unrelated to the Massino administration, and appeared to be a hit relating to a private narcotics deal. The smokescreen was intended to prevent Sciascia's Canadian crew of Zips from retaliating against Massino. To mislead the Canadians and the rest of the family, Massino spread the word to his capos that the administration was searching for the killers. He ordered a huge turnout of more than 40 wise guys at Sciascia's wake to flaunt his pretended grief and respect for the slain capo. Di Filippo, the reputed assassin, attended, but Massino maintained his policy of avoiding gatherings that attracted law enforcement photographers. Soon afterward, Massino apparently expressed to 2 favored captains his true feeling that Sciascia deserved to die. "It served him right for telling me how to run the family," he remarked to Richie Cantarella. "That'll teach him to talk about my capos." Another clue about the motive for Sciascia's slaying came from Frank Coppa, to whom Massino admitted his displeasure that George from Canada wanted to get rid of T.G., or hurt him. At a meeting in a Howard Beach diner, Vitaly informed Massino that the car in which Sciascia had been shot had to be destroyed, because the bloodstains could not be removed from the upholstery. "Poor George, he must have bled to death," Massino said lightly, adding that the family treasury would reimburse Johnny Joe Spirito for the loss of the vehicle. As a personal reward for Spirito, Massino cited the hit on George sufficient reason for straightening him out, inducting him, according to Vitaly. The Godfather considered it a piece of work well done. 58. Mafia Groupies. Joe Massino became a frequent world traveler for security reasons. His overseas journeys, however, failed to secure his carefully constructed protective walls. 3 years of poring over financial records were gradually producing dividends for Jack Stubing's forensic accounting sleuths Jeffrey Salet and Kimberly McCaffrey. Early on, they had singled out Sal Vitale as a key guy because of his long service as Massino's indispensable right hand, and in 2001 he was in their net. Having grown rich as the family's number 2 man, Vitale had moved from modest Howard Beach, where Massino still lived, to Tony Dix Hills in Long Island. Separating from his wife Diana, he moved again in 1998 to a $400,000 townhouse in Syosset, another upscale Long Island town. The Long Island suburbs served both as his home and as a fertile ground for an unusual gambling and loan sharking syndicate that converted a bank into a mob annex in Launderette. With help from Suffolk County detectives investigating illegal gambling and a tip from an informer in an unrelated case, McCaffrey and Salet discovered that Vitale and several associates in a makeshift crew were exceptionally well treated at a branch of the European American Bank in Melville, Long Island. Examining the bank's records, the agents noticed numerous convoluted deposits, withdrawals, and transfers, slightly below $10,000. Banks are required to submit detailed forms, currency transaction reports, to the Treasury Department for transfers over $10,000. It is a means of uncovering patterns of money laundering and tax evasion, known as structuring. The 2 agents traced a spate of transactions just below the $10,000 cutoff to Vitale and his Long Island accomplices. Over 5 years, the underboss and henchmen filtered a sizable amount through that one branch bank. The investigation picked up steam when loan sharking and gambling victims, tracked down by the FBI and Suffolk County detectives, agreed to cooperate. They told of meetings with Vitale's enforcers in a conference room at the bank, where Vitale's goons were transacting loan sharking business. While regular bank customers dealt with tellers, mobsters were in a back room threatening their own clients. Gambino associate Vincent Vinny D. DiCongilio, who also laundered money through the bank, was particularly feared for punishing delinquent debtors by bashing them with his cane. Vitale and 6 associates, including the bank's manager, were corralled in November 2001 on racketeering enterprise charges. Earlier, another employee who had been paid off for turning the branch into a mob mall cooperated in exposing the mobster's grip on the branch. Released on $500,000 bail and facing 20 years for racketeering, loan sharking, and money laundering, Vitali, who had never spent a single hour in jail, began negotiating. His guilty plea and admission to collecting 1/4 of the crew's profits resulted in the probability of a sharply reduced sentence of 45 months. Awaiting formal sentencing, he was placed under house arrest through electronic monitoring of his movements. The sentence delay was caused partly by Vitali's request to be placed in a prison substance abuse program, claiming he was an alcoholic. There is no evidence that he had ever been a heavy drinker, but the program would make prison life easier and shorten his incarceration by 1 full year. Following Vitali's lead, the bank manager and 4 other crew members copped out to wangle shorter sentences. Ironically, the investigation of Vitali occurred as his relationship to Massino was withering. Beginning in the mid-1990s, Massino gradually stripped Sal of authority, relying more on the capos he had placed on panels to oversee the Borgatta's daily operations and channel his loot to him. Vitali was allowed to retain his underboss title and participate with Massino in their old projects, mainly loan sharking, gambling, and shakedowns of King Catering. Massino's cold explanation to Vitali for the demotion was that rank-and-file capos and soldiers detest you. Virtually banished, Vitali was even prohibited from appearing at the Casa Blanca, where every capo was welcomed at Massino's table in the restaurant. Indignant at being shelved and turned into an outcast, Vitali was powerless to resist. Seething, he complained that Massino had sharply cut his illegal revenues by driving a wedge between him and the rest of the family. "There was nothing I wouldn't have done for the man," Vitali whined to a capo who still talked to him. "He's taken the captains away from me. They aren't allowed to call me. They aren't allowed to give me Christmas presents." Massino gave Richard Cantarella and Frank Coppa his reasons for ostracizing Vitali. He was incensed at the way Sal carried himself, acting like a big shot. Over the years, Massino said, his underboss had become too haughty and vain, encouraging the use of the nicknames Good-Looking and Handsome Sal. Massino thought his brother-in-law was cloning John Gotti's expansive personality, trying to dress modishly and having his hair coiffed by stylists. A sign that Massino saw as incipient disloyalty was Vitali's refusal to encourage any of his 4 sons to join the crime family. The sons of Frank Coppa, Frank Lino, Richard Cantarella, and other capos had enlisted as soldiers. Vitali continued to deliver plunder to Massino from their long-established mutual enterprises, and saw him at social events involving their personal families. Denied financial support from the Borgatta's capos, the underboss struck out on his own, developing new rackets in Long Island. Distance failed to assuage Massino's hostility toward him. "Watch yourself, Joe's not too pleased with you," Jimmy Galante, a soldier and nephew of the slain Carmine Galante, warned the pariah underboss. Frank Coppa, who was in Massino's inner circle, advised Sal of the boss's continued animosity. "Be careful, stay in Long Island, and make yourself scarce." Vitali believed he had redeemed himself when Massino gave him the contract on George from Canada. "When he needs a shooter, he calls on me," Vitali thought to himself. That hope was short-lived, and his guilty plea in the Long Island RICO case only heightened Massino's distrust of him. Massino unlocked the family's war chest to pay $50,000 of Vitali's legal fees, but he wondered if a relatively short sentence of less than 4 years meant that he might be squealing. Discussing Vitali's situation with Coppa, Massino said, "We did 7 pieces of work together," an acknowledgment that Vitali could implicate him in 7 gangland murders. Shaping his hand as if it were a gun, Massino added that he was sparing Sal because he was his brother-in-law. "Otherwise, I'd take him out." Equally bitter, Vitali believed he had been abandoned by Massino and the family after his arrest. He lamented that, except for one soldier, no one from the Borgata had visited or called him when he was hospitalized with a mild heart attack. "I didn't get no support from the men," he grumbled to a friend as he waited to begin his sentence. "My wife and kids are going to be left in the street." It was an odd complaint, since he had almost $500,000 in hidden cash, several $1 million in real estate holdings, and was estranged from his wife. The next major trophy collected by the Bonanno Squad was Anthony T.G. Graziano. He was accused in 2002 on twin New York and Florida indictments for racketeering, murder conspiracy, extortion, fraud, drug trafficking, and an $11 million swindle. Facing insurmountable evidence, Graziano threw in the towel, pleaded guilty, and received an 11-year sentence. Convicted with him was most of his crew, a dozen soldiers and associates. The agent accountants had a marginal part in capturing Graziano. Much of the evidence had been spawned by the Bath Avenue boys, the plug uglies and narcotics peddlers who helped sink the consigliere Anthony Sparrow. The garrulous boys had worked as muscle men on drug deals for Graziano and Sparrow's crews. After implicating Sparrow, they gave the FBI leads to Graziano's criminal escapades and were willing to testify against him, dickering for lenient sentences. The stock market bubble in the 1990s was a golden opportunity for mafia pillaging, and Massino's capos were among the early buccaneers. Like Graziano, Frank Coppa and Frank Lino saw that the public's feverish greed offered pickings just as easy as loan sharking and illegal gambling. Coppa, the first to branch out into high finance, had been profiting as a mobster since he was made by Carmine Galante in 1977. Under the illusion that Lillo was the Bonanno boss, Coppa was startled to learn differently after his assassination. Considering himself an earner, a con man, not a killer, Coppa nevertheless participated in 2 murders and ingratiated himself with Massino by assisting Lino in whacking Sonny Black Napolitano. A loan shark with clients in small brokerage firms, Coppa comprehended that Wall Street likes muscle and wants to do deals with the mafia. His mob status gave him ground floor entry to pump-and-dump swindles engineered at 2 brokerage houses. Buy cheap and create demand was his formula for churning out hundreds of thousands of dollars of easy money. With $2 million in cash and gold, much of it hidden in safe deposit boxes, he was proud of his underworld reputation as a high liver, owner of luxurious homes in New Jersey and in Florida. By his mid-50s, Coppa's extravagant lifestyle, including cocaine sprees and trencherman meals, had altered his once solid 6'2" soldier's frame into that of an aging pot-bellied mobster. Caught for tax evasion in 1992, Coppa had a hard time adjusting to prison. It was his first felony conviction. He burst into tears at the start of a 2-year sentence in a minimum security institution. Released from prison in 1994, he reverted to his old ways as a prodigious money producer for Massino, who spurred his success by making him a captain and, at one point, giving him 4 crews to supervise. The combined efforts of the Bonanno Squad and stepped-up government vigilance against mafia intrusions in the financial markets ended Coppa's Wall Street gambles. In the spring of 2002, he was again convicted, this time for stock frauds, and sentenced to 3 years. Coppa's early success in red-hot Wall Street motivated his longtime mob colleague Frank Lino to emulate him. The 2 men had palled around and committed crimes together since they were teenagers in Brooklyn's Bensonhurst and Gravesend sections. Lino auditioned as a wannabe with the Genovese, Colombo, and Gambino families before Coppa informed him that the Bonannos were eager for recruits. Recognized in mafia environs for having withstood a savage police beating rather than rat out a cop-killer fugitive, Lino was accepted by the Bonanno faction headed by Sonny Red Indelicato. Nicknamed Blinky because of the eye disorder caused by police bashings, Leno was straightened out on a date he always remembered, October 30th, 1977, his 39th birthday. A committed Massino supporter after the three Capos murders, Leno made millions for himself and the administration through loan sharking, credit card thefts, bookmaking, and joker poker. A rapid blink, a pixie-ish smile, and a soft voice belied Leno's feral persona. On behalf of the administration, he participated in 6 murders, including hits on Capos Sonny Black Napolitano and Gabe Infante, although he was never known to have squeezed the trigger. Before Massino closed down the family's street clubs, Leno sponsored one in Gravesend, with a title that was something of an oxymoron for a Cosa Nostra hangout. The Mother Cabrini Social Club, named for a nun who aided Italian immigrants, and was the first United States citizen to be canonized. Leno's record for escaping prison sentences despite 4 convictions over a 40-year period was shattered in 1997 by the government's crackdown on stock manipulations. Massino paid $75,000 for legal bills, but Leno was convicted of pumping and dumping frauds, plus extortion, and sentenced to 57 months in a federal penitentiary. Almost totally ignorant of the basic stock market vocabulary, like initial public offerings, or selling long or short, Leno was incapable of originating financial trickery by himself. He relied on Copa's advice and his intimidation of brokers to cash in. A defense lawyer's comment that Leno was a stock market dunce was truthful. "My client doesn't know where Wall Street is." The removal of Leno, Copa, Graziano, and even the downgraded Vitale created gaps in Massino's chain of command, but his defenses against indictment seemed as impervious as ever. None of the charges against his underboss and capos implicated him, and he had a candidate ready to temporarily fill in as acting underboss. His choice as prime liaison to captains and important soldiers, and his continued bulwark against dreaded arrest, was Richard Cantarella. Cantarella got an early start in the Mafia through Al Walker Imparato, who was his uncle. The soldier Capo Imparato introduced his nephew, while in his teens, to wise guy society and culture by taking him to social activities at storefront hangouts and to wakes and funerals. These were opportunities for bright wannabe to pick up pointers on Cosa Nostra protocol and to learn from his uncle how crooked compacts were arranged. Mobsters are quick to apply nicknames, and the newcomer got stuck with a crude one, Shellac Head, for his heavily pomaded hair. But it did not impede his progress. Through his Bonanno connections, Richie learned that by bribing a city official in the New York City Department of Marine and Aviation, Enrico Rick Mazzeo, he could lease news and snack stands at the Staten Island ferry terminals. The concessions were guaranteed moneymakers, and Cantarella increased his take by using them for bookmaking purposes. Uncle Al, the Borgatas powerhouse at the New York Post, also supplied him with a no-show union job as a tailman, a helper on a newspaper delivery truck. The phony employment at the Post was an organized crime entitlement for knowing the right people. Cantarella got a weekly paycheck of $800, plus medical and welfare benefits, while he paid a substitute $300 to haul around and drop off bundles of newspapers. An obedient mob protege of Uncle Al, Cantarella was the getaway driver for the hit in 1982 on his cousin Tony Mira, who suffered the extreme penalty for vouching for FBI agent Joe Pistone. 4 years later, Cantarella supervised a homicide in his own behalf. Caught on corruption charges, Rick Mazzeo, the former city official, was home from prison but jobless and frequently high on drugs. Taking no chances that Mazzeo might turn into a songbird, Cantarella invited him out one evening and shot him in the back of the head as they walked through a deserted garage. Cantarella's cousin Joey D'Amico, who had been the triggerman in the hit on their cousin Tony Mira, was along for the homicide and also plugged Mazzeo in the head. Joey collaborated in the gunplay as a sign of underworld camaraderie and solidarity with Richie, even though it was a hit unauthorized by the administration. Advancing along the usual mobster highway of loan sharking and gambling, Cantarella fell into disfavor with Uncle Al, who blocked his induction as a mafioso. A capo with influence, Imperato thought Cantarella was engaged in too many deals with a Gambino soldier, Joseph Joe Butch Correo, to the detriment of the Bonanno Borgata. The ill will became so heated that Richie contemplated killing his uncle. Joe Messino solved the problem, intervening from prison in Talladega, ordering Cantarella's acceptance into the Honorable Society. The new button man was straightened out in July 1990, just as the Manhattan District Attorney's Office began looking into the Bonanno cesspool at the Post. At the time, the Post's plant was in Lower Manhattan on South Street, near Bonanno Country, where many of them lived, congregated in social clubs, and drank at the infamous Holiday Bar. The Bonanno's control of delivery jobs and their associated rackets at the newspaper had been an open secret among union reformers for years. By brute force in the newspaper drivers' union, and with Imperato on duty as a foreman, the Bonannos dispensed no-show sinecures through the newspaper's delivery system. The perks were handed out to Cantarella, D'Amico, one of Vitali's sons, and a dozen other wise guys and their relatives. On the newspaper's management side, Bonanno associate Robert Perino, the Post's superintendent of delivery, worked in tandem with the Borgata. Perino, the son-in-law of Nicky Marangelo, the family's former underboss, got a cut from loan sharking, drug sales, and gun-running activities that thrived on the loading docks under the protection of the Bonannos. He profited sufficiently to kick back $500 to $600 a month to Messino and Vitali. By 1992, the DA's investigation was hot enough for Vitali and Cantarella to learn about grand jury subpoenas of the Post's employment records, and more ominous news that conversations in Perino's office had been bugged and videotaped. Goldie Leisenheimer, who also had a post-delivery job, heard that Perino is knocking and bad-mouthing a lot of people, and muttering, "I'm not taking the fall by myself." Labeling Perino weak and untrustworthy, and without consulting Messino, who was still in prison, Sal Vitali issued the contract to end Perino's life. "He's going bad and can do a lot of damage to the family," Vitali explained to Cantarella and other mafiosi who were accessories in the planned hit. Cantarella's son Paul helped scout out places where Perino could be abducted for a fatal ride. Changing plans, Vitali and Cantarella duped Perino into attending a strategy meeting at a family club in Bensonhurst on the night of May 5, 1992. He was never again seen alive. Frank Lino provided part of the hit team that finished off Perino and buried him. The body was found 11 years later, under a layer of concrete in an abandoned Staten Island auto repair shop. He had been shot several times in the head. To establish an alibi in case anything went wrong on the night of the murder, Cantarella and his son and their wives made certain they were conspicuous at a lengthy dinner in Staten Island's Marina restaurant. Perino's death and the loss of testimony he might have offered hampered the DA's investigation into the Bonanno rackets. Nevertheless, the inquiry turned up evidence to prove that with the help of mobsters, Post officials were dumping newspapers into the East River, incorporating them into the paper's circulation statistics, and thereby boosting advertising rates. A month after Perino disappeared, he was indicted in Manhattan on state racketeering charges. 2 other Post officials pleaded guilty to having falsified circulation figures and were placed on probation in lieu of imprisonment. Only one mobster got jail time, Richard Cantarella. He was tripped up by payroll records and surveillance proving he was never at work. Getting off easy, he pleaded to grand larceny, in effect admitting the no-show job, and spent 9 months close to home in a Rikers Island dormitory prison on the East River. Uncle Al Imperato, then in his mid-80s, also copped a plea. Because of his age, he got probation instead of jail time. His prison term over, Cantarella resumed his soldier's life more vigorously under the aegis of Joe Massino, who also had completed his sentence. Teaming with his capo, Frank Coppa, Cantarella became a force and big-time earner from gambling, loan sharking, and extortions. In the early 1980s, Cantarella widened his mafia and financial horizons by carving out a new racket, the parking lot business. He answered an advertisement, acquired a lease on a Manhattan lot, and met a future business partner and sycophant, Barry Weinberg. Weinberg had been in the parking business since he was a teenager, and it had made him rich. He operated several lots, but his wealth was based essentially on brokering, obtaining leases on properties and then transferring the leases at sizable profits. Raised in a Jewish family in Brooklyn's middle-class Sheepshead Bay neighborhood, Weinberg was consumed with myths about the mafia, longing to be accepted as a friend by organized crime tough guys. A heavy gambler, as well as a sharp businessman, Weinberg, in his mid-30s when he met Cantarella, was immediately drawn to him. Delighted at being allowed into the secret society and criminal ambiance of an authentic gangster, Weinberg taught Cantarella the basic steps for mining gold from parking lots. For decades, unscrupulous lot owners in New York found numerous ways to enlarge profits by skimming taxes added to parking fees. Since customers paid cash on the barrelhead when they retrieved their vehicles, and record-keeping was spotty, it was difficult for city and state tax collectors to accurately determine the volume of business and the revenues due the government. The parking lot industry frauds mounted into millions of dollars in the 1980s and 90s, according to later analyses by state auditors. Aided by Weinberg, Cantarella began operating lots in Manhattan, some in Little Italy. Whenever troubled by nearby competitors, Cantarella called on his thugs to intimidate them into paying for protection to stay open or forcing them to close. One tactic against recalcitrant rivals was to burn down the attendants' flimsy outdoor office and vandalize their lots. "This is the mafia. I don't care," Cantarella once snapped when a wannabe asked about his reliance on beatings and arson. By going on record under Cantarella, Weinberg saw financial benefits for himself. He believed associating with a mobster increased his prestige and power in negotiating deals, because other businessmen feared that the mafia was behind him. A chain-smoker and machine-gun-style talker, Weinberg saw another asset from his obsequious alliance with Cantarella. Twice married, the father of 4, balding, round-shouldered, and middle-aged, he was certain that the mafia aura extended to him and attracted women. An ostentatious spender, Weinberg drove prestigious autos, a convertible red Rolls-Royce, a Bentley, and Mercedes-Benzes. The wise guys knew that he kept pocket money and ready cash of as much as $60,000 in the trunk of his car. By the late 1990s, Cantarella made his daily headquarters at a Little Italy restaurant, Danico, on Mulberry Street, which was owned by reputed Bonanno soldier Perry Criscitelli. Also attracted to Little Italy, Weinberg met frequently in the neighborhood with Cantarella and with mafiosi from the Bonanno and Gambino Borgatas. An investor in restaurants, Weinberg became a partner in Dixie Rose, a Mulberry Street cafe, but spent more time a block away at Danico. The relationship with mafiosi must have been titillating for Weinberg, although there was a price to be paid for the adventure. Considering himself entitled to a share of Weinberg's businesses, Cantarella demanded a stream of payoffs, and he eventually siphoned $800,000 from Weinberg. Oddly, Weinberg supplied much of what the criminal code classifies as extortion by writing checks, sometimes laundered through a third party who passed the money along to Cantarella. Trying to conceal the reason for the extortion or tribute, Weinberg labeled the checks as loans, in the naive belief that the practice made them appear legal. Showing off his mob connections, Weinberg in 1999 brought another businessman and mafia devotee, Agostino Scozzari, into Cantarella's orbit. A native Italian, Scozzari immigrated to the United States after his construction company failed in Germany, where he had grown up. A heavy-set portly man in his mid-40s, Scozzari was steered by New York relatives to the purchase of Teresa's, a Little Italy restaurant. He changed the name of the restaurant on Mulberry Street to Due Amici, Two Friends, and he met Weinberg while he was looking for similar investments in the restaurant field. Weinberg unofficially brokered the sale to him of Cucina Bene, Good Kitchen, a small Italian takeout-style restaurant on Exchange Place in New York's financial district. Having studied numerous books about the Mafia, Scozzari was captivated by the subject and overwhelmed by Weinberg's offer to bring him into Cantarella's sphere. Before long, Scozzari was used by Cantarella as an intermediary to help launder payoffs from his financial pigeon, Weinberg. Gradually, Cantarella built up trust in Scozzari, holding private conversations with him about the nuances of the honorable society, and introducing him to Joe Massino at a party. Seemingly grateful to be enveloped in Cantarella's roguish lifestyle, both Weinberg and Scozzari could be classified as mafia groupies, never balking at bending the law on his behalf. While the two semi-legitimate business associates were endearing themselves to Cantarella, he was looking out for Massino's interests. As part of his contributions to the administration, in the early 1990s, he cut Massino and Vitali, before Sal's break with Massino, into the parking lot bonanza. The arrangements listed Josephine Massino and Sal Vitali as partners in 3 properties, and the boss and underboss cited the investments as proof of legitimate income in joint tax filings with their wives. Complying with Massino's plan to strengthen the family by inducting sons, Cantarella enhanced his relationship with the boss by sponsoring his son Paul as a soldier. Massino honored the Cantarellas by officiating at Paul's induction and explaining the traditional do's and don'ts to the newcomer. Showing his growing regard for Cantarella, starting in 1996, Massino invited him to dine weekly at the Casablanca. Their intimacy included exchanging license plate numbers of law enforcement cars that might be tailing them. Cantarella became more indebted to Massino when he named him a captain with his own crew in 1999 and appointed him to the select committees that supervised the Borgata. Confident of Cantarella's fealty, Massino gave him details of top-secret communications with the heads of other families and insight into memorable murders. He also reminisced about his numerous accomplishments for Rastelli, advertising himself as having been a one-man army for the previous boss. Reviewing the massacre of the 3 capos, Massino told Cantarella that the hits occurred in close quarters, an implied admission that he had been present. Raising the subject of Vitali's demotion, Massino explained that his displeasure with Sal began during his imprisonment in Talladega. He was particularly upset by Sal's decision to kill Perino during the post-investigation, and would have vetoed it had he been consulted. As a capo, Cantarella's coffers filled more quickly. He kept a larger share of his own booty and collected a portion of his crew's take. Under Massino's reign, as soldier and capo, he became a multimillionaire, possibly the family's richest racketeer after Massino. His take from loan sharking, he charged 2% in vigorish, and assorted racketeering was a minimum of $500,000 a year. The riches pouring in enabled Cantarella to acquire 13 parking lots in Manhattan and a small mansion, valued at more than $2 million, in the exclusive Ocean Gates estate in Staten Island. Much flashier than his prudent godfather, Cantarella's extravagant tastes extended to collecting Jaguars, Mercedes-Benzes, Cadillacs, and vintage cars. Vitali's arrest in late 2001 brought Cantarella even closer to Massino. He was appointed acting underboss, the family's official number 2 leader. Selecting Cantarella as his main aide-de-camp, Massino was unaware of a vital development. The Bonanno Squad had explosive investigations underway of his new field commander, Richie Cantarella, and the groupie, Barry Weinberg. 59. Divide and conquer. Mapping out their strategy in 1999, the FBI's forensic accountants Jeffrey Salat and Kimberly McCaffrey's first step was to examine the income tax returns of Joe Massino and Sal Vitale and their wives. IRS records listed the names of the accountants who had prepared the annual tax returns for the two couples, and the firms were subpoenaed to hand over their records. That initial move turned into a lucky strike for the agents. The firms had saved memoranda dating back more than a decade, although not legally required to do so. One eyebrow-raising item was the incredible gambling successes enjoyed by Joe and Josie Massino. On their joint income tax statements, only Mrs. Massino's occupation was noted, HW for housewife. They showed lottery winnings totaling almost $500,000 over 4 years in the 1990s. Agents doubted that any couple could be so inordinately lucky year after year, but never conclusively determined whether the lottery lucre was due to pure luck or mafia chicanery. A consensus speculated that Joe used his Borgata minions to obtain winning lottery tickets, offering a premium to the legitimate holders who turned them over to him. The actual winners got cash that was unreported to the IRS, and Massino, if audited, could cite the lottery prizes as legitimate income to account for his comfortable standard of living. From 1996, the year the Massinos presumably began their run of lottery successes, until 2001, their reported annual gross income ranged from $375,052 to $590,789. Sifting through piles of tax minutiae, the forensic sleuths spotted a pattern more engrossing to CPAs than lottery gambling. They were drawn to faxes exchanged between separate accounting firms used by Massino and Vitale concerning overlapping investments. What intrigued the agents were documents, known as K-1 reports, listing partnership interests and earnings. Attempting to substantiate their legitimate incomes, Massino and Vitale, in their tax filings, had included payments from 3 parking lots. The K-1s documented a connection to Richard Cantarella because his wife, Loretta Castelli, was a third investor and officer in the parking lot companies. By fine-tooth combing partnership records, the agents discovered the name of another player in the deals. They found checks which Joe and Sal's wives had written to Barry Weinberg for initial investments in the lots. Salat and McCaffrey considered the previously unknown Weinberg's middleman involvement in the parking lots their most promising find. Who was the mysterious Weinberg? The agents decided to focus on him as a moneymaker for the Bonanos and a potential soft spot for penetrating the family. With Salat and McCaffrey leading the way, the C-10 squad in 2000 placed Weinberg under an FBI microscope, tailing him and locating his bank and financial records. Surveillance squads watched him meet and party frequently with Richard Cantarella and his mob crew, and with Augustino Scozzari. They became familiar with Weinberg's routine schedule, his morning departures from his posh northern New Jersey home in Gloucester, and his rounds of meetings in Manhattan parking lots, restaurants, and sites in Little Italy. The paper chase of Weinberg took a year, and the forensic accountant's instincts were right. He had evaded at least $1 million in taxes over a decade in which he neglected to file tax returns and to report estimated profits totaling a staggering $14 million. On the morning of January 9, 2001, driving in a new $90,000 Mercedes to one of his parking lots in Midtown Manhattan, Weinberg was pulled over by a police cruiser for a traffic violation. It was a ruse. Alighting from his car, he was hustled into an unmarked van where Salat and McCaffrey waited. "You have 15 minutes to make a life decision," Salat began. The agents informed the now jittery Weinberg that he was accused of income tax evasion and that he had only one option to avoid prison. He would have to work undercover, secretly record conversations with Cantarella and other mobsters, and eventually be placed in the Witness Protection Program. Otherwise, he would be processed immediately on tax charges, thereby losing all his value as a confidential witness, because Cantarella and his crew would shun him, fearful that he might have made a deal with the government. Needing less than 15 minutes, Weinberg chose the avenue of cooperation. That day he began proffering, the process before a formal plea agreement can be signed, in which a defendant discloses to prosecutors and agents all of his own crimes and all illegal acts of which he is aware. Prosecutors would then evaluate Weinberg's value as an informant and potential witness, and determine the degree of leniency that might be offered to him. Weinberg had plenty to tell. He described a decade or more of frauds and payoffs, not only with Cantarella, but also with another capo, Frank Coppa, who was involved in parking lot deals and had independently shaken him down for about $85,000. Details of parking lot partnerships, money laundering, and extortion by both capos were illuminated. Weinberg's payoffs to Cantarella alone reached $800,000, and he revealed how he had shelled out another $250,000 6 months earlier, after being beaten by Cantarella. Angered because he believed that Weinberg had complained about him to other mobsters, Cantarella confronted him in front of the popular Café Roma in Little Italy, yelling, "Why are you talking about me?" Ritchie punched him in the face, knocking him to the sidewalk. The capo demanded a peace offering of $500,000 before he would permit Weinberg to continue associating with him. Cantarella settled for $250,000, but with a threat. "You owe me for everything." Turning Weinberg into an undercover operative was an unprecedented achievement for the C-10 squad. Except for Agent Joe Pistone, the FBI had never infiltrated the Bonannos with an informer who would be secretly taping made members and who had access to capos. Their success with Weinberg created a double undercover triumph. During the debriefing with Sallet and McCaffrey, Weinberg implicated in money laundering practices Agostino Scozzari, the businessman he had brought into Cantarella's web. A brusque conversation with two agents about the legal consequences of conspiring with gangsters persuaded Scozzari to abandon his romanticized concept of the mafia and to join the undercover campaign. He, too, secretly began taping meetings with Cantarella. It wasn't difficult to turn him, Sallet said. Money guys like to live well and have a lot to lose. The groupies were quickly converted into stellar FBI informers, ultimately producing more than 100 tapes incriminating Cantarella and his crew. Eventually, Cantarella grew nervous that Weinberg might be a stool pigeon. He discussed his doubts about Weinberg with Messino, and the Godfather shaped his hand into a gun, asking if he needed help to solve the problem. Before the mobsters could harm Weinberg, McCaffrey and Sallet sensed from Cantarella's secretly taped remarks that Weinberg was endangered. After a year of undercover service, Weinberg was pulled out in December 2001 and bundled into the Witness Protection Program. The reformed groupie survived 2 years, dying of cancer at age 58. Perhaps because of Agostino Scozzari's Italian ancestry, Cantarella trusted him, even after he knew that Weinberg was singing to the authorities. Relying on his ability to detect double dealers, Cantarella was confident that the lightning bolt of an informer would never strike him twice, and continued speaking freely and recklessly with Scozzari into the summer of 2002. 6 months after Weinberg's defection, Scozzari was still in Cantarella's good graces and succeeded in taping Cantarella talking about C-10's top target, Joe Messino. Moreover, Cantarella forgot or disregarded Messino's caveats against dropping his name, even obliquely, in conversations. After John Gotti's death in June 2002, Cantarella was troubled by newspaper reports and publicity that Messino's stock was soaring in the mafia. "What the paper is saying is that Joe is the big guy now," the capo related to Scozzari. "That's not good. You know what I mean? That's not good." That same summer, Cantarella was at it again, boasting to Scozzari that Messino, while in prison in 1990, had intervened to get him his button as a made man. Actually, the guy who did it was Joe. He was in jail, and he sent the word. He did 10 years. He said, I want justification why Al Embarato is holding Richie, Cantarella, back. Because somebody sent a whisper in Joe's ear. Time was running out for Cantarella, and in August, agents raided and searched his luxurious $1.7 million home. They located a safe containing a roster of his crew members and the unlisted telephone numbers of Massino, Vitali, under the heading Handsome Sal, and Bonanno Capos. Making a pitch to Cantarella to cooperate, Sallet said, You're facing serious charges very soon. We're not bullshitting you. You know what you've done, and so do we. Stonewalling the agents, Cantarella rejected the offer to switch sides. Instead, complying with Mafia rules, he notified Joe Massino about the raid and the agents' pressure. He realized that Weinberg and Scozzari, who had also been whisked off the streets, were in the prosecution's pocket. But he was satisfied that while he might be indicted for economic crimes, government prosecutors could not fasten him on what he most feared, murder raps. Less than 2 months later, he was proved wrong. On October 2nd, 2002, Sallet and McCaffrey were pounding on his door before dawn, rousing the sleeping Richie and his wife Loretta. The acting underboss was indicted on 24 racketeering counts, specifying every conceivable mafia crime, including murder. At age 58, he faced life imprisonment for a homicide committed 10 years earlier, and which he assumed the FBI and police had forgotten. The slaying of the Bonanno's corrupt accomplice at the New York Post, Robert Perino. There was no way he could have anticipated the diligence of Sallet and McCaffrey in re-examining moldering cases connected to him and other Bonanno Rajas. Working for 3 years with New York State Police detectives who had originally investigated Perino's disappearance, they stitched together sufficient evidence from old wiretaps and a newly cultivated informer connected to the Bath Avenue boys to link Cantarella to the murder conspiracy. Handcuffed along with Cantarella was his 55-year-old wife, accused of hiding and laundering his spoils through bank accounts and transactions in her name. Their 31-year-old son Paul was simultaneously grabbed as an enforcer for his father and for participating in robberies and abductions. Along with the 3 Cantarellas, 20 other Bonanno mafiosi and associates were indicted in the FBI roundup. Capo Frank Coppa, 4 months into a 5-year sentence on his second stock frauds conviction, was hit with new charges of extorting Barry Weinberg. Traumatized by his first prison stretch, when he burst into tears in front of other inmates, Coppa, at 61, knew that a RICO conviction of up to 20 additional years was a death knell, and that his concealed $2 million nest egg would be worthless. Before a month elapsed, Coppa took a fateful step that no made man in the 70-year history of the Bonanno Massino Borgata had ever dared. He became a government witness. Through his lawyer, he notified the FBI that he would cooperate with the prosecution and testify against Massino, Vitali, Cantarella, and all his mob brethren, in the hope of a sharply reduced sentence. I don't want to do any more time, he appealed to agents and prosecutors. Previously, when a multitude of rats and other families proffered deals with prosecutors, the Bonanno Massino family had remained a bedrock of loyalty to Omerta. Even during the trying times and long sentences meted out in the wake of Agent Pistone's infiltration, not a single soldier or capo had sought a favor from prosecutors or had violated the Omerta oath. Coppa's defection in November 2002 provided the FBI and prosecutors with a gigantic breakthrough in the investigation of Joe Massino. Associated with Massino for a quarter of a century, Coppa could delineate Massino's rise to power and catalog the boss's multitude of crimes. He could also corroborate Massino's involvement in gangland hits through the incriminating statements the boss had made to him in convivial moments. Coppa's most startling revelation was his eyewitness description of the murder of Sonny Black Napolitano in the basement of a Staten Island home. It was the first account ever obtained of the hit, and COPA identified the main participants, including Massino. Since boyhood, COPA had been a partner with Frank Lino in violent and white-collar crimes, and had frolicked with him at cocaine parties and other social events. Now, COPA turned in his lifelong comrade, fingering him as another key performer in Sonny Black's murder. Far from finished with his murder disclosures, COPA bolstered evidence against Richie Cantarella in the Perino murder and implicated an even more important figure, Sal Vitale. In his early days as a soldier, Cantarella had been in COPA's crew, and Richie bragged to him about helping Vitale lure Perino to a deadly meeting and getting rid of the body. In another talkative mood, Cantarella gave details to COPA about having been the getaway driver in the murder of his cousin, Tony Mira. From his lawyers and from jailhouse scuttlebutt, Cantarella heard that COPA had flipped. Held without bail as a danger to the community and stewing in a cell, Cantarella realized that COPA's treason would heap more murder charges against him and bury him for life in prison. A month after COPA crossed the defectors' Rubicon, the three Cantarellas negotiated plea bargains and also were absorbed into the Witness Protection Program. The only prospect Cantarella had for reducing a life sentence required him to betray mafia superiors. That meant helping to convict Sal Vitale and the mafia's foremost godfather, Joe Massino. The tiny cracks in Massino's security facade were widening, and by January 2003, it was clear that his carefully wrought protective walls had disintegrated. He knew that COPA and Richard Cantarella and his son Paul had been spirited away in the dead of night from their cells. Free on bail, Mrs. Cantarella had vanished from her Staten Island home, obviously joining her husband and their son in protective custody at a federal prison wing or military base, where high-level informers are usually housed. Conclusive proof that the two captains were cooperating with the government came when their lawyers were summarily replaced by attorneys friendly with the U.S. Attorney's Office. A master at sniffing out the most subtle tales, Massino saw that he was under siege. He had installed video cameras in his Howard Beach home for panoramic views of the placid street, and the cameras confirmed that agents were staked out near his front door. At the start of the new year, George Hanna, the new Banana Squad supervisor, had ordered a 24-hour vigil. Recalling Massino's flight in 1982 from a pending RICO indictment, and suspecting that he might have established hideaways on his overseas trips, Hanna made sure he would not slither away this time. At 6 a.m. on January 9, 2003, a day before his 60th birthday, Joe Massino was up and dressed when the doorbell rang at his home. There to arrest him were 3 C-10 squad members wearing blue raid jackets with yellow FBI lettering on the back, an IRS agent, and a state police detective who had worked on the investigation. It's no surprise to him, Seamus McLerney, a strapping 6-foot-tall FBI agent, inferred, as Massino, looking unperturbed, extended his wrists for handcuffs. He knew we were coming. It was just a matter of when. At a kitchen table, Josie Massino, wrapped in a bathrobe, looked on silently as the agents intoned the Miranda rights against self-incrimination to her husband. From the hallway, before Massino was led to a waiting car, the agents got a narrow peek at expensive furniture and a crystal chandelier in an adjacent dining room. Kim McCaffrey and Jeff Sallet, who launched the paper chase that had sprung the trap on Massino, had never spoken to him, but he recognized them. "You must be Kimberly, and you must be Jeffrey," he said, singling them out in the arrest team. McCaffrey asked why he was up and dressed so early. "I was on my way to the pastry shop," he replied, jesting. "I thought you were coming yesterday. I saw surveillance cars in the area." Wearing a pocketless black velour jogging suit, Massino had no possessions on him, not a wristwatch nor a penny. He knows what to expect in jail, McClerney mused. Once inside a federal detention lockup, all expensive trinkets and money would be taken away, and he would be issued prison garb. On the ride to Manhattan for fingerprint and photograph processing at FBI headquarters, Messino opened the conversation, predicting he would be held without bail. Frankie Coppa got to work quick, he continued, showing his awareness of the first mafioso to double-cross him. Told that he would be charged as a planner and backup shooter in the murder of Sonny Black Napolitano, Messino shot back. That was a long time ago. I had nothing to do with it. Salad and McCaffrey asked how he had identified them by name without any previous meeting. You wired up Barry a lot, he replied, referring to the tapes Weinberg had recorded. Indicating his knowledge of the agents' backgrounds, he mentioned that McCaffrey had been recruited by the Bureau shortly after college. She wondered where he had picked up the personal information. You do your homework, I do mine, he grinned. The Godfather had a lot of help with his homework. Cantarella had spoken with Salad and McCaffrey during the raid at his home, and he must have described them to Messino. Before Cantarella became a cooperative witness, discovery evidence, including details of Weinberg's wiring, had been turned over to Cantarella's lawyer, an attorney who represented many Bonanno defendants. The agents presumed that someone in the attorney's office relayed the discovery information or copies of the documents listing their names to Messino. While Messino was being processed at the FBI's offices, he was introduced to Nora Conley, C-10's second-in-command. That's similar to the underboss, he quipped. Another big catch that morning was the titular underboss, Sal Vitale. On bail and under house arrest, he had been awaiting formal sentencing for his loan sharking and money laundering ventures at the European American Bank. For that plea arrangement, he had been assured a sentence of less than 4 years. Conviction on new RICO counts would be far graver, translating almost certainly into life imprisonment for 55-year-old good-looking Sal. Upon completion of Vitale's processing on the FBI's 26th floor, McCaffrey and Salad played a divide-and-conquer card. They showed him the legal memorandum for an order to detain Joe Messino without bail as a danger to the community and a flight risk, which prosecutors would present to the judge that afternoon at Messino's arraignment. Of particular interest to Vitale, the agents pointed out, was a statement in the court papers that severely affected him. On the record, prosecutors stated that they had evidence that Messino believed that Vitale might be a deserter informer and was ready to kill him. You have to make a decision, Salad said, after Vitale read the court document. There are a couple of ways to go. Vitale was silent as a stone, but to McCaffrey, his dour eyes signified whirling emotions about loyalty to a brother-in-law who intended to whack him. Sal, she thought, knows it's the end of the line. 60. The Domino Syndrome. With his waddling walk, his copious size exaggerated by his black warm-up suit, Joe Messino cut an odd figure in a courtroom on the afternoon of his arrest. Crowing over his indictment, FBI and prosecution officials at news conferences hailed the apprehension of the last Don from the 5 families still at liberty. As Messino had anticipated, the prosecution won its motion to detain him indefinitely as a danger to the community until his trial. At the arraignment, Sal Vitale was automatically remanded to his cell because he was awaiting sentence for his earlier racketeering conviction. Messino seemed unruffled, his composure probably founded on his quick appraisal of the specifics in the indictment. Most of the charges were boilerplate enterprise allegations of profiting from gambling and loan sharking that are hurled in almost every RICO trial. The headline charge was his having orchestrated and participated in the murder 22 years earlier of Sonny Black Napolitano. At the hearing, prosecutors revealed that they had 2 unidentified made men and 13 others lined up to testify against him on all accounts. It was obvious from prosecutorial claims that Frank Copa and Richard Cantarella were the Omerta violators, and probably the only witnesses who might seriously endanger Massino. Copa had been present at the Napolitano hit, and Cantarella had inside knowledge about Joe's activities as boss. Since there were no tapes in Joe's own voice to implicate him, the prosecution's strategy would depend heavily on the reliability of two career criminal witnesses with a history of deception and lying. An experienced lawyer worth his salt probably could demolish them on cross-examination by pounding at their selfish motives to save their own necks by sacrificing Massino's. From first impressions, the other government witnesses apparently lacked first-hand evidence against him and appeared to pose no major threat. "This guy can't hurt me," was Massino's standard refrain at strategy meetings with his lawyers and those representing Sal Vitale and another co-defendant, Frank Lino, who was indicted for Napolitano's murder and other broad racketeering acts. The critical charge against Vitale, the decade-old disappearance and presumed murder of the New York Post's delivery official, Robert Perino, also was wobbly, even if Cantarella admitted his role and testified against the underboss. Outwardly, Massino and Vitale, each charged with separate murders, appeared to be in lockstep, presenting a unified defense on the same racketeering counts. A month after their arrest, the brothers-in-law sat side by side at a pre-trial hearing when Greg Andres, the chief prosecutor, detonated a blockbuster. Explaining why Massino was jailed in Brooklyn and Vitale in Manhattan, and why they were kept apart when not in a courtroom, Andres said the government had reliable information that Massino had considered hurting Vitale. Hurting was the lawyer's euphemism for murder. Andres did not reveal that the information came from debriefings of Copa and Cantarella. Both turncoats had heard Joe's harsh opinions that Sal probably won a soft sentence in Long Island only by secretly cooperating and spying on him for the government. Talking with his lawyer John Mitchell, who had also represented him in the Long Island plea bargain, Vitale brushed off the prosecutor's assertion that his life was endangered as a ploy, bullshit, to get me to cooperate. But Massino still remained dubious of Vitale's reliability. At the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn, he told fellow inmate Frank Lino that he was very upset with Sal and was planning to give him a receipt, his mob lingo for killing. Massino's coterie of Bonanno defendants at the jail joined in the chorus, referring to Vitale as Fredo, the traitorous Corleone brother in The Godfather Part 2. 2 weeks after the court hearing, Massino's suspicions became a reality. Through a son's lawyer friend, Vitale secretly notified the prosecution that he wanted to bolt. Quickly transferred from a Manhattan cell to a more secure government setting, he began uncoiling the secrets of 3 decades of crime partnerships with Massino and other mafiosi. An astonished John Mitchell got a hand-delivered letter signed by Vitale, stating that he had been preemptorily fired as his lawyer. "He gets the Academy Award for his performance," Mitchell observed, as the news of Vitale's defection sank in. "I saw him in jail on a Friday, and he was his usual charming, affable, self-effacing self. A few days later, he was gone. He even sent me part of the fee, $25,000. That's not the kind of thing you do if you're considering to go over. I'm flabbergasted." A seed sown by agents McCaffrey and Sallet on the day of Vitale's arrest had borne fruit. They had shown him the prosecution's court memorandum that Massino had talked with other mobsters about eliminating him. The threat took hold quickly. On the very day of their joint arraignment, Vitale decided to desert Massino as soon as it could be safely arranged. "That's when I thought my thoughts and said, he doesn't deserve the respect and honor with me sitting next to him," Vitale related at a debriefing to agents and prosecutors. Displaying his new helpful spirit, Vitale turned over his racket's ready cash, $481,000 hidden at his home and in a bank safe deposit box under an alias. Another item of interest at his home was his shy book, a catalog of his and Massino's loan shark clients and their arrears. Like all witnesses angling for a reduced sentence, Vitali was required to chart the details of all his crimes and his knowledge of those committed by other mobsters. He pleaded guilty to having participated in 11 murders and a bevy of RICO violations over 30 years. His quest for leniency instead of life imprisonment hinged on a 5K1.1 document, a letter to the sentencing judge from prosecutors outlining his value to the government and recommending a reduction in sentence. Vitali did extract one concession from the prosecutors. None of his admissions or information could be used to prosecute Josie Massino, his sister, and Massino's wife. In effect, he immunized her from complicity in receiving mob payoffs, while Massino was imprisoned and knowingly relaying mafia messages between him and her husband. Confirmation of Vitali's defection was delivered by defense lawyers at a conference with Massino and Frank Lino at the Brooklyn jail. Although Massino knew that Vitali's emergence as the prosecution's most sensational witness was a shattering setback, to his lawyers he appeared stolid, absorbing the news without indicating that it troubled him. Lino tried to appear equally calm and undisturbed, but inwardly he was desolated. The lone witness who had previously tied him to Sonny Black's murder was Frank Copa, and without strong corroboration, his testimony might be discredited as a self-serving attempt to curry favor in exchange for early release from prison. Sal Vitali would be a more threatening witness. He could corroborate Lino's role in 3 additional homicides and compromise him in the notorious massacre of the 3 capos. This meeting is a funeral, and I'm dead, Lino reckoned, not daring to speak up and show weakness in Massino's presence. Lino, whose son Joseph was a soldier in the family, was in a quandary. He feared Massino would retaliate against his children and grandchildren if he suspected that his loyalty was buckling. Nevertheless, he wanted a deal to avoid a lifetime in prison, and he slipped a message to the prosecution that he might cooperate. Placed in solitary confinement for his own protection, Lino refused to attend strategy meetings with Massino and their lawyers, while he haggled with the U.S. Attorney's staff. He even refused to speak with the new attorney retained by his son Joseph. Lino had no complaint about 81 days in solitary confinement, which he called the hole and the shoe, considering it far safer than living with the general prison population once it was whispered that he was a canary. Proffering with the prosecution took almost 3 months before Lino signed on to become a cooperative witness. Obligated to identify everyone whom he knew was a mafioso or an associate, Lino included his son's name in the Bonanno Massino Corps of Soldiers. "You already know he's a made member. What's the big deal?" he rationalized to the FBI agents. By the spring of 2003, Massino and his lawyers knew that 4 self-confessed highly placed mobsters were primed to testify against him, but they did not know that there were additional converts abandoning him. Richie Cantarella's arrest the previous autumn had required Massino to appoint an acting capo for his crew, and his choice was Joey D'Amico. A made man since he was 22, D'Amico was sufficiently calloused at an early age to kill his cousin Tony Mera on Massino's orders, to avenge the Donnie Brasco fiasco. Showing his fortitude, D'Amico took an 18-month rap for perjury in the wake of the grand jury investigation of the 3 capos' murders. Later, in the 1990s, he gained a reputation as a party guy who enjoyed coke and marijuana interludes. Finally settling down as a member of his cousin Richie Cantarella's crew, D'Amico concentrated on family rackets and gained Massino's respect. Several days before Massino's January arrest, 2 new soldiers from Cantarella's crew, Gino Galestro and Joseph Sabella, requested an urgent meeting with their acting captain. At Radio Mexico, an unpretentious restaurant near the Fulton Fish Market, unlikely to be on the FBI's surveillance screen as a mob hangout, the 2 soldiers reported that Cantarella's Staten Island home was suddenly vacant, the driveway packed with uncleared snow. Cantarella's wife, free on bail, had disappeared, and their grandchildren had been abruptly removed from their schools. The signs were clear. The Cantarellas were in the Witness Protection Program. "Go home, hug your kids. You're probably going to jail," D'Amico dejectedly told Calestro and Sabella. His cousin Richie was probably ratting out everyone in the crew, and would incriminate him in hits they had done on Tony Mira and Enrico Mazzeo. "He's going to bury me," was the thought dominating D'Amico for days, as he made a telephone call to George Hanna, then the supervisor of the FBI's C-10 Bonanno squad. Secretly pleading guilty to 4 murders and a parcel of other crimes, D'Amico agreed to work undercover against the family. In another FBI breakthrough, Joey D'Amico became the first made man in the Bonanno-Massino Borgata to wear a wire and stealthily record evidence to capsize the gang he had sworn to protect. On a Florida holiday in 2002 before his arrest, Joe Massino stopped in Boca Raton to chat with and welcome back from prison James Big Louie Tartaglione. A $1 million earner for himself and the family, Big Louie had been an immensely successful loan shark. He always had 10 to 15 suckers on his hook, until he was nailed in 1997 for extortion and imprisoned for 5 years. Well off financially at 65, Tartaglione was ready for semi-retirement, although Massino wanted him to return to New York and again serve on his executive committees. Still on supervised release, parole, and aware of the FBI crackdowns against Graziano and Cantarella, Tartaglione stalled until the news of Vitale's defection struck like a lightning bolt. Instead of heading north to help out Massino, Tartaglione contacted Ruth Nordenbrook, the federal prosecutor in Brooklyn who had obtained his guilty plea to loan sharking. Although she had convicted him, Tartaglione was grateful to Nordenbrook for having helped his daughter with a medical problem during the court proceedings. From Tartaglione's comments, Nordenbrook, a seasoned mafia prosecutor, understood that he was finished as a mafioso and eager to jump ship. But she cautioned him that there was no guarantee of a lighter sentence. Meeting in Florida with her and C-10 agents Joseph Bonavolonta and Gregory Massa, Tartaglione admitted, "If Sal tells the truth, I'm in trouble. I have a lot of mortal sins that Sal knows about." Among his worst sins were participating in 2 hits and helping dispose of the bodies of the 3 capos killed in 1981. Tartaglione's request for leniency required him to do more than testify. He had to wear a wire and work undercover. Early in May 2003, he returned to New York, notifying the jailed Massino through the family's grapevine that he would help run the Borgata in its hour of need. The deception went smoothly, and he even introduced to Massino's surrogate leaders a female FBI agent, pretending that she could obtain confidential law enforcement files from a court employee friend. Over 9 months, Big Louie produced 45 incriminating tape recordings and a miscellany of raw intelligence pinpointing the family's temporary hierarchy. The new top man appointed by Massino was the acting boss, Anthony Tony Green Urso, and Tartaglione's tapes caught Urso lamenting the consequences of Vitale's betrayal. "Sal is going to rat on every fucking body." On another occasion, discussing Vitale's duplicity and anticipated testimony, Urso added, "How would Sal feel if I killed one of his kids?" Totally hoodwinked, Urso trusted Tartaglione sufficiently to let him review confidential lists of proposed new members and other families. Remembering Massino's edict about mentioning his proper name, capos and soldiers on Tartaglione's tapes usually made cryptic remarks about "our friend" and "the other guy." A videotape rigged by the FBI of Tartaglione meeting with his crew in a warehouse included shots of wise guys touching their ears when saying "our friend." There were slip-ups, however, and agents heard "the Massino family" from the lips of a careless mobster. The past also crept up on Dwayne Goldie Leisenheimer, who, as a teenager, Massino had taken under his wing. Vitale and other turncoats were generating evidence about Goldie's involvement in the Three Capos massacre, the slaying and mutilation of Cesare Bonventri, and numerous crimes sufficient for a RICO conviction and 20 years in prison. Still, a newspaper truck driver, the now married 46-year-old Goldie, got a surprise visit in June 2003 from the case agents Salad and McCaffrey. "You went to jail once for this guy. You don't have to do it again," Salad bluntly advised, referring to Goldie's 15 months contempt conviction for refusing to testify about helping Massino hide out in the early 1980s. Considering himself a stand-up guy, Goldie was mum, saying he would consult a lawyer. He also got a stern message from Greg Andrews, the lead prosecutor. "You have a lot more to worry about than contempt this time." Soon after the government's warnings, Goldie's lawyer was visited by a private investigator from Massino's defense, probing to see if Leisenheimer intended to snitch on his one-time patron. That visit backfired. Convinced his life was in danger, Goldie sprinted into the government's arms, supplying the prosecutions with another witness to buttress its contention that Massino had been a mafia Goliath for 25 years. By summer's end in 2003, prosecutors possessed a bumper crop of unanticipated evidence from 7 defectors, and a vastly different trial was in preparation against Massino. The original 2 main co-defendants, Vitale and Lino, were in the prosecution's corner, and superseding indictments placed Massino in a vortex as the lone defendant in a tangled RICO conspiracy. 11 counts and 16 specific racketeering acts. A case involving one murder, Sonny Black Napolitano's death, had ballooned into 7 homicides and added accusations of attempted murder, arson, loan sharking, illegal gambling, extortion, and money laundering. The bulk of the new charges, based on Vitale's confession and his long association with Massino, allowed the prosecution under the RICO law to plumb allegations of enterprise crimes dating back more than 30 years. Prominent in the enlarged indictment was the slaughter of the 3 capos in 1981. Massino had been acquitted in 1987 of conspiracy to murder the trio. The new charge did not subject him to double jeopardy, because the charge had been altered to a substantive act of having directly participated in the shootings. An 8th murder charge in the welter of indictments carried the extreme sentence, capital punishment. Largely through Vitale's grand jury testimony, Massino was accused of placing the contract on Gerlando George from Canada Sciascia because he had dared to criticize one of Joe's favorite mobsters, Anthony T.G. Graziano. The 7 other murders had been committed before 1994, the year Congress enacted a statute that allowed the death penalty for conviction on a homicide in aid of racketeering. Sciascia was shot to death in 1999, and his murder fell under the provisions giving the government the option of seeking execution upon conviction. The law was aimed principally at leaders of drug cartels and violent street gangs. Massino had the distinction of being the first godfather to possibly face execution for his crimes. Because of evidentiary technicalities in a capital punishment case, the Sciascia murder charge was severed from Massino's omnibus RICO trial and would be tried separately. A plethora of criminal defense lawyers ached to represent the accused celebrity godfather Massino, and courthouse gossip suggested that some 30 attorneys offered themselves as candidates. Massino's choice was David Breitbart, who facetiously and proudly represents himself to reporters as a fast gun lawyer for hire. Breitbart said Massino singled him out from the pack because he wants a fighter who will not be intimidated by government agencies or prosecutors. Athletic and brainy as a youngster, Breitbart made the basketball team at the city's academically rigorous Bronx High School of Science, earned black belt honors in jiu-jitsu, and was a school psychologist, teacher, and reading specialist before becoming a lawyer. After 2 years as a prosecutor in the Bronx DA's office, he moved to the defense table, and his first notable client was Leroy "Nicky" Barnes, a major narcotics merchant, known as Mr. Untouchable. He won acquittals for the drug baron on state murder, drug, and gun charges, until federal prosecutors convicted Barnes of heading the most venal drug ring in New York in the mid-1970s. Besides run-of-the-mill civil suit clients, Breitbart's regulars included Genovese, Lucchese, and Colombo defendants, and he won a relished acquittal for John Boobsy Serasani in a memorable organized crime trial. Serasani was the only accused Bonanno soldier found not guilty in 1982 on racketeering charges, stemming from Joe Pistone's infiltration of the family. Priding himself on his ability to demolish prosecution witnesses, Breitbart proclaimed his scalding cross-examinations were the blast furnace of truth. Barbara Jones, a former prosecutor who became a federal judge, was so impressed by trial battles with Breitbart that she invited him every year to demonstrate cross-examination techniques to her students at Fordham University's law school. Facing off at court as lead prosecutor against Massino was Greg, his given name, not an abbreviation, Andries. An assistant U.S. attorney in Brooklyn, he was born in Alexandria, Virginia, 36 years earlier, about the same time Breitbart began his law career. On the fast track as a premier prosecutor, Andries had a distinguished academic record. He was sufficiently scrappy to qualify for the Notre Dame boxing team and to survive 2 bouts of malaria while in the Peace Corps in Benin, West Africa. A quick learner about the mob's tenets, in less than 5 years he had helped imprison more than 100 defendants, most of whom pled guilty. His biggest victories came serving on the prosecutorial team that convicted the Bonanno consigliere Anthony Sparrow, and he obtained a guilty plea from the next consigliere, T.G. Graziano. Acrimony ruled as soon as Breitbart and Andries met in pre-trial skirmishes over routine motions and the defense's demands for quick release of discovery materials. Andries won most of the crucial legal disputes. Of particular importance for the prosecution, he was allowed to elicit testimony about George from Canada Shasha's rub-out, even though that case would be tried separately. Additionally, the prosecution was permitted to cite through witnesses other uncharged murders and crimes, linking Massino to the overall RICO enterprise conspiracy. Although the jury would not decide Massino's complicity in the uncharged crimes, evidence about them added credibility to the prosecution's portrayal of him as a long-established, vicious criminal. A sore point for Breitbart was the Shasha murder accusation, with the specter of execution. "They're raising the stakes to coerce a plea," Breitbart asserted. "He's 60 years old, and a plea is the same as capital punishment for him. It means dying in jail." For once in his life, Joe Massino was the underdog, and no one understood that better than Breitbart and his associate counsel Flora Edwards, as trial testimony began in May 2004 in a downtown Brooklyn courtroom. Before the first witness was called, the lawyers were clued in on the prosecution's basic attack plan, and it seemed overwhelming. 1, perhaps 2 turncoats were almost standard props as witnesses in RICO dramas. But never before at a Godfather trial had the prosecution presented as its cornerstone theme a coven of 7 formidable wise guys, starring a confessed underboss, Sal Vitale. Massino had personally picked Flora Edwards to second seat, back up Breitbart, aware of her reputation in organized crime cases as the Princess of Paper. She could expeditiously produce cogent, well-researched motions and briefs in the midst of hectic trials, and Massino's trial promised to be a fierce contest in which a seemingly minor legal point could affect the jury or prove decisive in a later appeal. The 2 attorneys from the onset of jury selection faced another extraordinary task, diminishing the notoriety clinging to Massino. A panel of 12 jurors and 8 alternates had been screened by the judge for their presumed lack of bias concerning mafia allegations. Yet they surely scented a whiff of danger in the way they were treated. For their protection, jurors' names were withheld from the defense and prosecution, and they were forbidden from revealing their surnames or addresses to each other. As another measure to protect their anonymity and prevent jury tampering, federal marshals escorted them back and forth from home to court every day. Breitbart's counterstroke was a commission trial-type defense. Acknowledging that it was foolhardy to deny the Mafia's existence, he tried to turn the concession to Massino's advantage. Whether or not Joe Massino was the boss is not sufficient to prove the underlying acts, Breitbart addressed the jury, stressing that the prosecution lacked direct evidence that Massino had committed a single crime. You can vote not guilty, even if you find he's a boss. The defense's toughest challenge was undercutting Sal Vitale. Both sides knew that Vitale's relationship with Massino overlapped all the major charges, and that his evidence glued together the testimony of the other defectors. The courtroom's 200 seats were packed with spectators, many of them prosecutors and defense lawyers, professionally interested in the bout between the elite witness and the masterly cross-examiner. A surreal melodrama also was underway between Vitale and his sister Josie Massino, seated in the first gallery row, 20 feet from her husband. Always professing Joe's innocence to reporters, she sat stoically on the numbingly hard wooden benches every day of the trial, but never so attentively as during Sal's 5 days in the witness stand. Vitale avoided looking at her and her daughters, Adeline and Joanne, seated alongside her, even when his testimony concerned claims that he had comforted them with loving attention and money while Massino was in prison. Josie's eyes bore in at Vitale, a man she once doted on as her baby brother, with the intensity of heat-seeking missiles. "He's my flesh and blood, but how could you forgive what he has done? Not only to me, but to my husband and the father of my children," she told John Marzulli, a Daily News reporter, during a recess. Breitbart's acerbic questions and deft attempts to extract admissions from Vitale that jealousy and envy had led him to cover up his own crimes by framing Massino failed. The lawyer was unable to expose any glaring inconsistencies or flat-out lies, managing only once to crack Vitale's deadpan, low-voiced aplomb. Asked to point out Massino in the courtroom, Vitale's contempt was palpable. "Yeah, the gentleman right there with the glasses. The guy who's staring at me. That's him." His testimony over, a relieved Vitale sprang up as if expelled from a fighter pilot's ejection seat, darting out a side door without a backward glance at his sister and brother-in-law. Every day, Josie dressed in well-tailored suits and brought 2 large bags of home-cooked and take-out food for her husband's lunch, exchanging whispered words and affectionate glances with him. She listened impassively to accounts of hideous atrocities attributed to Massino and the revelations of his romantic peccadillos while on the lam. Massino's uniform was a boxy blue or gray suit and open-collared white shirt. Scribbling notes and passing them to his lawyers at the defense table, he chewed gum or snacked incessantly on luncheon leftovers or candy. A diabetic, during breaks in the testimony, he used medical equipment to test his blood sugar level and blood pressure. The court sessions, usually lasting up to 8 hours, seemed to weigh on Massino. His face became more chalky and haggard, as turncoat witnesses and former FBI agents replayed conversations and incidents recounting his activities over a 30-year period. It was a courtroom version of This Is Your Life, with the prosecution displaying a huge board with some 60 mugshots and dozens of surveillance photos of dead and living mobsters, assuredly linked to his underworld ascension. Instead of hearing proper names, the jury had to adjust to the mob's preference for identifying each other by arcane nicknames: Marty Bopolone, Louis Haha, Tommy Karate, Joe Beans, Louis Bagels, and Peter Rabbit. Possessing almost identical curricula vitae, the prosecution's 7 main defectors presented a composite chronicle of late 20th century mafia culture. All were children of working-class urban families, had little formal education, were early and eager recruits, and all became successful and wealthy mafiosi. Their histories demonstrated that ignorance was not an impediment to advancement in the mob. Exemplifying that trend, James Tartaglione testified that he had difficulty comprehending what he read, could not recall pertinent dates, and was unaware that Cosa Nostra was Italian for our thing. He thought it meant friends. Only one of the 7 showed a glimmer of remorse for the murders and other gory events that encompassed their lives. Frank Lino broke down, crying softly, while reliving the ambush of the 3 capos. In that episode, however, he was himself almost a victim rather than a hitman. All of them agreed with Tartaglione about carrying out a gangland whacking. It's either him or me. If I disobey an order, I'm the one who's going to get killed. Breitbart's thrusts to puncture and impeach the defectors' accounts of Massino's history erupted into testy duels with Andres. At the start, presiding U.S. District Court Judge Nicholas Garofis reined in the adversaries with his gift for witty, ego-cutting admonishments. As the cross-examinations became more heated, so did the bickering between Breitbart and Andres. The prosecutor complained that Breitbart misstated facts and uttered improper stage-whispered asides to the jury, demeaning and falsely characterizing answers by witnesses. In return, Breitbart protested that Andres besmirched his reputation, and at one point sought a mistrial, saying the judge's restrictions on his questions and court conduct created an impossible climate for my client. An even-tempered jurist with a ready smile, who sometimes sat on the judge's elevated bench without his formal black robe, Garofis rebuked both adversaries. "Hold your tongues, or there will be fines." His sharpest censure was aimed at Breitbart. The judge once abruptly halted a cross-examination and sent the jury out of the court, because Breitbart ignored his instructions about improper questions. "Your sarcasm oozes out of your lips," said Garofis, ordering Breitbart to sit down and cease complaining that his rulings were biased against Massino. A parade of 78 witnesses and over 300 exhibits, photographs, and audio tapes were presented by the prosecution during 9 weeks of testimony. The defense's lone witness was an FBI agent, called in a feeble move to discredit Vitali by showing a minor inconsistency between Vitali's testimony and information he had earlier provided in a debriefing. Outside the court, Breitbart, who turned 65 during the trial, confidently pronounced that his cross-examinations had won the day, without the necessity of rebuttal testimony. Breitbart's last chance was the summation to the jury, and his heaviest obstacle was deflating the 7 turncoats' aggregate testimony. He accused the FBI and the prosecutors of inventing and embellishing indictments through disreputable informers to justify a string of costly failed investigations of Massino over 3 decades. Despite numerous electronic eavesdropping attempts, he noted, the FBI had never obtained an incriminating word from Massino's lips, nor was there a fingerprint or other physical evidence implicating him in a crime. To get Massino, Breitbart asserted, the government had corrupted justice by promising freedom or light sentences to sociopaths responsible for a total of 18 murders. This group of individuals is the most selfish, most arrogant, and most corrupt who have ever been put together in the history of the courtroom, he told the jury. "Give us Joe Massino, and you can go home." Barely looking at his notes in a 5-hour recitation, frequently seeking eye contact with jurors, the lawyer's greatest venom was reserved for Vitali, calling him a crazy madman, despised by his people, and who hated Joe Massino. Tacitly admitting that Massino was a mob boss, Breitbart tried to use the concession to turn the tables on the prosecution's own expert testimony that only a godfather could order hits. Since the 7 murders Massino was charged with at this trial occurred before he became boss in 1992, the lawyer insisted that fact alone proved his innocence. Citing the Cosa Nostra's power structure and its table of command rules, Breitbart contended that Massino, a capo before 1992, had lacked the authority to order the killings. He tried to deflect blame and responsibility for the crimes onto the previous ruler, Phil Rastelli, and other Bonanno big shots. In a paradoxical interpretation of evidence, he characterized Massino's reign as benign and without bloodshed. He showed a love of life, not a love of death, Breitbart declared. Throughout the trial, Andres and two other government prosecutors, Robert Hennock and Mitra Hormozi, obtained testimony from the turncoats that Massino had been the de facto boss long before he was officially installed. Anticipating the defense's contention, Hennock, in opening remarks to the jury, asserted that under Massino's rule, if you messed up, you didn't get a bad report card. Failure was punished by death. Delivering part of the prosecution's summation, Hormozi placed the onus for the contract hits on Massino. Some might say the person who gives the orders, or decides whether someone lives or dies, is more responsible than the person who pulled the trigger. It fell to Andres, in an energetic rebuttal of Breitbart's arguments, to tie together all the strands of the prosecution's mammoth case. Defending the use of defectors as a necessary evil to uproot mafia bosses, he ticked off the murders and felonies that had been unsolvable without their admissions. The deserters, he acknowledged, were selfish and looking to get out of prison, but he pledged that all would be sentenced. They're criminals, murderers, part of a criminal enterprise. That man's enterprise, he concluded, pointing at Massino. The one person yet to be held accountable, the highest-ranking man in the enterprise. 11 reporters covering the trial followed a press room tradition by establishing a pool bet on the length of jury deliberations and the verdict. They disagreed on how long the panel of 10 women and 2 men would be out, but were unanimous about the outcome. Guilty. 5 days later, on July 30, 2004, the jury forewoman needed almost 15 minutes to announce the unanimous verdicts on 11 counts and 50 specific racketeering acts. "Oh, God," Massino's daughter Adeline moaned, her head bowed in her hands, as the forewoman pronounced guilty or proven 61 times. The jury also required Massino to forfeit almost $10.4 million, the estimated amount of his criminal haul over 1 decade. The judgment included the seizure of the Casablanca, his favorite restaurant. When it was all over, Massino turned to his wife, gesturing with open palms, as if silently asking, "What are you going to do?" Despite numerous and crafty precautions to avoid the fate that befell other godfathers, Joe Massino never anticipated the confluence of events that swamped him. He had thwarted conventional FBI tactics for more than a decade, and had faith in his invulnerability. How could he have foreseen that the 2 forensic accountants, agents Salad and McCaffrey, would launch an unparalleled examination of the entire family? They brought about his downfall through a labyrinthine paper chase that stemmed from one of his rare law-abiding acts, filing income tax returns. By using capos to run the family's financial engines, Massino devised insulated walls that worked efficiently for 10 years to ward off routine FBI scrutiny. By enriching captains and their sons, he felt assured that they had too much at stake to incriminate him. He visualized the decentralization system as a rock-solid barrier to indictments. It became an Achilles heel when the capos turned on him as their only chance for leniency. Massino's biggest blunder was his mistreatment of Sal Vitale. Even so, the humiliated brother-in-law apparently was prepared at first to ride out their joint RICO storm. All evidence indicates that Vitale had no intention of betraying Massino until Salad and McCaffrey warned him about the plot on his life. If Vitale had remained steadfast, Massino would have stood a strong chance of beating the original indictment and again frustrating the FBI's best efforts to bring him to justice. A traditionalist, Massino broke a Cosa Nostra cardinal rule by blatantly disrespecting Vitale, his most dedicated supporter for 30 years. It was a fatal error. Vitale's decision to become a CW, a cooperative witness, was the decisive factor in accelerating the domino syndrome of defections that cinched Massino's conviction. His judgment mistake about Vitali had enormous ramifications beyond Massino's own plight. Returning from prison in 1992, he had invigorated a fading Borgata into a sturdy clan of more than 150 soldiers and 15 crews, prospering from family rackets. Much of Massino's illicit army, however, was erased by the sudden spate of important indictments aided immensely by Vitali's encyclopedic knowledge of the family's crimes, and incriminating remarks obtained through Big Louis Tattaglione's undercover tapes. The new evidence sparked mass arrests of the family's second tier of leaders, along with 32 capos and soldiers. Over 2 years, almost half of the gang's cadre, some 60 members and most veteran commanders, were imprisoned or awaiting trial. Heading the newly arrested list was Vincent Vinnie Gorgeous Basciano, Massino's latest hand-picked acting boss. Denied bail on a RICO murder indictment, Basciano in November 2004 found himself alongside Massino in Brooklyn's Metropolitan Detention Center. A beauty salon owner, whose rackets were mainly in the Bronx, Basciano, 45, was nicknamed as much for his profession as for his supposed good looks. Vinnie Gorgeous had a lot to discuss with Massino concerning their mutual problems, and the boss, a.k.a. Joe the Ear, was suddenly an attentive listener. He realized that Basciano could be the key to his future. Betrayed by a nest of mob rats, Massino, soon after his conviction, decided to convert. Astonishing law enforcement officials, he volunteered to become an informant, and he was using the unsuspecting Basciano as his ace in the hole for cutting a deal with the government for leniency. He claimed that he could implicate Basciano in a parcel of unsolved serious felonies and get the acting boss to talk about a spectacular crime that he was planning, the murder of a prosecutor. In early January 2005, Massino recorded 2 jailhouse meets with Basciano. The topics ranged from continued Bonanno operations to unsolved murders. The most explosive item supposedly proposed by Basciano was a hit on Greg Andres, the federal attorney in charge of Bonanno family prosecutions. Based largely on Basciano's alleged remarks, in late January, he was charged with conspiring to kill Andres. Moreover, the superseding indictment disclosed a bombshell. Massino was cooperating with his former archenemies, the government team that had long pursued him. His reasons for joining Team America were easy to fathom. Law enforcement officials and defense lawyers knew that he wanted his relatives to retain some of his $10 million loot, and hoped to spare his wife and his 89-year-old mother from eviction from their homes. The government planned to seize the houses as having been acquired through criminal proceeds. Another compelling factor for betraying his mob family was the mandatory life imprisonment awaiting him for his 2004 RICO conviction, and looming over him was a possible sentence of execution by lethal injection, if convicted at a second trial for ordering the 1999 mob murder of Gerlando Sciascia. Besides taping Basciano, Massino reportedly tipped off agents to the gangland graveyard where they dug up the remains of Philip Ciccone and Dominic Trinchera, the capos massacred 2 decades earlier on his orders. Law enforcement officials were also eager to unlock Massino's secrets about his 40 years as a major mobster and his knowledge of recent crimes committed by higher-ups in the other 4 families. In an ironic turnabout, Massino retained a former foe, Edward McDonald, to negotiate a deal with prosecutors for sentence breaks. McDonald had headed the Eastern District's Organized Crime Strike Force when it convicted and imprisoned Massino as a mob racketeer for the first time in 1986. With McDonald pitching for Massino, at least one notable compromise was reached with prosecutors. Massino pleaded guilty to the hit on Sciascia, and the government withdrew its request for the maximum penalty, death. Spared the death sentence, Massino, in June 2005, was ordered by Judge Nicholas Garifas to serve 2 consecutive life terms. For his cooperation, Massino obtained a $1 million financial break, which allowed his wife to keep their faux Georgian home. Josephine Massino turned over to the government about $9 million, including $7.6 million in cash, gold bars, and real estate properties. In relinquishing the criminally acquired nest egg, Mrs. Massino indicated that a marital rift had developed over her husband's abandonment of Omerta. The long-devoted wife informed reporters that she disapproved of Joe's apostasy and was uncertain about visiting him in prison. Massino, the mafia's highest-ranking canary, can still harbor a hope for freedom. His double life sentence could be shortened if prosecutors find that his testimony and disclosures prove effective in a raft of high-profile Cosa Nostra cases. Once viewed as a pillar of the mafia's old-world morals and omerta, Massino is the first New York area boss to become a turncoat. The only other Cosa Nostra chieftain to testify against his family was Philadelphia's Ralph Natale, who turned in 2000 after being convicted on RICO charges. Long portrayed by law enforcement and mobsters as the last major 20th century Don, Massino was looked upon as the mafia's savior. His final handiwork, at age 62, however, left the Bonanno Borgata in shambles, and his conversion threatened other mafia families. Like everyone he had previously condemned and tried to kill for cooperating, he too cracked, said a veteran lawyer who defended Bonanno wise guys, and who asked to be quoted anonymously. Summing up the views of other attorneys who represent mafiosi defendants, he added, "At the end, after a lifetime of crime, Joe was just another hypocrite. He desperately wanted a pass, a chance to walk the streets again." Afterward, back to the caves. At the dawn of a new century, the American Mafia was portrayed as a crushed colossus. With numbing frequency, prosecutors and FBI officials were unsealing indictments that seemingly decimated the mob's sacred stronghold in New York. The message from the gleeful authorities was clear. The once invincible five families, together with Borgatas and the rest of the country, were nearing extinction. Some enthusiasts rhapsodized that it was the twilight of the Godfathers. The combined federal and state campaigns were arguably the most successful anti-crime expedition in American history. Over a span of 2 decades, 24 mob families, once the best organized and most affluent criminal associations in the nation, were virtually eliminated or seriously undermined. By comparison, a more costly half-century campaign against the narcotics scourge remains a Sisyphean failure. September 11, 2001, however, radically transformed that rosy scenario. The terrorist attacks on the World Trade Center and the Pentagon endowed the Cosa Nostra with an undeserved bequest, renewed hope for survival. The events of 9/11 have been a decisive factor in altering the mob's prospects. The hijacked planes that destroyed the Twin Towers and ripped into the Pentagon, killing nearly 3,000 innocent people, indirectly provided a reprieve for the Mafia. Since those kamikaze raids by al-Qaeda, the FBI and regional police forces justifiably have been dedicated to one paramount mission: guarding against terrorist attacks. But even before 9/11, federal and local investigations of the Mafia were slowing down, official logic having concluded that the mob, a terminally ill enemy, required less attention. Most indictments and convictions garnered in the first years of the millennium had been generated by investigations long in the pipeline, begun during the apogee of the FBI and state efforts in the 1990s. The first years of the new century saw fewer resources committed against wise guys throughout the country, and 9/11 accelerated that trend. For 3 months after the World Trade Center carnage, almost all Mafia squad agents in New York were pulled off active investigations to pitch in on counterterrorism work. Some agents were reassigned for as long as 7 months, and some never returned to Cosa Nostra duties. There's no question that major operational plans were postponed for a time after 9/11, James Margolin, an FBI spokesman, concedes. Counter-espionage and the Mafia had been the two uppermost FBI concerns for over a quarter of a century. Abruptly, the mob was reduced to a backseat status. Announcing the Bureau's revised agenda in May 2002, FBI Director Robert S. Mueller III significantly excluded the Mafia in evaluating the agency's most pressing challenges. Protect the United States from terrorist attack headed the list. Preventing violent and major white-collar crimes and combating public corruption had displaced the Cosa Nostra, which was relegated to the lower end of the priority table. Other examples of the downgrading were evident. Even bureau speak was symbolically altered at the FBI's Washington headquarters, where the Organized Crime Section, which had overseen all LCN investigations, was renamed the Transnational Criminal Enterprise Section. For over 2 decades, every FBI assistant director placed at the helm of the New York office, the largest of 56 field branches, always came with extensive experience in supervising Mafia investigations. Indicative of the changing times, Mueller revised that pattern in 2003, selecting an expert on counterterrorism, Pasquale D'Amuro, to New York's top post. The 5 family squads were reduced in size, remaining under the umbrella of the Bureau's Criminal Division, while a substantially enlarged Counterterrorism Division was created as an independent unit. Overall, in the nation, the FBI repositioned more than 500 of its 11,000 agents, from traditional crime-fighting duties to the struggle against al-Qaeda and its terrorist offshoots. Officials acknowledged that full-time organized crime squads were cut or eliminated, but the precise numbers are secret. In New York City, the linchpin in the FBI's crusade against the American Mafia, a sizable portion of its 1,100 agents were moved to anti-terrorism operations. At the high point of the FBI's war against New York's Borgatas in the 1990s, as many as 350 agents and 100 police investigators worked full or part-time on Mafia task forces. By 2005, that contingent of 450 was trimmed by roughly 2/3. Some 100 agents were signed permanently or temporarily, aided by a handful of New York Police Department officers, instead of the 100 police officers that once reinforced the Bureau's mob squads. Meanwhile, the Counterterrorism Division was beefed up to more than 300 permanent agents, plus 400 investigators from other federal agencies and the NYPD. Defending the personnel transfers, the FBI brass found abundant grounds for minimizing the Mafia as a threat. Many believed that the government had achieved its prime goal of dismembering the mob to the status it held at the beginning of the 20th century, a clutch of loose-knit, quarrelsome street gangs lacking competent leadership. Their future is dim and fraught with peril. W.K. Williams, the FBI official in Washington directing the Bureau's nationwide efforts against the Mafia, predicted in a 2004 interview. Williams uses initials for his given names without periods. Confident that the Mafia's glory days were over, optimists were convinced that a few final nails would seal its coffin. To support that contention, current and former law enforcement officials could cite a lengthy tableau of defeats inflicted on La Cosa Nostra. 1. Only families in New York and Chicago, the largest traditional bases, retained a semblance of organizational frameworks. Elsewhere in the nation, the 20-odd Borgatas were in disarray or practically defunct, except in areas where the New York and Chicago families had branches, especially in Florida. The remaining strength of the mob was largely concentrated in New York and the Northeast Corridor, according to Williams. 2. Almost all established leaders in the New York and the nation's important families were in prison. 3. Omerta, the protective code of manhood and silence, had crumbled. An endless exodus of turncoats were seeking shelter from RICO punishment by cooperating for lenient sentences. Even big shots were turning after a half-century in which not a single leader or capo had switched sides. 4. Former Italian-American neighborhoods, transformed by demographic and sociological changes, no longer served as sanctuaries and as hubs for enlisting generations of reliable recruits. Discipline was unraveling, and wannabes, like the Bath Avenue boys and the Bonanno family, were increasingly addicted to drugs, vulnerable to arrests, and tattling to save their skins. 5. Racketeering alliances with core unions, most notably the Teamsters and construction trades locals, had been weakened or severed through wholesale convictions of corrupt labor leaders and the appointment of internal watchdogs. 6. Money trees in Las Vegas, for the most powerful families, had been chopped down by government oversight of the Teamsters Union, preventing union loans to mob-tarnished hotels, and through acquisitions of the largest casinos by legitimate multinational corporations. The days of skimming gambling profits had apparently ended, and tighter licensing supervision by Nevada regulators had blocked casino takeovers by mobsters. 7. Domination of New York's invaluable resources, the wholesale food markets, the garment center, the garbage carting industry, and the Javits Convention Center, had been curtailed, if not totally eliminated, by blacklisting scores of tarred companies, followed by tough licensing laws introduced in Mayor Rudolph Giuliani's administration. These regulatory steps were seen as firewalls, preventing wise guys from regaining influence at these commercial prizes. The storied Fulton Fish Market, long beleaguered by mobsters, will be essentially shut down in 2005. Transplanting its businesses to a modern enclosed facility in the Bronx was expected to strengthen the city's enforcement of rules aimed at barring future mafia takeovers. 8. Convictions had shattered the mafia's commission, and there was little likelihood that another supreme body could regain authority to resolve disputes, enforce traditions, and maintain the mafia's institutional codes. There is no resemblance to the power they exerted in the 80s and 90s, says James Kallstrom, the former head of the Bureau's New York office, and a pivotal player in the FBI's maneuvers against the mob. They still have thugs and thieves out there, but they have zero influence and no major impact anymore on controlling unions like the Teamsters and major industries. Echoing Kallstrom, Ronald Goldstock, the former New York prosecutor who was instrumental in generating the commission case, portrays the remaining Borgatas as disorganized rabble. The mob has been so weakened that it can't supply the services it once did to its members. Nobody obeys the rules anymore. There may be continuing criminal activities, but they're acting as individuals, not as a viable organization. Shortly before he died in 2003, former New York detective Ralph Salerno, an early warrior against the Cosa Nostra, visualized it as a fading anachronism. A major reason for its defeat, he thought, was the dumbing down of recruits. At one time, not so long ago, there was a supply of young Italian Americans who wanted to be in the families. Now they want to be CEOs of legitimate corporations. The families no longer attract young men with brains. From their vantage point, defense lawyers offered an additional explanation for the succession of courtroom debacles suffered by godfathers and high-ranking loyalists. The attorneys contend that the harsh prison penalties imposed for RICO convictions spurred the deluge of deserters that demolished the mafia's long-range survival plans. Expressing the views of lawyers who have represented major organized crime suspects, Gerald Shargel says, "The prospect of getting a sentence of 20 to 40 years or life without parole is a strong motivation to get people to cooperate." Shargel, who defended John J. Gotti, several of his relatives, and Sammy Gravano, contends that juries have become more conservative and likely to bring in guilty verdicts in mob-related cases. In the 70s and 80s, we got a lot of acquittals. Today, there is a stronger presumption of guilt if jurors hear the word mafia. What it means is that there are very few old-fashioned types left who are willing to risk a trial and draconian punishment. The prevailing officialdom consensus holds that the Cosa Nostra entered the 21st century battered and reeling, with obituaries being prepared by thoughtful analysts. Nevertheless, there are cautionary markers, at least in New York, suggesting that the patient is not ready for the graveyard. Consider the following manifestations in the first years of the millennium. Gambling and loan sharking, the mafia's symbiotic bread-and-butter staples, appear to be unstoppable. A Gambino capo was uncovered supervising bookie joints in Queens, grossing $30 million a year. The Bonanos were profiting from similar setups, netting $20 million and $10 million annually from 2 sports betting rings in suburban Long Island. A crackdown by the Queens DA's office broke up a Bonanno-controlled high-tech international enterprise that allegedly handled a staggering $360 million in sports bets between 2002 and 2005. Sensible gamblers will always prefer wagering with the mob rather than with state-authorized off-track betting parlors and lotteries. Bets on baseball, football, and basketball games placed with a bookie have a 50% chance of winning, without the penalty of being taxed, while the typical state lottery is considered a pipe dream because the chance of winning is infinitesimal. Additionally, mob gambling networks are almost always tied into loan sharking for compulsive gamblers who need instant credit, regardless of the staggering vigorish rates. 20 soldiers and associates of a Genovese crew in New Jersey were arrested for operating a gambling and loan sharking branch that charged up to an astronomical 156% interest. Despite endless attempts to reform the construction industry and building trades unions, mob families are still up to their old tricks. One outrageous example was hiking the cost of a $400 million skyscraper office building renovation in Manhattan for the Metropolitan Transportation Authority, the main public transit agency in the New York region. A federal indictment charged that the project developer, a longtime Gambino associate, conspired with the family's mob-affiliated contractors and corrupt union officials to siphon more than $10 million through inflated bills and violation of union hiring regulations. The developer admitted paying weekly tributes of $12,500 for years to a Gambino soldier as part of the family's share of the overcharges. In another ripoff, before being convicted, a troop of Genovese and Gambino soldiers plucked $2 million from no-show jobs handed out by a union that operated temporary elevators at construction sites. Similarly, 22 Colombo and Genovese members were in a select group that obtained $3.5 million from phony jobs with a union that handled heavy equipment and from a painter's local. Work sites exploited by the mob included the new Museum of Modern Art and baseball stadiums built for the Yankees and the Mets minor league teams. The recipients of the largesse included a son of imprisoned Colombo boss Carmine the Snake Persico and the sons of other Colombo stars. A déjà vu aspect of these interfamily scams was the creation of a panel reminiscent of the clubs set up decades earlier by the mafia to apportion loot among the various gangs. A federal grand jury also accused 2 sons of the late Joe Colombo of resorting to a familiar ploy in a comeback attempt to gain support in the Colombo family. They were indicted for allegedly extorting and bilking companies of hundreds of thousands of dollars in contracts for remodeling buildings and offices. And far from finished with construction payoffs, the Genovese family has persisted in exploiting New York's drywall carpentry industry. A decade after federal and state authorities boasted that they had broken up the Borgata's grip on the industry and its captive union locals, a capo and 21 underlings were indicted for fraud and labor racketeering involving multi-millions of dollars. All of these construction industry crimes were uncovered as products of investigations begun before 9/11, when the Cosa Nostra was still a priority target for the government. Disputes over the mob's retention of power in a pivotal national union, the International Brotherhood of Teamsters, resurfaced in 2004. A group of 20 investigators and lawyers resigned in mass protest, complaining that Teamsters President James P. Hoffa, son of the vanished Jimmy Hoffa, was stifling their efforts to uproot Cosa Nostra connections. The head of the cleanup effort, Edward Steyer, a highly respected former federal prosecutor, asserted that Hoffa had interfered with probes into pockets of organized crime and corruption by Teamster managers. Following numerous investigations and convictions of its highest leaders, the Union in 1989 was placed under a federal monitoring system empowered to eliminate mafia influence. Seeking to end government oversight, the younger Hoffa chose Steyer in 1999 to lead a self-policing experiment known as RISE, Respect, Integrity, Strength, and Ethics, staffed with former FBI agents. Dismissing Steyer's documented allegations as reckless and false, Hoffa pledged his commitment to eradicating any remaining mob influence. The resignations of his own appointed investigators, however, highlighted a chronic problem: the hazards of permanently reforming unions with histories of endemic mafia penetration. Even Mayor Rudolph Giuliani's wary anti-mafia administration was embarrassed by a project at Giuliani's front door. Shortly before his term ended, companies supplying concrete for a $22 million restoration of City Hall Park were swiftly dropped after the New York Times reported that under previous corporate names, the outfits had been implicated in labor peace deals with mobster families. Through their persistent presence in the construction industry, mafiosi even tried to profit directly from 9/11. Lucchese underboss Stephen Wonderboy Crea pleaded guilty to extorting payoffs from a company engaged in the removal of the World Trade Center debris, and the Bonanos tried unsuccessfully to steal and sell scrap metal from the Twin Towers ruins. In the aftermath of concentrated crackdowns in the 1980s and 90s, New York's billion-dollar construction industry appears nearly as vulnerable as ever to determined gangsters. The obstacles blocking fundamental reforms in the industry were illustrated by a singular setback suffered by Giuliani. His administration imposed regulatory and licensing rules designed to weed out wise guys and mafia-linked companies from major wholesale food markets and the garbage carting industry. When Giuliani tried to enact similar legislation to scrutinize building projects, he was blocked by an intractable combo of high-voltage developers, contractors, and unions who bottled up the proposed bill in the city council. Since then, no politician has dared to raise the issue of strict oversight of that corruption-prone industry and its unions, always heavy contributors to election campaigns. Often, the mafia seems determined to retain a semblance of historic ties. A sidelight in Joe Massino's 2004 trial revealed that Perry Criscitelli, a reputed Bonanno soldier and Little Italy restaurateur, was the president of the Feast of San Gennaro Committee, which presumably had been cleansed of mob control by Mayor Giuliani's administration. Criscitelli was forced to resign from the panel overseeing the celebrated tourist attraction, but not before his Mulberry Street restaurant D'Anico topped Giuliani's recommended list for Republican Party convention delegates that year as his favorite dining spot in New York. Other Cosa Nostra standbys rediscovered in the new century were garment center protection payoffs for labor peace, practices dating back to Lucky Luciano's heyday. The extortion artists came from Sammy Gravano's old Gambino crew in Brooklyn, which thrived long after his defection. Auto chop shops, another favorite mob pastime, are said by the police to still be going strong, earning a Genovese faction in Brooklyn $2.5 million a year by reselling stolen car parts and airbags. While time-tested crimes continue to support the five families, they have been simultaneously exploring new multi-million-dollar enterprises. Their imaginative innovations covered a wide spectrum of enterprises. Telephone bill frauds. Capo Salvatore Torre Locascio, the son and heir of convicted Gambino underboss Frank Locascio, and 9 other soldiers and associates, were accused of filching over $200 million in 5 years from thousands of unwitting customers. A gimmick dreamed up by the mobsters was enticing thousands of victims to sample adult entertainment such as sex chat lines, dating services, and psychic readings. The thefts were based on cramming, a trap in which callers were clipped for up to $40 a month on their phone bills, after being deceived by free trial advertisements. Investigators said tech-savvy mobsters devised a maze of shell companies that billed the callers indirectly through local telephone utilities. Assessing the swindle as one of the largest ever pulled off by the Mafia, Philip Scala, the head of the FBI's Gambino squad, remarked, "The profit from that fraud alone makes the Gambinos look like a Fortune 500 company." Bootlegged CDs. A Genovese group in Long Island counterfeited 10,000 compact discs a week for years, netting $2.5 million annually in profits before the scheme was thwarted. Credit cards. In Queens, Genovese soldiers teamed up with store cashiers and clerks to copy credit card numbers, which were then used to manufacture fakes. The dishonest employees were paid $50 for each swiped number, while the bogus credit cards were sold for $1,000 apiece to clients who quickly purchased thousands of dollars worth of goods before the victims were alerted. Computer hackers working for a Bonanno crew pulled off a similar operation, obtaining credit card numbers issued by Mexican banks. The fraud was masterminded by capo William Big Willie Riviello, who camouflaged the operation by working out of a Bronx mushroom packaging warehouse. Healthcare. A New Jersey Genovese crew took over a company that arranged and managed group medical, dental, and eye care programs for employers and unions. Administrators were strong-armed into approving excessive fees for spurious medical services, which the Mafia pocketed. The New Jersey Attorney General's office stumbled onto the scheme while eavesdropping on the crew's bookmaking activities, but was unable to obtain an accurate estimate of the amount swindled. Phone cards. The Gambinos stole several $1 million by setting up companies providing prepaid phone cards. The mobsters distributed the cards through retail stores, mainly in neighborhoods populated by immigrants who used them to call overseas. Each card supplied by the Gambinos was typically sold for $20, but most were worthless after $2 or $3 in calls, because they had not been programmed for the listed amount. No one was arrested for the flim-flam of low-income victims, many of whom were illegal aliens, fearful of complaining to the police. And guess who snared the illegal profits? The Mafia's continued activities in New York demonstrate that holdouts can survive and still prosper from gambling, loan sharking, and protection rackets. But a wider resurgence rests heavily on the ability of a new crop of mafiosi to shift into modern avenues of crime. A revival would not surprise G. Robert Blakey, the principal author of the RICO Law. He views the recent incursions of the five families into financial and health industry crimes as the latest chapter of the Cosa Nostra's Darwinian survival adaptability, characterizing the Mafia as a mirror image of capitalism and a recurring capitalist disease. Blakey notes that it has always fed off technological innovations and subverted laws intended to govern industries, unions, and drug usage. We don't win the war against the mob, he advises. All we can do is contain or control it. Blakey and other experienced anti-mafia campaigners fret that the government's devaluation of its perennial enemy will boomerang. Keeping a boxer down is easier than knocking him down a second time, Blakey says. By withdrawing resources, we'll just have to go back and complete the job at a larger cost. Despite pronouncements of unabated vigilance, law enforcement's roller coaster efforts against the traditional crime families are unmistakably in a downward cycle. FBI Director Mueller said as much in a National Public Radio interview in September 2003. In light of 9/11, he asked the public to recognize that we can't do everything, and urged local authorities to pick up the slack left by the Bureau's emphasis on counterterrorism and newer priorities. State prosecutors and police forces confronting terrorism, as well as violent crime pressures and budget restraints, show less zeal than previously to engage the mob. In New York, the state-organized crime task force, which was established to coordinate cases and tackle mob-infested industries, had 140 investigators, lawyers, and backup personnel in the 1990s. The staff was gradually cut to about 60. A Republican administration stripped the agency of its independence, folded it into the state attorney general's office, denied it a separate budget, and sometimes sidetracked it into investigations unrelated to organized crime. A new attorney general, Eliot Spitzer, a Democrat, maintains that he is trying to revitalize the unit, but is hamstrung by budget restraints. Spitzer vaulted into national prominence by unearthing large-scale Wall Street, corporate, and insurance industry scandals. On the Cosa Nostra front, however, he made scant headlines in his first 7 years in office. Spitzer considers the families atrophied and much weaker than in the 1990s, but recognized that they are morphing into different areas. Regardless of budget slashes, he vows that his leaner, meaner task force can still help throttle the mob, a pledge that might be hard to fulfill with reduced personnel and priority commitments to other areas. Similar organized crime and intelligence-gathering divisions in other states, long plagued by the Cosa Nostra, were eliminated or downsized. Officials in New Jersey, Pennsylvania, California, and Florida have minimized the mafia's contemporary importance and danger. Short on money, states are reluctant to pay for specialist training of organized crime investigators and for undercover operations requiring extensive surveillance without guaranteed success. Phone taps and bugs, almost always essential for convictions, can tie up 6 agents daily for months, a staggering outlay for strapped local police and district attorneys faced with persistent violent crime problems. Daniel Castleman, the prosecutor in charge of the Manhattan DA's Organized Crime Division, wants more, not less manpower committed against the mob. Anyone who thinks the mafia is dead is engaged in wishful thinking, he emphasizes. There are still functioning crews ready, willing, and able to take advantage of human foibles, and there are still young hoods who want to emulate and perpetuate the gangster lifestyle. Unless the FBI vigorously reasserts itself, law enforcement aspirations for quickly finishing off the mafia appear dim. Frederick Martins, the former executive director of the Pennsylvania Crime Division and former chief of organized crime intelligence for the New Jersey State Police, warns that federal and local authorities have been deluded into believing that the flood of convictions at the turn of the century signaled the mafia's doom. I can't help being reminded of the generals in Vietnam who used body counts, fictitious as they were, to claim victory, he says. While mafia infrastructures appear to have been substantially damaged, Martins fears that the relaxed law enforcement posture will rejuvenate the families. Flexibility and durability are the hallmarks of the LCN. Given a window of opportunity, they will take full advantage of it. The FBI's overconfident assessment that the Bonanno and Colombo families were rudderless and moribund led to a painful setback at the end of the 20th century. For 8 years, the FBI saved manpower by using one squad to bird dog both Borgatas. The main result of this economy was a dramatic revival of the Bonannos under Joe Massino's leadership. The lesson we learned is that you cannot de-emphasize vigilance on any of the families, comments Bruce Mao, who was temporarily in charge of the combined squad. All are capable of comebacks. Renewed energy is even evident in the shell-shocked Colombo family. Through Bonanno defector James Big Louie Tartaglione, the FBI learned that the Colombos, in the 2000s, asked other families to appraise a list of 10 applicants selected for induction as made men. The ability to replenish its shattered ranks shows that the Colombo mob still can count on a steady supply of recruits. Another cautioner about a federal pullback is Andrew Maloney, the former U.S. attorney on whose watch John Gotti was finally convicted. If the government lays off, they'll be back, Maloney forecasts. They, the mafia, resemble a vampire. You have to put a stake through their heart, and that has not been done. Throughout the onslaughts against their families, America's wise guys have retained a precious asset that contributes to their survival. It is the media's romanticization of mobsters, subtly encouraging acceptance of the mafia as just another aspect of the nation's culture. The Oscar-winning Godfather movies in the 1970s set the stage for the public perception that a biased, wasp-run society had compelled a tiny segment of Italian-American immigrants to form criminal bands and resort to violence and stealth as their only means of acceptance and advancement. A raft of novels and films spiced with empathetic and comedic touches, such as Prizzi's Honor, Analyze This, The Gang That Couldn't Shoot Straight, and Bugsy, cast some mobsters as high-living, lovable rogues. These films present them as dedicated criminals, yet too often they are given redeeming qualities, a revered code of honor, loyalty, and obedience. Their quest is simply the American ideal of obtaining wealth and respect, even if an occasional homicide and betrayal is required. Prospective jurors in organized crime trials are frequently asked if their judgments might be influenced by movies or television programs dealing with the mafia. Many fictional scenarios view the Cosa Nostra as comprised of both honorable and evil participants, in a profession that oddly parallels large legitimate corporations, with a subtext that mobsters lead nonconformist, adventurous lives. In real life, no mafiosi are good guys. A prototype of show business's vicarious flirtation with the mafia is The Sopranos, HBO's prize-winning television series, which is to television what The Godfather was to films, a super hit. The underlying humanizing theme of the series is that, except for his occupation as a boss of a New Jersey crew, Tony Soprano is a quintessential suburbanite, searching for the meaning of life, happiness, and security. He lives in a small mansion and is rolling in dough. Yet he is afflicted by the common turmoil of middle-aged bourgeois fathers. His marriage to Carmela is on the rocks. She, tuned into women's rights, is seeking to liberate herself from a humdrum existence. His spoiled teenage children are rebellious, and despite a harem of girlfriends, he agonizes over being unloved and unappreciated. The ambitious gangster executive is constantly confronted by nuisances at his office, a workplace peopled by menacing types, where minor errors result in death or imprisonment. Genuine capos and wise guys would never emulate Tony's behavior. He stalks and kills victims, chores normally shunned by a capo or boss. Murder is the task of soldiers and wannabes. No top-tier mobster would last long if he behaved like Tony Soprano, who defies basic mafioso caution by exposing himself as a ripe target, to be easily mowed down by rivals. He drives without a bodyguard, sips espresso in daylight at a sidewalk cafe, and begins his days in a bathrobe, sluggishly strolling down his driveway to pick up his newspaper near an open road. Sex and psychiatry are prominent in the Sopranos storyline. Confiding in a psychiatrist, however, would be a radioactive mistake for a boss or capo, who can never display symptoms of weakness or mental instability. Seeing a shrink is guaranteed to incite dissension and doubts about a hierarchy reliability to head a borgata. Tony Soprano ignores the caveat by consulting a woman psychiatrist who, naturally, is fetchingly attractive as she counsels him on his nagging insecurities and interprets the Freudian symbols, fears, and sexual frustrations revealed in his dreams. No self-respecting mobster would confide intimate secrets to a stranger, let alone a female psychiatrist. An increased business world role for women might be politically correct, but the mob has resisted that trend. There are aspects of The Sopranos that do accurately capture the mob's crude lifestyle. The profanity-laced dialogue is much like bugged vitriolic conversations that have been featured at actual trials. Tony and his cronies vividly display the casual savagery that is trademark mafia behavior, and Tony's compulsive whoring could have been modeled on the escapades of countless wise guys. Despite the cruelty, depravity, and sex, the presentation creates an undercurrent of sympathy for Tony, a mobster who yearns nostalgically for an earlier era, when men of honor were Spartan and trustworthy. As the series' anti-hero, he suffers the same angst as any law-abiding average American striving to enjoy material success. He is generous, worries about his children, grieves over the death of a discarded lover, has compassion for a cancer-stricken friend, and for a boyhood buddy who attempts suicide. Essentially a beguiling soap opera about a dysfunctional suburban household, The Sopranos contributes yet another deceptive image of a genuine mafia family. They are displayed having a twisted sense of honor, taking no crap from anyone, with easy access to women and money. Howard Abedinsky, an organized crime historian, says of The Sopranos' cast of thugs, "Such displays romanticize organized crime, and, as an unintended consequence, serve to perpetuate the phenomenon and create alluring myths about the mafia." For more meaningful pointers on the resurgent powers of authentic Borgatas, America's law enforcement planners might well look to the mafia's birthplace, Sicily. After World War II, Italy's weak central governments tolerated a mafia renaissance, allowing the clans to coerce legitimate businesses and to pollute the political system, principally through alliances with leaders in the since discredited Christian Democratic Party. A courageous prosecutor, Giovanni Falcone, launched the first sustained post-war assault against the island's Cosa Nostra in the 1980s, imprisoning bosses and some 300 soldiers. Falcone and another prosecutor, Paolo Borsellino, won mass convictions partly by employing American tactics, fracturing omerta through plea bargaining with pentiti, penitents or turncoats, and following incriminating paper trails linking gangsters to extortion payoffs. Although heavily guarded and working in bunker-like quarters, both prosecutors were killed by bombs in 1992 in a spectacular mafia message of uncompromising defiance. Their murders galvanized Italy for several years into breakthroughs against the Sicilian chieftains by increasing the powers of prosecutors and by safeguarding pentiti and their relatives in the first effective Italian witness protection program. After a decade of stringent enforcement, the drive was hobbled when the government of Prime Minister Silvio Berlusconi promoted legislation in 2002 and 2004 that makes the climate less favorable for mafia convictions. New laws limit the use of testimony from defectors, restrict the use of bookkeeping evidence to implicate mobsters in frauds and shakedowns, and hamper recruitment of pentiti. Using public relations finesse, Sicily's modern godfathers adopted low-profile policies known as Pax Mafiosi, Mafia Peace. Fearful of rekindling public outrage against their organizations, the new bosses avoid violent confrontations with law enforcement and prefer invisibility. They have imposed stricter discipline on soldiers, tamped down internecine feuds, and ceased murdering so-called excellent cadavers, prosecutors, judges, police, and outspoken opponents. Nowadays, the mafia is stronger than before because its leaders have changed their strategy. Sergio Barbieri, the deputy director of the Anti-Mafia Public Attorney's Office in Palermo, acknowledges, "No one can commit a serious crime which can attract the attention of the mass media." Palermo's chief prosecutor Pietro Grasso adds, "The silence of the mafia is a strategy, not an absence." Law enforcement authorities concede that the reconstituted Sicilian gangs have resumed their classical protection schemes in all types of businesses and public projects. The redesigned clans jolted prosecutors in 2003 by planting moles in their office in Palermo, the center of anti-mafia activities. Two officials, working on cases involving Cosa Nostra's linkage to corrupt politicians, were arrested on charges of being double agents and sabotaging the inquiries. Alexander Stille, an American journalist who has written extensively about the Sicilian mafia, says it has regained ominous political vitality, seeking the kind of supremacy that it enjoyed in the past. Even if Cosa Nostra can deliver only 5% of the vote, the low end of most estimates, that can make the difference in many elections. And, as so often was true in the past, Eruptions in the Sicilian Mafia reverberate in America. Astute mafia watchers are aware that the Sicilians have the means to fortify the U.S. families through an infusion of new zips. A defector from the DeCavalcante family in New Jersey, Frankie the Beast Scarabino, disclosed that his leaders planned to hire ghost soldiers to rub out informers and to assassinate judges and FBI agents. They were going to start importing Sicilian shooters, he testified at a mob trial. DeCavalcante leaders referred to the Sicilians as ghost soldiers because they would be unknown to American police and could do a piece of work, murder, and get out of the country with no problem, Scarabino said. A federal prosecutor in Manhattan, Miriam Roca, described the plan as no idle chit-chat. Because the tiny DeCavalcante crew has often functioned as an auxiliary of the Gambino family and was close to Joe Massino, Scarabino's talk of ghost soldiers indicates that it might be an idea under consideration by the larger New York Borgatas. Sicily also beckons as a conscription area for the American Mafia's depleted battalions. The Bonanos and Gambinos have a history of sponsoring Sicilian branches in New York, and talk by the DeCavalcantes suggests more budding alliances with Sicilian mafiosi. In the aftermath of the rash of defections that roiled the American Mafia, Sicilians not formally inducted into an Italian gang could be made and welcomed as reinforcements by the U.S. Borgatas. Zips are respected by the Americans for their steely discipline, and more vitally, their allegiance to the Code of Omerta. A decade of defeats might embolden the next wave of American dons to apply a survival tactic long practiced by the Sicilian Mafia, slaughtering relatives of informers to stiffen the Code of Omerta. One rarely violated Commission rule is a ban on injuring civilians, innocent relatives. In September 2003, however, the FBI secretly recorded Anthony Tony Green Urso, then the Bonanno acting boss and consigliere, talking about murdering children and relatives of cooperative witnesses. He proposed it as the surest way of stemming the tide of traitors. You gotta throw somebody in the streets. This has got to stop, Urso urged other Bonanno honchos in a discussion about muzzling informers following the arrest of Joe Massino. You turned, we wipe your family out. Why should the Rats kids be happy, where my kids or your kids should suffer because I'm away for life? See, Louis, if you take one kid, I hate to say it, but you do what you gotta do. They're going to fucking think twice. Unbeknownst to Urso, his words were captured on tape by Big Louis Tattaglione, a wired turncoat. Borrowing a page from the past, the five families now view proper bloodlines as indispensable character references. Fixated on ensuring loyalty and greater security, hierarchs restored a binding requirement that both parents, not just the father, must be of Italian lineage as a fundamental requirement to become a made man. At Joe Massino's trial in 2004, Sal Vitale disclosed that Massino and other leaders reimposed the rigid rule at a commission meeting. Vitale also reported another step to weed out weaklings. In 2000, the Godfathers decreed that any wannabe arrested on drug charges would have to wait at least 5 years after release from prison before being straightened out. The rule was intended to finally eliminate from membership vulnerable drug dealers, who often become informers to escape harsh prison sentences. The extreme steps advocated by Mafia insiders should be a beacon warning against an easy surrender. Backed into a corner, they might become desperate and lash out in ways they haven't before, Matthew Herron, a former supervisor of the FBI's organized crime branch in New York, believes. Pointing to the Mafia's penchant for violence, Herron says that an FBI analysis attributed at least 912 murders in the New York area to the mob from 1970 through 2003, an average of almost 30 a year. Herron and two agents in front-line trenches, Philip Scala of the Gambino Squad and Michele Campanella, the chief of the Genovese Squad, confirmed that additional agents are needed. Despite the tremendous successes we have had, We need more resources and funding to get a real shot at wiping them out in 3 to 5 years, says Scala. After the misfortunes of Joe Massino and his Bonanno compatriots, FBI officials believe the Gambino and Genovese gangs returned to the peak of the five families pyramid. Scala and Campanella estimated in 2004 that they each had managed to raise their ranks to at least 200 active soldiers and several thousand compliant associates. The Gambinos, under the direction of street bosses and capos, have become much more secretive in the wake of John Gotti's flashy reign. They're trying to keep their big earners off our radar screens, Scala says. To shield the identities of moneymen and insulate them from investigations, the street bosses have instructed them to stay away from hangouts and from mob social events where they could be spotted by agents. Campanella credits the Genoveses, the other large borgata, with trying to reconstruct the widespread business structure it developed under Vincent Chin Gigante's direction. In prison, the aging Gigante retained his godfather title, while senior capos ran the family in his absence. The boss is incarcerated, but there is somebody ready to step up to the plate for him and take care of the money-making possibilities, Campanella explains. A thorny question is whether eased law enforcement pressure can whittle away the Cosa Nostra's remaining strength. Institutional memories about the Mafia's potency might fade. Investigative fervor and proactive policies might further lessen, as fewer battle-hardened agents and prosecutors are assigned to combat the mob. Most federal attorneys arrive as fledglings directly from law school, untrained in prosecuting mafiosi and unaware of mob stratagems. Many leave within 10 years for lucrative private practices, just as they have honed the skills to master complex RICO cases. For 2 decades, the Justice Department's 14 organized crime strike forces relied on a core of prosecutors who stayed longer and concentrated exclusively on the mafia. Although many law enforcement researchers believe the independent strike forces proved their effectiveness, they were eliminated in a 1989 political decision to mollify the regional U.S. attorneys, who viewed them more as rivals than as colleagues. If the federal government continues its cutbacks, local officials wonder if the FBI will pass along the intelligence it obtains from informers, particularly those relating to gambling and loan sharking operations. The Bureau reputedly still shares evidence and intelligence leads grudgingly with state prosecutors and police departments, which often breeds resentment and confusion within other agencies. The emergence in New York and other urban regions of vicious Russian, Asian, and Latin American gangs may further deflect local and federal law enforcement attention from the mafia. These marauders, most of them recently arrived immigrants, rarely engage in sophisticated crimes, resorting mainly to drug trafficking and leg-breaking to terrorize neighborhood merchants for street taxes. Since the five families eagerly exploited the Russian mafia in huge gasoline tax scams and used the Irish Westies as hitmen, it is conceivable that they could benefit through alliances with new ethnic hoodlums. Some Asian and Russian criminals are adept at high-tech frauds and money laundering, and Asians have been a major source of narcotics for mafiosi, who disregard the Cosa Nostra's frequently violated prohibition on drug transactions. A sign of another troublesome international collaboration is the mob's flirtation with Albanian organized crime groups. The FBI's W.K. Williams says the mafia's ties to Albanian gangsters are expanding, and that the Albanians, once used primarily as muscle men, have moved up to equal status in mutually run narcotics, gambling, and prostitution ventures. Vital to the mafia's future is the durability of New York City's Business Integrity Commission and similar regulatory units established in the 1990s to prevent the mob from regaining footholds in the wholesale food markets and the private rubbish carting industry. At least one banned Genovese-connected garbage carter was discovered back in business in the New York area. Counting on coercion, the mobster used 2 front companies to cheat customers out of more than $2 million. He was exposed when honest carters raised a cry to authorities that wise guys were again using muscle to steal customers. Further confirmation that the mob continues to infiltrate the carting business came from defectors' testimony that the Bonanno Messino family had helped a mob-connected company grab the waste paper removal contract at the New York Post. Until Joe Messino's arrest in 2003, the contractor rewarded the family with $2,500 a month, most of it going to Messino. Former prosecutor Ronald Goldstock, who has analyzed regulatory agencies, is dubious about their long-range tenacity to battle mobsters. These licensing bodies are usually effective at the outset in disqualifying bad actors, he says. But historically, they have evolved into dumping grounds for civil service hacks and corruptible self-sustaining bureaucracies. Goldstock believes that vigilant law enforcement and basic operational changes in industries susceptible to infiltration are more essential for permanent reforms than political supervision. He and other critics wonder whether officials, after instituting minimal cosmetic changes, have the political stamina to alter vulnerable industries and giant wholesale markets when confronted by well-heeled lobbies opposed to government oversight. Joe Messino's career is a template for evaluating the Cosa Nostra's prospects. Joe the Ear was eventually brought down, but his ability to resuscitate the Bonanno Borgata into a booming conglomerate for over a decade was a scathing lesson to law enforcement. More than likely, Messino clones in the five families are biding their time, counting on investigative lassitude to aid their comebacks. They want everyone to believe, "We're done. Leave us alone," the FBI's Philip Scala cautions. These gangsters undoubtedly will attempt novel strategies to escape the fates of their predecessors. A strategic shift could be exploiting new territories. Although big cities continue to be glittering attractions, there are signs that the mafia, following demographic trends, is deploying more vigorously in suburbs. There, the families might encounter police less prepared to resist them than federal and big city investigators. Organized crime goes where the money is, and there's money and increasing opportunities in the suburbs, Howard Abedinsky, the historian, observes. Strong suburban fiefs have already been established by the New York, Chicago, and Detroit families, and Abedinsky anticipates a continued expansion. As long as the mafia has a critical core of people functioning, they will see greedy opportunities, and they can always bring in new people. A vivid display of mafia inroads into the suburbs surfaced in March 2005. After an unimpeded 10-year run, a Gambino crew with headquarters in upscale Westchester County was put out of business through the arrests of 7 reputed made men and 25 associates. According to the federal indictment, the crew's illegal profits totaled $30 million, flowing mainly from illegal gambling, highlighted by Super Bowl betting. A goodly portion of the crew's total take came from protection shakedowns of suburban construction and trucking companies, and a restaurant in Greenwich, Connecticut. Imitating the customary practices of big city colleagues, the mobsters also were accused of embezzling a union's pension and welfare fund. The impetus for the investigation was a reincarnation of Donnie Brasco. An FBI agent penetrated the crew for almost 3 years, and his undercover work entangled the reputed new leaders of the Gambinos' post-Gotti era in racketeering charges. The indictment identified Arnold Squitieri as acting boss and Anthony Megale as acting underboss. Possibly a sign of the mafia's geographical shifts, the 2 men live in New Jersey and in Connecticut, not in Manhattan or other boroughs previously favored by Gambino grandees. Another drastic alteration in the mafia's future could be mergers among the beleaguered families. Robert Puccino, a New Jersey law enforcement official and mafia authority, says the consolidation idea was raised by crews in his state in the 1990s. At that same period, a similar idea struck Anthony Gaspipe Casso, the Lucchese kingpin, when he considered combining with the strife-torn Colombo family. Precedents exist. Out of chaos, the far-sighted Lucky Luciano radically reorganized the disparate factions in 1931 into 5 stabilized families. The time may come when his 21st century descendants overcome their internal disputes and realign into fewer yet stronger gangs to enhance their survival chances. Before being nailed again on narcotics charges, the arch-defector Sammy the Bull Gravano discounted predictions that the Mafia was finished. "Don't kid yourself. Cosa Nostra could come back," he wrote. "I hear the Chinese, the Russians are going to move in. Believe me, they can't put together what took us 50, 60, whatever years to do." A longtime mob adversary, former New York Police Lieutenant Remo Franceschini, holds the same opinion. He doubts that the Mafia, with its expertise in gambling, loan sharking, and other crimes, will die quickly or quietly. In the old days, back in Sicily, they would say, "We're going back to the caves." They would go back to the caves to protect themselves and regroup. That's what I expect the mob will do. These two sagacious judgments, from antagonistic sides of the conflict, should be a sobering reminder to law enforcement and to the nation. The Mafia is grievously wounded, but not mortally. This concludes 5 Families by Selwyn Robb. Narrated by Paul Costanzo.
Truth, audiobooks with the people.